dikasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the long-awaited M-Watch breakdown here. Today with me, Arashi. A bit of a change, as always. We're going to take a look at some of the moments, the most exciting, most notable moments from last week of MPL ID Season 15. And boy, there's a lot to cover, man. It's been an eventful season. It's been a great amount of eventful plays as well. It really seems like every single week, we're just introduced to even more and more moments that we just can't help but question just a little bit. So without further ado, let's start with this play right here. It was a close match between EVOS and Team Liquid ID. Out of nowhere though, boom, right here. Oh boy, what happened, man? Sway Low starts engaging with an ultimate alone, frontlining against the whole team. He gets immediately wrecked, dude. Till this day, we have no confirmation if that was a miscommunication, if there was a different idea behind that, but that was definitely an interesting one to witness. And then soon after that, we can see the moment here where, oh boy, it's like a gank almost to the top side. Key, man, he was trying to get a catch so far here, but look at his positioning. He's kind of alone, isolated from everyone else right here. There isn't really any way for his team to kind of get to him and make this play work. And as a result, immediately everyone jumps on him, and that single pickoff there, along with Brands trying to help out, that was fatal, honestly, for EVOS. It kind of turned the momentum around immediately. And looking back, there's just so many moments like that one too. That was Sway Low getting tossed by Kid at the front line. And because of that, you know, the game really could have been cleaner, but without the main mage there any longer, there was just no way for them to really win the fight reliably anyways. So they're forced to go with this skirmish off the bat, and they were forced to sacrifice Aran here. So, man, that was definitely an interesting one. But afterwards, we have this big play where Toy jumped in alone right there, able to get the trade onto Chedera on the gold lane. And a late game Harith is definitely a worthwhile trade. We've talked about the power of this Harith in the late game again and again. This clip was at 11 minutes, but by all means, Chedera was doing a great job. The interesting part is he actually made it out here, able to pin Baloyski onto the wall right there. Boy didn't have enough mana to go with the Lantern Flare. Unfortunately, on a control mage, wasn't able to get the job done. And of course, the big highlight moment right here. Look at it, that everyone, they know. Even on desk, we were talking about this. The fact that, dude, they have to kind of maintain distance, but they crowd together there because the fight was in the Lord Pit. And as a result, they just got squished there by Edok, dude. A 4-man implosion. That was definitely a massive moment there. Dude, I feel like that's the kind of moment that we love to see, but at the same time, this is the final play of the day. That's Hazel making a play on that Hayabusa. The quad shadow, timed to perfection there. I mean, that's why you have to have awareness in the game, dude. The moment you least expect it, that's where the big plays actually happen. So, especially in a league with a lot of excitement, with a lot of, I don't know, man, interesting, surprising plays, that's the kind of season we're always on the lookout for a lot of these clips in the M-Watch breakdown. So those were 6 very interesting moments there just from last week. And this week, I bet there's going to be a bit more, because even if you look at the standings for this week, I think there's going to be a lot more ways, a lot more attempts by coaches to come up with something crazy here, because the standings are getting closer and closer. So that's me, Arashi, for the M-Watch breakdown. We'll see you again next week.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Perselisihan di MPL ID Season 15 makin memanas, apalagi karena kita memasuki week 8 di mana ada beberapa tim yang berusaha untuk mendapatkan upper bracket slot dan juga ada beberapa tim yang masih berusaha untuk masuk ke playoffs. Dan untuk match pembukaan kita ada pertarungan antara dua tim yaitu TL ID dan juga Alter Ego. Dan sebelum kita memasuki match berikut itu, kita akan mengundang dua player, RP dan juga Eren Shiki. Halo guys.
Halo.
Halo. Gimana nih Eren Shiki? Waktu itu kamu sempat interview kemarin di atas panggung sama Bude, di mana kamu bilang, aku pengen banget nanti lawan Alter Ego, maunya dimaininnya RV bukan Hais. Terus ternyata RV di sini, Hais diturunin ke MDL. Gimana tanggapannya?
Bagus.
Bagus.
Bagus banget.
Itu doang tanggapannya, Eren Shiki.
Bener.
Dikabulin langsung loh sama Kodelwin, cuman bagus doang.
Thank you Kodelwin.
Thank you Kodelwin. Oke, terima kasih ya Kodelwin ya. Kalau kamu menonton ya, pasti dia nonton sih. Nonton gak sih Arfi?
Nonton.
Nonton ya? Nonton ya pasti. Terus gimana? Jadi Arfi sekarang udah di hadapan kamu sekarang. Kenapa kamu minta Arfi yang dimainkan?
Karena dia emang layak MPL dari dulu.
Layak MPL.
Ya benar.
Ada hubungannya gak sih? Karena pernah ada interview di mana kamu mengatakan kalau misalkan Arfi itu mentor atau senior kamu. Benarkah?
Benar, tapi di tier 3. Tahun berapa?
2023.
23? Enggak,
Iya.
22.
2022. Berarti 3 tahun yang lalu ya? Ini
Benar.
pas di Alpha 8?
Ya.
Terus kamu bisa mengatakan dia senior kamu tuh kenapa sih? Dia ngajarin kamu apa?
Dia banyak ngajarin aku main MM sih.
Oh.
Kalau dulu kan baru adaptasi pindah dari jungler kan. Jadi dia banyak bantu juga.
Jadi jungler, dapat insight menjadi gold laner ya. Menjadi MM. Gitu ya?
Bener.
Oke. Selain Arfi, kamu pernah bilang kalau misalkan Hanafi itu juga mentor kamu. Sedangkan Hanafi kayak performance-nya naik turun ya. Kamu setuju nggak?
Enggak sih, itu dia kalau ditaruh di tim lain juga perform itu emang timnya badut.
Oh gitu. Oh berarti bukan salah Hanafi nih.
Kan.
Berarti hari ini kita expect apa dari Arfi?
Kasih game yang terbaik lah.
Kasih game yang terbaik.
Benar.
Kamu yakin dia akan melakukan yang terbaik juga?
Bener, yakin banget.
Oke. Ada interview sama Kyo di mana dia bilang Hais tuh kok kayak player yang baru naik ke MPL ya. Kamu setuju nggak?
Nggak setuju.
Nggak setuju?
Nggak.
Nggak setujunya apa?
Karena udah main MPL.
Ya iya sih benar sih. Kan maksudnya performance-nya tuh kayak nggak nge-reflect kalau misalkan dia udah pemain lama gitu. Itu menurut Kyo.
Ya bener lah, emang gak layak makanya turun MDL.
Oke, berarti menurut kamu jagoan Hais atau Arfi nih?
Sama aja sih Bude. Kalau Bude lah.
Bude ya? Bude Eterna jadinya.
Sorry, ya.
Aku punya title baru guys.
Sama aja sih Arfi sama Ais, sama-sama jago.
Sama-sama jago. Jadi alasan kamu mau Arfi main itu karena emang ada sentimental attachment gitu kah?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Setuju gak Arfi? Ada apa sih dengan kamu dengan Eren nih?
Temen lama.
Teman lama bersemi kembali.
Ya.
Terus jadi gimana, awkward gak sih nanti kalau misalkan lawan-lawanan di Gold Lane?
Enggak sih. Udah pernah lawan juga di MDL.
Oh,
MDL.
yang menang siapa?
Satu sama.
Satu sama. Berarti ini juga akan menjadi tes ya, siapa yang akan menang nextnya. Menurut Arfi siapa yang akan menang di Gold Lane?
Enggak tahu sih.
Nggak tahu juga. Laning
tahu.
phase gitu, mungkin kita tarik dari laning phase dulu. Laning phase jagoan kamu atau Eren Shiki?
Dulu jagoan aku. Enggak tahu sekarang.
Oh, setuju nggak?
Setuju bener, fakta soalnya.
Oh fakta.
Iya.
Nanti kalau team fight, jagoan siapa?
Iron.
Eren. Kamu?
Jagoan Hais kayaknya.
Jagoan Hais.
Iya.
Tapi nggak ada Hais, gimana dong?
Jago dia di MDL kan emang ntar dibantai-bantai itu semua.
Oke. Kita ada foto lama nih kayaknya ya. Itu
Benar.
kamu Eren?
Iya, pas MDL.
Pas MDL, itu ada Arfi juga tuh. Kayaknya akrab banget.
Akrab emang CS ini.
Sobat.
CS, oh. Apipi.
Gasvi.
Apipi.
Gas, Ron.
Terus itu momen apa sih? Ceritain dikit dong tentang foto itu.
After match kayaknya ini. Aku lawan dia kalau nggak salah.
Oh ini yang
Enggak.
menang.
Iya.
Emang iya?
Iya, itu kan rambut
Iya.
gue masih biru tuh.
Berarti ini after match.
After
Ya.
match.
Setelah yang menang siapa?
Aku yang menang itu.
Kamu yang menang Eren. Gila
Iya,
keren
benar.
banget.
Kacau.
Kacau ya,
Iya.
kacau ya. Terus kalau hari ini yang menang siapa jadinya nih?
Evos mungkin.
Kenapa jadi Evos? Evos nggak main Eron.
Evos nggak main tapi kan berharap sama match ini.
Oh iya sih, iya sih. Jadi kamu mau ngasih yang diharapkan sama Evos nggak?
Nggak sama sekali
Nggak
karena
sama sekali.
fansnya rada toksik aku.
Oh iya,
Nggak bercanda.
nggak lah, aman lah ya. Terus ya udah, aku mau tanya, kalian ada pesan nggak sih untuk satu sama lain sebelum kita memasuki pertandingan ini?
Lu duluan, Vi.
Boleh, Arfi dulu.
Buat match ini.
Buat Eren,
Main yang terbaik aja di lane.
main yang terbaik.
Iya.
Nggak ada mau tonting-tonting dikit. Biar panas dikit gitu di lane gitu nggak. Mengharapkan Eren Chiki blunder mungkin nggak ada.
Gak ada kan?
Nggak ada, oke. Kasih permainan yang terbaik. Kalau Eren Chiki ke Arfi,
Kasih good luck, have fun.
nggak boleh, nggak boleh.
Sorry.
Itu udah di ban, itu udah di ban. Good luck, have fun. Gitu-gitu udah di ban sama aku.
Buat Arfi paling ya kasih tahu aja lah Bruno Ixia kita.
Bruno Ixia kah?
Ya itu yang tahu cuma kita berdua doang.
Oh, oke. Ada apa sih? Spill
Diantar
nggak
aja.
sih?
Gak boleh.
Mau main Ixia nanti? Atau ada Ixia Bruno yang dulu
Ya,
terjadi
itu
zaman dulu?
perumpamaan doang.
Oh perumpamaan. Menarik ya. Ada saking deketnya ada inside jokes nih kayak di antara mereka berdua ya.
Yoi.
Ya udah, good luck Arfi, good luck Eren Chiki juga
Thank
karena
you.
sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki match pembukaan di week ke-8. Langsung aja lempar kepada Bude. Take it away.
Super Shinobi, kali ini kita berkumpul kembali untuk week ke-8 di mana tim-tim masih akan berjuang dengan penuh pengharapan. Mereka akan saling berhadapan untuk kembali mencari poin karena kita tahu tiket playoff hanya tersisa 5 saja. Bagi 7 tim yang masih berjuang untuk ingin mengamankan dan demi perjalanan mereka yang lebih panjang. Dan Bude akan ucapkan untuk kepada kalian semua, selamat datang di hari pertama minggu yang ke-8 MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang playoff, kita sudah tahu ada satu tim yang sudah mengamankan tiket playoff. 5 sisanya, bisa saja ada satu yang bisa didapatkan hari ini di match kali ini. Karena The Cavalries dan juga tim Liquid ID, jika mereka memenangkan match hari ini, berarti mereka akan menjadi tim kedua yang mendapatkan tiket playoff. Mendapatkan slot playoff, maju untuk babak berikutnya. Dan dengan demikian, tim Liquid ID benar-benar harus memberikan yang mereka miliki. Karena tentu saja harapan besar sudah ditaruh kepada pundak mereka. Ditambah lagi, kita tahu bahwa lawan mereka hari ini, lawan yang sedang mendapatkan momentumnya ada Alter Ego. Dan jika Alter Ego mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini, mereka akan mempersulit tim-tim yang sedang berada di zona merah. Kesempatan untuk EVOS dan juga Dewa United akan semakin menipis jika mereka memenangkan match hari ini. Dan kalau kita ngebahas tentang kedua tim ini, kita udah ngelihat bagaimana pertemuan dari dua sobat yang akan kembali bertemu untuk melanjutkan pertarungan mereka sebelumnya. Sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertarungan ini akan berlangsung, terlihat sudah semakin panas juga yang ada di MPL Arena. Yang ada di rumah juga Bude yakin udah gak sabar. Namun Bude juga mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Sponsor Head and Shoulder, Official dari Coffee Partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hokben. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan match pembukaan hari ini di hari Jumat, hari yang pertama minggu yang ke-8, bisa jadi menjadi tiket kedua. Namun itu tidak akan mudah. semuanya masih butuh kemenangan karena 5 tiket saja harus diperebutkan oleh 7 tim yang sedang berjuang. Mereka harus benar-benar bisa mengerahkan segalanya detik-detik akhir untuk menuju babak playoff. Playoff sudah di depan mata. Bagaimana mereka akan saling menatap? Mari kita sambut, inilah dia. Tim Liquid ID dan juga Alter Ego.
The curtains are closing. The road to playoffs and to the Velodrome is wide open. But for some teams, it is time to stop them from sinking. Welcome to MPL ID Season 15, week number 8, day number 1. With me, Realize, and the red hair man, Mirko, and Arashi.
Black hair man.
Mr. M-Watch man. Yeah, I guess.
M-Watch man.
M-Watch man.
But he was M-Watch man last week though.
Well, we have, interchangeable mans in the M-Watch. How are you guys feeling? Heading to week 8, possibly the last 2 weeks we have in MPL ID Season 15.
I'm feeling tense personally, right? Because my team, both our teams actually, Realize have not made it to the playoffs just yet. The only team that is qualified to playoffs right now is the M-Watch man's team, RQ Hoshi being the first one, and right now the only team to qualify for playoffs. So technically there's still a chance for TL all the way to Onyx at 6. Oh wait, who's at 6? Is it Onyx?
No, Alter Ego.
Alter Ego to not make it. So there's going to be criterias later on, but yeah, feeling very tense.
Yeah, this is the season or the week where KB over in the Indonesian desk starts uploading videos of the probabilities of the teams that are going to advance. But of course, in today's schedule, we have TLID coming up against Alter Ego and Bigatron up against Dewa, in which Bigatron, they come in with new colors, but that is to be confirmed later on.
Yeah, we can talk about more on that later.
Yeah.
But honestly, this is a rough one, honestly, for any team, right? With the playoff chances getting more and more relevant, especially for Alter Ego and Dewa right now. Being the underdogs in the matchups, that's definitely a big concern. Look at the standings, as we discussed earlier, RQ Hoshi is the only one that has secured a spot right now. Everyone else is still battling it out, except for Navi. But Dewa United definitely close behind, and they're definitely desperate to try and get something, get some momentum, get something going for themselves.
Correction, it's Onyx number 6, Alter Ego number 5. So even the Sky Kings are still yet to maintain their position on towards the playoffs. Navi, it's a name forgotten in time. So I think they have to reset for next season. Maybe start, like I said, promoting maybe new players or just trying out new things, cars and Rome. We said it, like maybe they're just preparing cars for next season, or I don't know, maybe Navi has other plans, but enough about Navi. We're going to talk about TLID against Alter Ego today, both battling it out for a position in the playoffs. Audience topic voting though, defeat in the first leg, how can Alter Ego block TLID's road to secure playoffs? A, press TLID in the early game. B, bring an assassin duel draft. Or C, limit Aran's comfort heroes. Bringing an assassin duel, that's pretty nice. I mean, Rin and Fabian are both very, very excellent in the assassin.
Definitely. I think this is where we bring up the question more so of obviously the audience topic voting, but more so on the gold lane problem, because we have been seeing a lot on social media recently. Highs has been demoted from MPL to MDL, and the man who's been promoted last week, Arfi, seems to be the main guy in the gold lane now for Alter Ego. Now changing things like this in week 8 is a drastic move. We've seen Evos do it with Erlan Brands. We've seen a couple of teams try to swap in rosters. Hey, even Navi actually are swapping another XP lane in from MDL. And the pattern is currently teams who still haven't found their main 5 are not performing as well. This team has.
Yep, TLID, they were struggling in the first half of the regular season, but they are just 1 win away from securing a spot in the playoffs.
Which is kind of interesting as well, because initially, Team Liquid ID were also experimenting, switching between Aaron Shiki and Kyo. But now they're back to Aaron Shiki, they're back to a consistent lineup, and they really seem to be doing much better. So that's a bit of a topic I was trying to breach as well earlier. When we talk about the jungle matchup, Assassin Duel. Yeah, that's possible, but when the Assassins are evenly matched, it comes down to the team, right? An Assassin, 2 Assassins, if they're evenly matched here, if there's a difference in the roaming department, that's immediately a whole different game, dude. If you're trying to play an assassin against someone who's trying to catch you and is really good at finding the timing, finding those moments, that's a tough order, man. So I feel like even though there are highlighted players here, it really has to be a bit more of a team effort just because the fact that the jungler position is just so relevant to all the other lanes. They roam around, they set up for the neutral objectives, and neutral objectives is a whole team effort.
Yeah, and of course, back to the audience topic voting. Speaking of assassins, no, the audience think
Early
that
game.
we don't need to bring it to an assassin duel draft. It's about TLID being pressed in the early game.
I like it. I like the fact that this was the main choice for you guys back at home because I agree with it. Pressing TLID. It's not really just about pressing TLID. It's not like TLID have a weak early game. It's more so Alter Ego have a phenomenal early game. They have only won matches in games where they have taken control of the early game, where they go for a very one-dimensional early game draft, but they are always able to execute that early game draft really, really well. This is a team, again, known for kind of winning early or not winning at all. That's it. Like, that's the bottom line for Alter Ego right now. With Arfi, it's a safer transition from early to mid.
Yeah, we talked about how maybe Highs was showing potential to change. It was going to a better position, I would say. Ghani's GOAT, by the way.
GG.
Now being replaced by Arfi. This is, however, a friendly rivalry, I would say, because Aaron Shiki himself admitted that Arfi is one of his, mentors, is one of his idols, I would say, because they were in the same team in Alpha 8, divided to two teams, Team 1 and Team 2. Arfi and Aaron Shiki were both the goal laners of Alpha 8. So, how do you think will Arfi fare up against Aaron Shiki?
I mean, looking at the stats here, Arfi definitely is the best. Just kidding, guys. It's because of the calculations here. Arfi obviously doesn't have the same game amount as Aaron Shiki. I feel like there's potential, as always. We're no strangers here in MPL ID to seeing, rookies pop out of nowhere from not even MDL sometimes. So from MDL, it's a bit more consistent. I think a lot of people still remember Chidera when he showed up out of nowhere, literally,
a gold laner,
and just took over, man. So if he is back here, if he is replacing Ghani's GOAT Highs, right, the highs and the lows,
Ghani's GOAT.
there has to be a reason. And honestly, if he wants to be accepted by the talents, the players, the fan base, whoever, right?
Whoa!
He needs to make a big statement right here, right now. What was that?
That was Aaron Shiki calling Codelwin to ask him to play Arfi, because in an interview backstage with Eterna, Aaron Shiki was like, yeah, Codelwin, please, just let Arfi play. I want to face him because he's an old friend of mine. But speaking of Arfi, obviously, Aaron Shiki said it himself, Arfi deserves to be in MPL. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Deserves.
We've seen him play only a few games here and there. Again, he's only played 1 week of MPL because he was just promoted last week. So we'll have to see how deep his hero pool is, how good he can be consistently, if he is even consistent. Because in MDL, he's very, very consistent. He's actually topping the charts when it comes to statistics as an MDL player. But we all know that the stage in MPL is a completely different stage. It's a complete different game from MDL. A lot of players, well, Chapal was #1 in almost everything last season, but Navi has failed to perform. So for Arfi, it's time to prove your worth here, because he's up against the rookie. He's up against the rookie who won in his first season.
That's true. Also, an M Series appearance in the finals on his first season. Many has tried, but not a lot has succeeded as well. We talked about Gugun as well, being from MDL to MPL, Rookie of the Season for last 2 seasons. But of course, it is now time to look at the lineups for both teams. Alter Ego Esports, it's Nino, obviously, Rin, Hijume Dreams, and Arfi subbing in, or rather filling in for Highs.
Coming in with a new option here against a team that's doing so well. Can they stop Team Liquid ID's momentum? Can they get a better position for themselves in the standings? This week, folks, it's gonna be important.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 3 face masks, they need to qualify to playoffs. Currently standing at 7 match victories. 2 will send them all the way to the international Jakarta Velodrome. It's Alter Ego!
Alter Ego, will they go? Or will they be gone? Because they need to get a win here to secure themselves the chance to continue their playoffs contention. For TLID, they want it as much as Alter Ego does.
Yeah, that's the big question right here. Looking at Team Liquid ID right now, Aran, Fabian, Yeheskia, Witty, and Aaron Shiki. Good old Team Liquid ID.
Yep.
Are they gonna bring back the good old performance?
Same five.
The defending champions of MPL Indonesia. If Alter Ego need to, TL are just a step away from securing playoffs. Charging onto the scene, needing one more match victory. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Young Stallions, Team Liquid ID.
The Cavalry one win away from punching their tickets towards the playoffs. The Velodrome awaits them. Where last season, or 2 seasons ago, in the Velodrome, they fell short. But this time, can they change things around?
Exactly. Can they bring it back? Can they turn back the clock to their prime days? Is what some people would ask. But now, the brains behind the entire operation, Coach Saint DeLucas and Zephyr, with the analyst, Facehugger, and NFR.
The Nafari, obviously a lot of people has been saying that Nafari is in the back, mostly drafting for Alter Ego, because we talked about how the new coaches coming in, Avil, Zephyr, these coaches are still, I would say, also learning at the same time on trying to adapt to the drafts in MPL ID. So obviously they need feedback coming in from the more experienced coaches, such as, you know, Rect for Alter Ego, for Nafari as well. So Zephyr still has that time to adjust, but obviously the Assassin Shinobi duel, Jonin versus Missing Nin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back home, Missing Nin refers to ninjas who have left their village, who are rogues, basically. Oh man, this is definitely an interesting one. Fabian has been there, has a reputation, has been delivering, and the upcoming Missing Nin here, the upstart, trying to overthrow the balance, trying to claim glory for himself.
Speaking about Rogue though, this has been the criticism towards Rin.
Yeah.
Yes, he is very skilled, he is highly mechanical, but Rogue is in his name. Sometimes he doesn't really follow the calls, he just goes in straight away, gives himself up. If he can get 2 or 3 kills, that is totally fine. But for most of the times, that's not the case.
Yeah, that's his Missing Nin playstyle, I would say. Again, he relies heavily on instinct. He doesn't really care about the culture. He doesn't really care about the structure in his own team, shot calling and yada yada. He does his own thing when he feels like it, when it feels right. And so far, when the team actually follows through with his early aggression, they do really well. This has been one of the big factors as to how Alter Ego have gotten the 7-match wins that they've got. And now with RP in to highlight even more, to emphasize on the point I made earlier, this guy helps Alter Ego transitions from early to mid smoother. Why? Because he's more consistent. He's more of the highs and lows. We've spoken about that. When he does make a big play, the game ends below the 12-minute mark. But a lot of times, that big play can be a big mistake, and the team will have to just dig deep for late game.
I'd say, we could put 2 and 2 together, but before that, obviously, Arashi, he's the victory.
Final Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Anticipate the Leo Mort plus support combo. We've seen it come through before, and it is devastating in the right hands. And along with that, the long-range heroes are highly valuable this match. Yeheskia, the ghost of Jakarta, is great when it comes to the distance management, to bursting down opponents from far, far away. Especially with assassins in the picture, picking up the right long-range option can be a very critical factor in this matchup. For Alter Ego though, keep an eye on Aaron Shiki. He's starting to heat up. He's turning on. Is he air on Shiki or is he air off Shiki? We'll have to wait and see. But maintain the tempo and the map control over Team Liquid ID. Because again, tempo is something that Team Liquid ID can use really well. Map control even more. We've been speaking about Witty and how his pickoff style is what is allowing Team Liquid ID so much more success right now in the second half of the tournament. If Alter Ego can take the control away, the vision away, then Witty is going to be severely limited when it comes to options on finding those pickups.
Yeah, a few concerns obviously towards Alter Ego is the fact that sometimes their macro play is kind of weak sometimes because they always rely on that killer instinct that they had in Rin, they had in Highs, and obviously Hijume as well, the setter for Alter Ego. This guy makes plays happen for Alter Ego, the playmaker basically, Luka Modric for Alter Ego. For TLID, it's always them consistently getting the map control because they have Woody always opening up spaces for this team. Yeah, has skill as well. A control mage basically, a mid laner that always knows priorities in the Land of Dawn. So, my question would be, if Heise is down, do you think that Killer Instinct and Alter Ego will just, totally be shut down because they now have one less member that has the, satiety to go for insane kills in Heise?
I feel like it's a good balance for Alter Ego because usually you want that killer instinct. When we say killer instinct and the guts, the creativity to really go for these crazy plays, I think it has always been a lot more impactful in the jungle position because you get started a lot earlier and there is more urgency to do something in the early game. Whereas for the gold lane, we talk about being safe, usually being the focus. Now there have been exceptions to this rule. Aaron Shiki himself, back when Team Liquid ID won MPL, dude, he was playing crazy in the gold lane. He was bringing in crazy picks as well in the gold lane, so it still can work. But if your team is too aggressive and you need some kind of control in the mid to late game, I feel like switching up your crazy gold laner for someone a bit more moderate can be the great move here to really bring things back, dial it down.
Indeed, stability versus satiety. But now, of course, the drafting phase we go, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. 3 bans straight away from Alter Ego. 2 strong picks, a Fabian's Choice, the Fanny, and the Hayabusa, and the Harith to boot as well, to shut down Aaron Shiki from a potential strong pick for TLID. They take out the Luo Yi, again, a playmaking mage for Hijume to use. The chip as well has been very, very trusty for Dreams to open up the map and control tempo, like you said, in the KTVs. Last ban for TLID goes to the Kalea.
Interesting here. Is this a sign that Team Liquid ID are concerned about the macro? Or is this just a sign that Team Liquid ID understands that for Alter Ego, you want to go front to back, we can match you in that department, man. We got aggressive players of our own. Team Liquid ID's team fighting was super well known before. And looking at the picks right now, the Phobius is definitely a concern, but the Kimi, I feel, is an even bigger concern. That's such a flexible pick, and it's still flexed in the position as well. It can go to the gold lane or the mid lane. Now Alter Ego, they have to be at least a bit confused.
Yep, Phobius being first picked by Alter Ego. Does this give away anything, Mirko? Because the Phobius, we don't see it often being first pick.
You know what? I'm not too big of a fan of a first pick Phobius in the past. But what this enables is Alter Ego to snowball early, which has been what we've been talking about when it comes to Alter Ego and their keys to victory and how they can actually press TLID. Having the Phobius, having the Ling, it's a great setup to secure neutral objective 1. And I love the fact that they've taken away the Fanny and the Suyo, because those 2 picks are usually the picks that TLID go for when they want to contest for early game. That, though, however, is going to be a problem if they don't handle it well. The Hilda on the hands of Aran.
Yep.
That's a signature pick. He pioneered. He was the one to display who showed this pick in the playoffs of last season. And it's up against the best possible pick. Hilda versus Ling.
Yeah, again, a point that I was about to make. The Ling will not have a good time against the Hilda. So how does Rin traverse this issue then alongside Alter Ego?
He's gonna need backup. And what's more damning for the Ling here, for Rin, is the fact that there is a Kimi in the mid lane for Team Liquid ID. We've seen other mid laners try and contest for the lane control against this Kimi. It has not ended well for any of the current mages in the meta. So if Alter Ego wanted to try and stave off that aggression, get Aran off Rin's back, they gotta try and get something in the mid lane that's gonna give them some breathing room.
Obviously. And now, the band coming in. Moskov again, just shutting down Aaron Shiki. Another power pick of his as well. And that enables him to be omnipresent in the Line of Dawn. And the Selena taken out. Hijume and the Selena. 2 unique combinations. And TLID, 1 last ban for them to use.
Team Liquid ID here, they have so much early game potential here. But they might be concerned about the tankiness, the card control. No, actually, it's the Novaria. Talking about that long-range matchup. 2 very skill shot reliant heroes here taken away from Hijume. And the Cho is what's being looked at by Alter Ego. We talked about this, man. When you're an assassin, that roaming pick becomes a bit of a problem.
Gold kills. Juicin gets picked up here. You can really see what TLID are trying to do. They're trying to play with the Kimmy, but in a way where it's offense is the best defense. They want to try to fight and force the issue onto Alter Ego before they can dive on Kimmy.
Yep. I think this is the first time we see Joy not being contested.
Yep.
Usually it is very, very often being picked or banned. And for Alter Ego, the answer is the Ling against the Hayabusa. Is that the case, Arashi?
Ling against the Hayabusa. I mean, in theory, the Hayabusa is going to be a bit more difficult to manage here. That's the Yeve already. Potentially with the Granger as well. Range being the option that Alter Ego wants to go for. Perhaps they see that there's not a lot of engaged tools for Team Liquid ID just yet, but they can get one right now as the final pick. And not to mention, Clint as well. Strong laner here to try and go up against this Kimmy. That's definitely an interesting option. But again, if Team Liquid ID are concerned about engaged tools, I mean, they have the Kimmy to engage technically. That's something that a lot of teams haven't really been respecting. The Kimmy long-range engage potential. And right here, it could be a pick still available for Witty to go for a setter if they really want to go for that kind of team fight angle. And then now they have a threat of going for a full-on team fight and also for pick-off using the Chushin instead.
I was thinking of Talia Mathilda to just rack around the Ling, but I don't think that Mathilda is enough to set up team fight for TLID because they don't have hard lock CC just yet. So they will go for the Khalid again with the Raging Sandstorm. Will obviously not give the Ling a good time. This Khalid and Hilda will just, I don't know, rampantly shut down the Ling. That's gonna be the main objective of both Aran and Witty.
Yeah, these are two picks that are used individually to try and get in the way of assassins, of threatening them in the early game. Now there's two of them in the hands of Team Liquid ID, and these are both signature picks for TLID, man. Like Aran on the Hilda, Witty on the Khalid. We've seen it before. They are absolutely efficient on these picks. You can bet that in the early game at least, Team Liquid ID are gonna be going into that jungle of Alter Ego, man. And honestly, in my opinion, they don't really have a lot to say about the matter.
Yep. And of course, into the land of Dawn we go. Playoffs, both in their sights. TLID, one win will secure them a spot in the Velodrome. Welcome to game number 1 of TLID against Alter Ego.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The fight for a spot in the Jakarta International Velodrome begins here for Alter Ego and TLID. It might be the beginning of the end for one of these teams, to be fair. None of them have secured playoffs, but I like how Alter Ego are already drafting for this game. It's all about that early game.
Yeah, the Clint again. Always a lane bully, but is it enough against the Kimmy that is also a lane bully practically?
I think at this point, the Clint is going to be forced to just go for short trades. No one really beats the Kimmy in those really long duration trades because, you know, you get just sprayed down by that Kimmy. But look at this, though. Good control from Alter Ego. They're converging immediately to try and escort Rin in the jungle. Aran and Witty won't be able to find him just about yet. Now it becomes a game in the mid lane, right? Can they get enough pressure to really start the roaming game? Looking at the emblems here by IndieHome. Agility and Wilderness Blessing for Witty. We've seen this before. All about moving around here. But along with that, Tsushin going for the tenacity, understanding there's threats, there's danger lurking around the corner from Alter Ego. But for Dreams, he's going full tankiness, man. But Aran getting chased down right now. Too early.
Just popping the sprint. You can see by the angle, Fabian with Retribution secures the XP Crab. By the angle for Alter Ego, taking purple buff second. Rin started on orange buff. They really want to fight. They really want to have purple buff up for Turtle 1.
Yeah, obviously Brawl has always been the identity for Alter Ego. Past generations, but now they make it clear. They make it conspicuous to TLID that all they want to do is just fight. Power spikes yet to be hit. But of course, with this draft, that Brawl in this first Turtle will most likely be a possibility.
Turtle's already up. Aran very deep behind enemy lines here. So on whether or not Team Liquid ID can get behind the members of Alter Ego, threaten Hijime, one of the main damage tools, main utility tools for the early fights here. Otherwise, with the Hayabusa, with the Kimmy, right? If this becomes a prolonged fight, Team Liquid ID can get ahead here as Witty tries to deny Rin, but won't be able to just yet. this is gonna be a very delayed take from both teams.
It hasn't been a hellish problem, but Aaron Chicky, wow, almost gets taken down. The Kimmy is just on bended knee against this Clint.
Fabian, though, is going to be rotating over. RF's looking
wants
for
it.
an angle to go for the kill. He's going to be baited in. Quad Shadow locking him down. RF
Shadow
has the
kill.
flicker. Oh! He flickered a bit too early, right as a Shadow kill was popped. But they brought attention away from the Turtle. Rin is taking a purple buff, and now will go for Turtle 1. Taken. Alter Ego. Objective for kill.
Who won that trade, Arashi?
I think overall,
Oh, that would have been a win for Alter Ego had he gotten the kill.
exactly. It's still somewhat equal here. Alter Ego, they want to have these wins. Like Mirko mentioned, they were planning and setting everything up to really fight and commit in that first turtle. So for Team Liquid ID, getting the Kimmy a kill in the early game, it's still gonna be a great result regardless here. Ideally, they would still have the turtle, but for now, it's still very much equal, dead even. But Fabian has really been able to find more opportunities as we take a look at the talent prediction here by the new application GoPay.
Yep, Alter Ego, 3 votes from me, Lim, and Papulung, and the rest of you guys are voting for TLID.
And also, Lim is the only one without glasses.
Hey,
Oh.
hey, don't glass discriminate him.
Hey, man.
that a
He's
word?
no nerd. He's no real nerd.
He's no geek.
Up top, though, Aran really already. Powerfulness! Rin able to get the Revitalize of Dreams now brought back again by the Infernal Pursuit. Aran's gonna be engaged on, but that's gonna be Fabian looking for it. A stun with Raging Sandstorm, a kill. He's gonna be taken down. It's Rin! Is not able to get the kill on Aran. The regen was too much. Fabian, the usurper, taking Rin down in Dreams. It's a slow and painful death over to the Shinobi, the Jonin, Fabian.
Dull Blade from Alter Ego. They want to brawl, they want to fight. But TLID, this composition, it feels like they're gonna out-sustain the fighting possibilities that Alter Ego are bringing into the table.
Well, due to the Revitalize can actually match Team Liquid ID in the sustain. The main factor in that fight is that Hejume got pinched, dude. Alter Ego were trying to go in so aggressively that Hejume was stuck. Skill and Witty came from behind him. And if you're on a Yve, that is not the way you want the fights to go. He got taken out so early, and just like that, the early game damage potential of Alter Ego just plummeted, dude. And Team Liquid ID absolutely punished them for that. This is not the start that Alter Ego want if they really want to try and get that control.
Obviously, Berserker's Fury ready for Rin. A glowing one as well for Hejume too. Stop the regen because you know how crazy the Hilda and the Khalid might just go. But again, TLID, it seems like they're not enticed to try to get the turtle. And it's gonna be taken away by Rin.
The good old style of TLID. Let's go for trades on the board. Aran will fall, but it's all good because they got a turret up top. Aaron Chicky able to escape. Yes, kill. Crimson Beacon out of there. Rin unable to get the Finch Poise on point. And TLID, again, they have traded for the turtle.
Not enough energy for Rin to go in for the execution. But it feels like Aaron Chicky is just left on an island here. Witty is close by though to cover for him. And Alter Ego. Would you say they have map control right now because they're so in too deep on towards TLID territory?
Well, you can overextend and get and be deep into your opponent's territory. Can you actually win fights when they break out though? Can they maintain proper control? That's the main question. Because it seems like Alter Ego are getting into Team Liquid ID's jungle, but they don't really have the win conditions when it comes to these fights. But I like what Mirko brought up, man. This is the old age style of Team Liquid ID. Let go of the first couple of neutral objectives for farming efficiency, for dominance, and later on they're gonna punish. But look at Rin, dude. Aran can still really be a threat 1v1. As Arfi taking a lot of pressure from the members of Team Liquid ID here.
They don't get the kill on Rin, but that's what the Hilda's for. It's for number one, again, disrupting, slowing down how fast Rin can farm on the Ling. Usually the Ling at this point of the game should be able to farm faster than the Hayabusa. With 2 turtles, you would expect at least a level lead for Rin. But because Mr. Aran is just so crazy with it on this Hilda, it's been really tough for Rin to actually scout around to look for rotations. And the other point is, he's been the real bait in most of these team fights. Alter Ego have been putting all their damage, their resources onto Aran, which again opens up a whole new world for these damage dealers.
That's how you want things to go if you're playing the Hilda, dude. You need to be able to be that much of a threat, that much of an annoyance that you can actually force your opponents to use things on you instead of your teammates. So for Team Liquid ID, it is pretty ideal. And Fabian has been split pushing, so he has a bit of a gold advantage. Oh, look at this. Rin already low, half HP.
A bonk taking Rin to half HP. He has the regen. He's gonna be caught. Oh, traction pulls brings him into the raging sandstorm. Rin is able to get the turtle, but now Nino! What an insane three-man knock. Rin going for more. RP with the gun down. Aran running away. Has the sprint. Will be able to escape. But that's the power. That's the team fighting power of the early game alter ego composition.
Nino might look for more. Aran is stuck. It's gonna be fine, obviously. As a Hilda, survivability is #1, but alter ego, they shut down TLID and the gold lead swings onto their favor. At this point in time, this is where Rin will get more space to farm, but 1v1, Fabian's not gonna be interested. But Rin is still nearby.
He has ult. Rin, what are you planning, you mad lad?
What?
1, 2, 3, 4! Oh my goodness, Rin gets a solo kill. Not a lot of value because he falls as well, but hell, was that a statement?
If I fall, you fall.
Making it 1-for-1 there. Considering the Team Liquid ID has been going for the trades, I think that's pretty good for Alter Ego to get. Avatar of the Guardian.
Looking for the taunt, unable to get it. Aran will still be able to dodge away from Nino. A turret falling, alter ego now with the 1,000 gold lead.
All right, man. Looking at the item differential here, the gold is actually equal, dead even for both Fabian and Rin. So Alter Ego have more to say because Arfi is actually ahead in gold compared to Aaron Shiki. The longer the game goes, though, again, prolonged fights is going to favor Team Liquid ID a bit more. But later on, this means that Alter Ego will have the chance to go for these macro plays because they have two very long-range. They have a long-range ultimate in the Avatar of the Guardian, and they can also let Rin split push a bit more efficiently with the maneuverability of that Finch Poise. So I think Team Liquid ID are kind of playing against the clock right here if they're really expecting Alter Ego to really go for those macro plays later on.
Yeah. And we talked about Alter Ego and their early game draft. This is a draft that really wants to get ahead, snowball in the early game. TLID, it seems like to the late game, they can scale hard as well. For Alter Ego though, their eyes are on this Lord, and this is a must-win for them.
Oh, great flicker out from RP. Raging Sandstorm still follows him through. In the back line is going to be RP, caught in the bad spot, but he's still able to go for a gun down. Rin will deal damage to the back. Really traded in, and now it's going to be Aaron Shike assassinated by Rin on the Ling. Fabian, Quad Shadow. Dreams holding the taunt in the back. Aran holds the angle. They want to try to fight for this. Nino and Dreams are low. Fabian still has the shadow kill. Aran, again, going to be walking up now onto Nino. They're going to go for the members one by one. Quad Shadow landing. The shadow kill will be used as well. Both the low target members will fall. Rin is going on top of the blaze. Jumps in on the bottom. Yeah, no. Quad Shadow. Rin will try to go for more. So this placement over. Rin won't be able to get the kill, but he gets out with the Finch Boys.
Wow! The killer instinct is still there. He goes and defies the odds, but his focus was on the Lord. Alter Ego at least stabilized what they lost in that skirmish.
Man, Team Liquid ID don't even get the mid turret for their troubles there. It's a great move by them to still get the 2 kills from Alter Ego at the end there. But they're going to be up on the map already. The Lord right now is unprotected on the top side. Team Liquid ID are going to be able to clear it down, but they have no solution for Rin. There is no short cooldown crowd control tool available, and the conceal.
What?
Went right past the run.
The ward. Rin, looking for the back. He will go on to Fabian. He jumps on him. Has it to the place. Fabian goes into the quad channel all the way in the back. Witty pops in Raging Sandstorm, but they're all caught under the RWM. Witty will fall melted down.
Fabian
on the back to get for the quad shadow. Fabian will land the quad shadow and goes for the shadow kill. Gets Ijume, assassinates him, but now is caught in the bad spot with now a quad shadow. Out with a big bonk to shut Rin down, and he is able to walk away from it too.
The Jonin is in the missing Nins blacklist. And time again, he assassinates Fabian. But Alter Ego, they have full control of that mid lane.
That was a good sign for Team Liquid ID, though. By all means, they really shouldn't have gotten any real big wins there. But the fact that Fabian was so good at weaving in and out, he was doing damage and dipping out immediately. And that kind of scattered the focus of Alter Ego. It was a 2-for-2 trade. Hijume and Rin for Fabian and Witty. So technically, the role for the mid lane there is a worthwhile trade for Team Liquid ID, and they're able to deal with the Lord. Even though they had to sacrifice all of their outer turrets here, still not the worst situation. 2k gold advantage for Alter Ego though. And Team Liquid ID, they really have to bank on Aaron here, and they have to try and plan out how they're gonna keep Aaron alive later on when Rin and Dreams are gonna be jumping straight at him.
We had that point where TLID, they will relinquish the Lord, the Turtle, and trade for farming efficiency. But Aaron Shiki was 2k gold down in face of Arfi, who is able to get 9k gold. So this is insane. And TLID, they're looking for a Hail Mary play.
Winter Crown. And now Rin jumps in the back. No quad shadow. Fabian will jump into the turret. Rin, just like you said, has a list on Fabian. It's in the back. Nino gets an amazing displacement. Both carries, Fabian and Aaron, have been taken out.
The missing Nin goes rogue again and again. A revolt happening for Alter Ego. And of course, Rin will clear down bottom as Alter Ego will try to knock on the base of TLID.
10 seconds to go here before Fabian is back on the board. That Winter Crown really ruined plans for Team Liquid ID. 4k gold advantage. It's going to be a brute force siege attempt from Alter Ego. It might get punished though. Dreams are taking a lot of damage. But so far both teams will be falling back. They know that the Lord is in the picture. Now Team Liquid ID have no time to even try and contest this. Alter Ego gearing up for the decisive moment to end the game.
They play it smart. They play it real slow and patiently as well for Alter Ego. Now the question is, how does TLID crawl out of this hole that Alter Ego has dug under them?
They have to make a play, man. They have to catch Rin or Hijume. And with the Winter Crown and Hijume, with the Temples of Blades for Rin, it's difficult. There is no easy way for Team Liquid ID to try and get something. Because again, all of their cooldowns, especially for the stuns, for the displacements, are on a pretty long cooldown. It's gonna take way too much for them to really find something. And earlier, I saw Dreams go for the Blade Armor. So that's an interesting itemization. I'm not sure how the interaction works with the Kimi. But that, if it really works, then that's going to be a lot of damage that Aaron has to kind of contend with, even with the concentrated energy.
This offense is the best defense route for TLID. Hasn't really been paying off. Aaron has been so vulnerable in all these skirmishes. Another RWM forcing Aaron to use the escape ability in the mid lane. Base turret will be taken down. The Lord still at half HP. Another wave in the bottom lane as Rin will be sent to take it down. Aran can't clear it all alone. Fabian up top pops in the quad shadow again. Now they all corral onto the base. Or Fabian gonna be poked down. Alter Ego have cracked open the base. TLID with only their crystal. 3 waves coming down. Alter Ego seems like they'll take it slow. Now what do TLID do?
Yeah, patience is the best virtue for Alter Ego. TLID, when will they hit their power spikes? This Kimi, it feels like it only tickles Alter Ego's frontline.
I mean, again, it's even if the power spike lands, there is no solution. Aaron Shiki hasn't really been able to stay alive. Forget about Rin for a moment here. Nino has been able to get his hands on Aaron Shiki as well. Nino's actually doing a lot more damage than I think Team Liquid ID are giving him credit for. And dude, they have to try and make a play happen somehow, some way. That's the only idea here. Because even when they scale up, when they have items, I feel like Alter Ego has so much more damage potential. There's so much more outplay potential as well. Aran getting chased down now.
Yeah, we're gonna try to go on Aran, slow down as well from Hijume. AOG to the back, Aran taken down, zoned away by the RWM as well. Fabian jumps to the quad shadow. Rin pops the Tempest of Blades, won't be able to find anyone. Shadow kill to the back, but RP has it with nature and will be able to pop it. Oh, what a cancel from Nino! Stops Fabian before he can jump back with a quad shadow. Only 3 members. Aaron Shiki, can he land those bullets on the minion? Where's Raging Sandstorm? 4 members taken, but look at the Winter Crown by Hijume. Aaron Shiki with the flicker out. Now it's gonna be a kill over the Sky Piercer. RP jumps in and takes them out. Alter Ego with the early game comp are up 1-0.
Alter Ego stops the charge of the cavalry. Their celebrations for playoffs has to be put on hold as they strike first, 1-0.
Oh man, Alter Ego matching Team Liquid ID in the macro, in the patience, the discipline, and in the individual outplays as well. The fans are going crazy right here. Alter Ego there might just get it done.
Wow, wow, wow. It feels like the Hilda and the Khalid. Yeah, sure, it was bound to happen. The Ling was gonna have a hellish time to traverse around the early game, but to the late game, he was able to deal with whatever was thrown at him. And Rin was just styling, not on Fabian only, but on TLID as well. But of course, credits to Nino for setting up most of the team fights, peeling for his team. Hijume as well, being in the back, popping the RWM, and Arfi. This guy is not shaken.
I mean, it's the whole matchup here. The fact that Team Liquid ID, they need to make the fight just last a bit longer, but Altrico have all the tools they could imagine to really end things quick. They have good catch, they have good burst damage, not only from the jungle assassin, from the gold lane, from the EXP lane. You know, like funny enough, the only real person who can't really burst anyone down there is maybe the Yve, right? Even then, it's still a ton of damage. So every single time Aaron walks up, he gets hit once with like a, what's it called? The Link's Dash?
Defiant Blade?
Defiant Blade.
Yeah.
Earlier, if you notice, one single Defiant Blade gets him down to half HP. Dude, if Arfi moves up and shoots him once, it's a done deal. No backline for Team Liquid ID.
Wow. Obviously unstoppable.
Dude, Nino was so good.
He was,
yeah. Phoveus, it feels like it's a strong pick of his as well. So, yeah, like you said, I had the questions on the drafting phase, why they first picked the Phoveus. Feels like this is the reason why.
Yeah.
It's a Nino power pick. It's also a pick that enables and bypasses, or rather gives Alter Ego that chance to play and snowball in the early game. And of course, the man on your screen, the missing nin, the MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Rin.
this guy, man. Again, when the team just plays around him, it really feels like a completely different team. Let's go through this one more time.
Again, this is the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Oh boy, dude. The moment Team Liquid ID oblige them in a fight, Alter Ego will just say, are you sure you want to do that? And completely beat them down. We said that it was the signature move from Team Liquid ID to go for the trades, but afterwards they had no way to really transition to the winning side. They've drafted for a winning early game to shut down Rin, but they allowed Rin to get the neutral objectives, they allowed Rin to farm, or rather they were forced to let Rin to farm and actually get some of these kills, and as a result, dude, he was able to take in so much attention from Team Liquid ID. And in those short skirmishes that Team Liquid ID kept going for, Alter Ego just has so much more to do because all their skills are a lot more spammable, especially with Nino being in the front with Dreams. There's so many ways for them to get those mini catches. They can shut down Fabian, stops Fabian from moving around. They can stop Rihes here from getting around and kiting back. And there's just no solution. It's like they drafted for a super ideal circumstance that they did not achieve.
My oh my.
Ooh, look at the damage too.
Yeah, look at Rin just casually slicing the backline of TLID, but Arpheus, especially with the Clint, is able to deal damage from afar. The poke was there. Basically, I think it's a complete package for Alter Ego. They have frontline, they have that early aggression, the snowball as well, and then you have all sorts of damage, poke, burst, and everything. And yeah, the damage was just nasty as well. Yeah, Alter Ego, what a draft and what an execution as well from them.
I feel like a big point of contention here is that Team Liquid ID, again, the reason why we're saying they really went all in to try and stop Rin is that they went with a Hilda. Okay, that's already, a big move there. But then they went for the Khalid as well. Again, this is the dynamic. Usually you want someone that's a playmaker, that's a vision seeker, a baiter, but you want an engage tool or a frontline. There needs to be balance there. Usually someone will stay in the front, has a ton of HP, can frontline, and the other guy is the utility tool. But for Team Liquid ID, technically, the Hilda and the Khalid are both utility tools. They are both sustain heavy, and they take attention away. But for the most part, they are supposed to dive in and do damage. So now you have this Kimi, right? That's such a good, reliable pick. We've seen a lot of teams use it, but there's no frontline. Who exactly is supposed to tank right here, right? The Hilda is, running behind Alter Ego. Weedy tried to frontline, even with the quicksand guard, was immediately deleted. If they had like a Hylas, for instance, I'm not saying things would have been better, but I'm saying that at least Aaron would have someone to kind of hide behind.
Yeah, exactly. They were really trying to bank on the idea of offense is the best defense. We try to overstimulate Alter Ego with as many targets as possible that the Kimi will be alone in the back. It will kind of like distract Alter Ego. And technically that was what happened in a few of those fights, right? Aran was able, especially in the invade up top for the orange buff, Aran was able to take so much of the resources, so much of the damage, and Kimmy, Jusin, heck, even the Hayabusa was able to have a good time. But it just takes a few adjustments for Alter Ego to find the right targeting. It really seems like Alter Ego are not as one-dimensional as they were before. Before, you see them tackle a problem by doing the same thing
Right.
and hoping for a different outcome. Now they're actually thinking, okay guys, maybe we should jump to the back, yeah? Like the Kimmy has been free hitting a lot.
I like that analogy, man. Usually they run into a wall and they just keep running into it
Yeah.
until the wall falls over or they fall over, right? But now it's different. They actually have different ideas there. I mean, you saw the adaptation from the early game towards that late game. Who was going to be in the front? You know, who was actually supposed to shut down Fabian, but also who was supposed to actually shut down the Kimmy on Aaron Shiki. And again, it's so nice if you're in Alter Ego because you have so many tools. You have the Gatot, but also the Phobias, right? It's like the opposite for Team Liquid ID. They have no tools. They're basically saying to Yehezkiel and Aaron, hey, you got kiting tools, right? Kimmy can jetpack away. Sushin can Crimson Beacon. You're on your own, right? Best of luck. And against Alter Ego, dude, I think you need more than just luck, man. They got ran over.
Yeah, no tools, nothing. TLID, it seems like for a brief moment they lost their identity. Usually, like you said, they were, conceding a few things here and there to farm efficiently, but they were getting gapped as well in the gold department. So it was Alter Ego written all over Land of Dawn. But obviously, TLID, they still have a chance in game number 2 if they are able to push it further even the game number 3 and possibly secure their tickets. But for now, it feels like the wind is all on Alter Ego's side. And by the way, the game wins also matter in the standings later on. Because it also affects the... I think it's like trickle-down economy, Like it affects...
Trickle-down economy.
It affects other teams' fates as well, like Dewa, Evos later on down bottom. So yeah, you want to get those 2 O's, not those 2 1s.
It almost seems like right now we're playing a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like again, I think we mentioned so many times that in the playoffs, it's more of respect bands. It's more of that kind of you play your own game over the meta game. And we're seeing it much earlier. Usually teams would save it for playoffs, but because it's so close, they're like, okay, we gotta take a few of the pocket picks out. We gotta reveal some of our strats. And that's what we're seeing from Alter Ego because we haven't seen this before. This is different. We've always criticized them for not going for early game, even though they are very early game centric. And finally they're like, all right, you guys are right. We gotta play what we're strong. Maybe we're saving it for playoffs. Again, maybe it was a strat.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to reveal all the cards, but obviously, while we take a break, we want to see Eterna for an interview.
Thank you casters, di sini Eterna di courtside bersama Kak Jo.
Halo Kak Eterna.
Hai, jadi hari ini mau menceritakan apa nih?
Jadi itu aku lagi main My Blue aja sih sebenarnya.
My Blue?
Yes.
Apa tuh My Blue?
Jadi My Blue itu kayak platform khusus community Team Liquid dan ya banyak fitur-fitur yang keren aja sih.
Aku kan ceritanya cavalry banget nih. Aku pengen tahu dong isi My Blue tuh apa aja.
Jadi tuh isinya sebenarnya macam-macam sih.
Macam-macam ya?
Macam-macam. Jadi kayak selain ada My Blue ini tuh.
Oh.
Jadi ada kayak
ada blue-nya
item-itemnya
juga.
gitu, lucu banget.
Ada itemnya?
Item-itemnya. Nih.
Oh, terus item-item itu buat apa?
Dikoleksi.
Oh, dikoleksi.
Dikoleksi.
Terus bisa ngapain lagi nih?
Jadi tuh ini juga bisa ngumpulin poin gitu, sama poin itu bisa ditukarin sama reward.
Rewards. Jadi kita ngumpulin poin, dapat rewards.
Iya.
Cara kumpulin poinnya gimana?
Jadi kita ngerjain quest-quest yang ada di
ada
sini.
quest-questnya.
Jadi nih kerjain quest-quest di sini.
Contoh questnya ada nggak sih?
Ada dong. Nih.
Oh, 10 out of 12 quest completed.
Yeah.
Oh gitu.
Betul.
Terus habis itu kita kan nukerin, kita selesain quest, dapat poin
Betul.
untuk nuker rewards.
Betul.
Rewardsnya apa?
Macam-macam. Banyak rewardnya.
Wah guys,
jadi rewardnya
keren banget
itu
sih.
ada macam-macam sih. Ada kayak shieldnya Team Liquid. Terus ada kayak merchandise Team Liquid juga.
Kita bisa dapat merchandise gratis.
Betul. Sama ada kalau nggak
Guys.
salah sih ada diamond sih tau kok. Nih.
Jujur merchandise Liquid itu sangat susah untuk didapetin sih. Jadi kalau misalkan bisa dapat gratis itu worth it banget.
Worth it banget parah.
Oh ini apa? $20 off.
Ini
Ada
diamond.
potongan voucher, ada diamond juga.
Macam-macam rewardnya jadi.
Wah gila, keren banget. Terus kita harus daftar dulu gitu nggak sih di
Daftar
platformnya?
pastinya. Ya daftar gampang banget sih karena cuma masuk ke platform searching terus cari aja TL My Blue. That's it.
DL My Blue.
Yes.
Udah gitu aja.
Itu aja.
Daftarnya juga gratis.
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 Wah gila guys. Buat kalian para cavalry jangan kehilangan kesempatan ya karena menurut aku ini worth it banget sih. Aku dari kemarin pengen banget jaket-jaket ya soalnya. Terus
Ini
susah
bakal ada
banget.
juga nanti. Spoiler dikit aja.
Spoiler dikit ya.
Iya.
Jadi
Kamu
jangan lupa ya guys. Ada lagi yang mau disampaikan?
Nggak ada. Hanya
Nggak
ini
ada,
aja.
hanya ini aja. Oke, jangan lupa ya guys untuk daftar My Blue. Kerjain quest, dapat koin, tuker reward yang bisa dapat diamond, dapat voucher, dapat merchandise juga.
Betul.
GG. Oke, kita mau masuk ke game yang kedua. 1-0 sekarang untuk TLID melawan Alter Ego. Mau kata-kata semangat dong Kak Jo.
Aduh. Paling cuma berharap yang terbaik aja. Kita reset lagi di game kedua dan percaya bisa upper bracket. Amin.
Percaya bisa upper bracket untuk TLD biar kayak flashback ke season-season lalu ya.
Betul.
Ya udah kalau begitu thank you so much Kak Jo once again. Buat Cavalry jangan lupa untuk download My Blue. Oke, check it out. Dan kita akan langsung lempar kepada casters lagi. Casters silakan.
Those were two Liquid fans up there, obviously, Turna and
True.
Joanne, who is the community manager for Team Liquid ID.
The head community.
Head community. Yeah, community manager, you know, it's all in the title. But obviously, speaking of titles, like Joanne mentioned, TLID, they want to be in the upper bracket.
Of course.
Yeah, alongside Team RQ as well. And aside from being at the upper bracket, I also want Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, I mean, come on, who doesn't want the S25 Ultra? I actually got my hands on it at home. I got it already, by the way. I'm not even capping. By the way, do you know about the Now Brief?
What is that?
See, if you guys are missing out on stuff like the world updates, you can always just tap on Now Brief and you guys can get a recap of what has happened today, everything, like the weather, all the way news as well. So it's so good. And also, I can do this. Yo, tell me who's going to win MPL Indonesia. You see that? He's telling me right. The reason you can hear him already, but the reason I'm not putting it in is because
Wait, that's a long paragraph too.
exactly Arashi. He's actually telling me who he thinks is going to win.
With deliberations.
Hey, here. Let me just do it again. Yo, tell me who's going to win MPL Indonesia, but be secretive.
It's still the regular season for MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Dang!
The playoffs scheduled for June 11th to 15th, 2025. Predicting the champion at this stage is quite challenging, as many factors can influence the final outcome. However, looking at the current standings as of today, May 16th, 2025, some teams are showing strong performances. One, RRQ Hoshi.
I'm gonna stop it right there. See, that's the answer I've been getting.
Right.
And that's why I've been like, you know what? Vitality's a new team now, so like maybe
So-
they didn't. Yeah,
So Bigatron is not the best team in the world,
they are.
according
Just-
to
Well, no.
Gemini.
We asked MPL ID. We didn't ask the world.
Ah.
If it was the world, clearly we know who's gonna
Right.
come up.
Interesting.
Gemini, W. You can ask him all sorts of questions. You know, you can ask for lane counters while you're playing.
Wow!
Like seriously, I tried that yesterday. I was playing MLBB and I'm like, yo, how do I counter this glue? It tells me, it gives me a paragraph and it tells me, Aramis, Claude, a lot of these, you know, the stack. Oh my god.
So what you're saying is, right? I'm gonna be out of a job soon because they're gonna put a Gemini unit here for you to ask all the questions, and I'm gonna be homeless.
I'm not gonna say, who wins the trade, Arashi? Nah. Who wins the trade, Gemini?
Oh man.
They just go Gemini.
now that
Who
you
is the
say
trainer?
that might be true.
Yeah.
But Arashi, we're still a long way from that. If that ever happens, I think we're all cooked.
Don't forget, if you do have a Samsung Galaxy phone,
Washing machine,
washing machine, a bicycle,
a toaster,
toaster,
anything that says Samsung on it.
a
all right?
waffle maker.
Waffle maker, yes.
Obviously, you can get yourself to get seated in a Team Galaxy Zone by Samsung
Yes,
Galaxy.
sir.
But back to the game we go. Alter Ego, they have first pick this time around again because they were first pick last game. So the question becomes, will Alter Ego be given the agency to still maintain their same play style, or will TLID try to shut them down, maybe ban out the Phoveus, because I think it was a very, very strong factor as well that enabled Alter Ego to play the way they did.
So by all means, okay, not taking away anything from Alter Ego, but are we gonna say that, man, the Phoveus really, destroyed the whole team of Team Liquid ID? Arfi was outplaying everyone. Is that it? Or did Team Liquid ID just mess up in the drafting phase? Because if you think about it, right? If you think about it, Arfi didn't do anything too crazy. And we did highlight him for being a bit more, consistent, less volatile. But by all means, a lot of situations in the lane, at least, for Alter Ego was basically a non-factor. So Arfi being one point, but also the Tsushin, right? As we get into the drafting phase for game number 2 here, for this match between Alter Ego and Team Liquid ID. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Yeah, so the Tsushin, right?
We talked about it.
First of all, it was countered by all means. But what the heck was the Tsushin supposed to do? In that whole game, Weedy was... not Weedy, sorry. Yehezkiel was a non-factor. He wasn't clearing well, he wasn't enabling catches, he wasn't getting vision, he wasn't stopping the dives anyway. So, moments like that, have to be removed from the drafting phase for Team Liquid ID. Because, dude, literally no plus sides.
Nothing. The same bans for Alter Ego, at least in the first phase. Got the Fanny taking out the Suyo as well. Sasuke. Not in the lineup door now. They ban out the Phoveus, like I mentioned previously.
So they feel like it's the Phoveus.
But the question is it that significant? Is it that
exactly
that vast, the impact that Phoveus has? Or just TLID doesn't have an answer on how to play against his Phoveus?
In that game, I feel like it was that big of a problem. Again, did you not see the constant three-man knockups, constant crazy Infernal Pursuits from Nino on the Phoveus? The cancel on the Hayabusa as well. That's interesting, that they've gone for Kimi instead of the Kalea, because now it's going to be, oh man, Kalea and Hayabusa. That's Sakura and Kakashi together in a team where they have a lot of dive now. This is a flex pick, yes, but it doesn't really play towards what we've been talking about for Alter Ego, what we've been praising about Alter Ego, the early game. Especially if the conditions are going to be the same. If they're going to go for another assassin like Ling, they're going to try to do offense the best defense, we're going to go through a very repetitive point of the Kimi not having proper peel.
But at least now they have lockdown, and the Kalia with the Tsunami Slam. The Ling again being picked up alongside the Gatot Kacha. That was actually very, very strong as well for Dreams. Set up for the AOGs, the zone that he was able to build upon Alter Ego, so at least now they have strong lines. TLID, the Moskov now is in the hands of Aaron Shiki, and they don't want that to happen.
Alright, so for Team Liquid ID, it's shaping up a bit more here. They have the early game potential with the Hayabusa, but now they have the Kalea. Now this is a peel tool for Team Liquid ID, which is already a great adaptation from game number 1. On top of that, this is also a pick-off hero, and we've already mentioned how Witty has been doing well with this pick-off style. And now with the Moskov, everyone's gonna be a bit more independent, and he can match Rin 1v1 in theory. The point about the Kimi though, I feel like if this Kimi goes mid lane, they don't really have to wait too long for it to go online, right? In the gold lane, maybe the Kimi needs more items, has to be a bit more safe. But in the mid lane, with escort from the Gatot and the like, especially with a Gatot that's very defensive-minded, this allows the Kimi to just have so much more freedom to move forward, to be aggressive, to harass, and fall back on the Gatot protection afterwards. So, for both teams, it's still looking like a pretty solid game plan so far.
And of course, on hold on the bans, taking it out a bit. The Badang as well, just enabled, or rather disabled for TLID. Valentina as well, not in the picture. So yeah, of course, it's a Hijume staple pick. It's a setter for Hijume as well. Selena taken out for Hijume as well. So it's 3 bans in total for Hijume in this game.
Yeah, but it could actually hurt TLID because again, the Kimi is a good flex pick. It can still be a mid lane pick for Hijume. They can go for a much more aggressive pick on Arfi still. Something like a Clint can still work. Again, they're up against a Moskov. Clint does even better. If you saw how good Clint was in the previous game against a Kimi that actually outranges him, oh boy, Moskov is in a world of trouble if this is actually going to be a Clint again. But if they do go for Clint, that means that I think in the XP we're going to have to see a much more passive peeler
Yes.
over the initiator that we saw in Phobius in game 1.
A high loss, maybe?
I don't think you want to go high-lows against a Kalea. You're too vulnerable. You already have a Gata there. Maybe something like a glue.
A glue.
All right. The glue's gonna be a bit more divey though. If we're talking about protection, I'm thinking of something with a bit more crowd control. Not quite sure either. The thing is, it's Nino, right? And Nino hasn't really been the most flexible of all EXP laners by all means. I'm not really sure if that's even the idea. I mean, Altrigo can just turn the script completely and just go for something even more aggressive.
Is he gonna whip out the Terizla? Is that a possibility?
Terizla?
It used to be a way to actually beat the never mind, it was Brody, not Moscow. Wait, PLID. I think they can't, the thing is, they can't go for the glue right now because the Faramis can still show up. So they're gonna go for Navaria, and this actually becomes an angle where Altrigo can take the glue because Faramis is no longer to be picked unless they want to go XP Faramis.
Novaria, Rome, Kalea EXP.
Faramis, yeah, but they're gonna have to swap up a bit too much.
Yeah.
And I think it might not be worth it anymore.
The balls is in Alter Ego's court now, obviously. Our two last picks. Again, this Kimmy can still be flexed. There can still be a way for Nino to get a strong pick.
They can get Granger here, no?
Granger.
And just play long range with Kimmy Granger. It's like a full-on kiting pick. And if they go with a kiting pick, now the front line doesn't really have to be as crowd control heavy. So something like a Hylos can actually make a bit more of a sense. But Franco
got Kacha XP. And yeah, Granger.
But Franco though.
Franco, Granger, Kimmy. Whoa.
Because I thought, again, with the Kimmy and the Granger, I thought kiting is the idea. But the Franco is not kiting at all.
They want to catch.
Is it just to shut down Fabian? Like, do they want to try and use it to stop the Kalea? You know, engage on the engage tool is the idea. If that's the case, right? If Team Liquid ID gets someone like that can't be bursted down that easily now, they can really deny the Franco immediately and allow really that space to try and go for those pickoffs.
Do they want to go glue?
Yeah, now it's not that bad of an option actually.
What about Lucas actually? Lucas XP.
With the squishy maybe?
I mean, you can still bring the...
What?
What? Baksha.
Is this a long pick?
Baksha roll for Witty.
What? Talk to me about this pick, Arashi. What does it really bring to the table?
You know what it brings? Nostalgia, bro. But Baksha, it's been so long since we've seen it.
Last time I think it was Vin who used this. It was in ISF.
All right, so off the bat here, what does a Baksha roam bring to the table? Quick rotations, number one. Number two, reducing sustainability with the passive, with the Turtle's Prisons. And number three, he can assist your jungler with clearing, right? Because the skills reset when you hit like a big minion.
Yeah.
So that's about it. The sustain from the Gata is going to be lowered. So Team Liquid ID, they're making a statement here with this pick that they are the ones who want to be aggressive. They want to have that rotational advantage.
Wow.
All right. Alter Ego on the precipice of spoiling playoff tickets for TLID. So it is on TLID now to force a game number 3. It is again game number 2 of Alter Ego against Team Liquid ID.
A possible clean sweep as Alter Ego were able to claim game number 1 with their early game composition. But here we got a different taste of Alter Ego. Phobius banned out. They've gone for a full range Granger and Kimmy composition.
And Granger. Wow, imagine if that's just gonna eat TLID from the inside. What?
Again, Kijuman landing those shots. Yehezki already out of the lane. Gonna miss a lot of minions. Witty.
Wait, he's so tanky. What?
He is very, very tanky. Vitality, tenacity.
Right, but
Vitality?
I really felt like he should be taking a bit more there. That's interesting. That kind of nullifies the Kimmy's presence here in the early game. But this Franco, though, this was the one thing that I was looking at from their composition, and I just don't see it slotting in. You know, it's not the piece of the puzzle that I expected by all means. Vitality, tenacity on Witty with that Baksha roam. Top of that, it's the support emblem for Dreams. Going with no pull yourself together, so no fancy flicker moves. Agility and Wilderness Blessing. He just wants to sustain. He wants to stay healthy with his passive, with the Franco. When he gets HP while being out of the battle, and he just wants to roam around and match this Baksha, dude.
Game fact with the new application GoPay. A round of applause because this match marks the 1000th game in MPL Indonesia history. We've gone a long way.
We really have, man. From humble beginnings to now being the biggest esport league in Indonesia. 1,000 games. Alter Ego setting up for the turtle.
Yep. Of course, dancing around will beat them.
Oh,
no!
that's the combo! It's immobilized into the iron hook. Aran still able to find the sustain. Does he get level 4? Cut down by Ijume. Able to get away with the flicker. Fabian jumps into the quad shadow, but only lands on Nino. Don't think you want to go on him. He has a revitalize and an AOG.
Wow. Again, that's what Dreams can do to you with the Franco. He is touted as one of the best Francos as well before Edok arrived back in his EVOS days. He was a menace with the Franco.
Whoa.
Ooh. All right, clean turtle take for Alter Ego. But on that Franco, again, when you have synergy here, when you have anyone with a small, spammable amount of crowd control, that's a danger, man. Even the immobilizers here from Hijume later on is gonna allow Dreams to just capitalize. It's a bit like the Hylas Franco combo we saw before. Law and Order, into an Iron Hook, into just dead.
And if you notice, there's no purifies at all.
Yeah.
MPL ID are playing the dangerous game like they always do. And against the Franco, against a Kimi with Traction Pulse, like you said, Arashi, this combo becomes even deadlier.
Confident or complacent?
That's the big question, man. Again, with Witty in the picture though, we talked about this. They needed someone who can stay in the front and tank the hooks, tank the burst damage. So far, I mean, Witty is doing a great job just surviving. And his revitalize earlier to keep Aran alive, that was definitely a quick thinking type moment. It's gonna be a bit more of a poke fest later on. The Granger against Navaria. Oh, Heskill though. Forced to flicker already.
That was so good. Now though, and all able to Tsunami Slam as well. It's gonna be the revitalize popped in by Nino. Still able to survive. He's not gonna be taken down. Wow! Buying so much time, but it is gonna be first blood inevitably. Took him long, but up top, it'll be some sort of a trade. They get a bit of gold. Ran into 1v1 against Fabian. No quad shadow. Aran doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, so Rin should be able to just walk away out of this one. Up top, Witty gets away with the shield unity.
We talked about the poke coming in, the kiting game from Alter Ego. But how do they burst down this box here? This box here is still tanky.
And that's exactly what Team Liquid ID are abusing. Without the Baxia, I think they would have fallen further behind here, especially in this early game. No one is supposed to be able to tank to tank all this damage. And look at this, Dreams. He's spending a lot of time expecting Aaron, but actually getting stunned for his troubles there. Turtle is now up with the mid lane clear of the Novaria, allowing Team Liquid ID to rotate initially, but they have no staying power here. Alter Ego are the ones with the card so far. Team Liquid are waiting for some kind of counter-engage before they do anything.
Traction Pulse, Iron Hook, the full combo on Witty. SOD lands, Witty taken down by RP with a... That's Sonata. Fabian trying to go for the quad shadow there, but only lands on Nino. A free neutral objective again to Alter Ego.
Well, it felt like Witty wasn't gonna die in that little pick-off right there, but at least for Alter Ego, they get 2 turtles onto their name. And Dreams, ever so proactively, just again looking for Iron Hooks, looking for hooks. Rin!
Needs to stay way out of the Tsunami Slam zone, and he does so very well.
Yeah, and that's the question. Oh, before that, we have a special guest, the MPL ID Extremer by Good Day. It is Silly Boy, the old jungler, obviously, of Alter Ego.
You believe in miracles, because the Miracle Boy is here now. Witty though, trying to find something.
A jump to the back, a Purify though sends Aran flying without a target. Yes, Keel gets the shot, but the AOG will lock Aran down. RP gets his first Sky Pierce attack. Traction Pulse, bring him back. A Spear of Misery to disengage. That's gonna start hurting there. 1 Sky Piercer for Arfi.
And the Spear of Misery from Adon Chiki has been on point so far. It was Dreams and Arfi together tucked into, and Dreams pinned to the wall. And there goes the Meteor coming in.
Oh boy, man, Team Liquid ID, at this point, they're just losing out in damage output. The fact that the mid lane is a Kimi means that Alter Ego has so much more damage, and Yeheskiel is stuck waiting. Witty, whoa!
Oh man, immobilized, taken out. Rin gets stunned up. Aran jumps in, finds the Tsunami Slam, but he has the Tempest of Blaze. Will be able to use it. Will jump onto Aran, still has a few more Blaze to pick up, and will be able to escape. A good Spirit of Misery pins them down. A Star Shatter to take the kill. Aran gets away just barely from that Iron Hook.
Just the kiting game from both teams here. But Alter Ego definitely require Team Liquid ID to stay in place for a bit longer. Technically, when Team Liquid ID are kiting back away here, I think Heskiel becomes such a valuable tool. Because when we think about damage, burst, and information when you think about the Novaria.
Yep.
But the fact that the Astral Echo slows everyone down, the Astral Meteor slows... Oh, well!
That's the combo! Immobilize, hook, bloody hunt. Aran on the Sakura skin, just as useful as in the show. Traction pulse, mid lane immobilized! RB, that's another one last shot! Yes, Q blinkers out the safety. Willie pops into Poissons, but Nino doesn't care. He eats that for breakfast. Free turtle. Perfect turtle for Alter Ego Dreams. Oh my god.
And that combo is so easy to execute. And it's so hard for you to mess up. That stun comes in, the traction pulse, and then you go for an iron hook.
Two-man knock up to the Tsunami Slammer's only dreams. Pops in to win a crown, and now it's gonna be Fabian, who's caught in the bad spot. Tempers the blades to the back. Will be able to find a knockout. Jumps on the Fabian. Will it be a kill? Unstoppable. Army Red gets Fabian. Yehezkiel only can find the roamer. Alter Ego are styling on TL.
They stomp on the cavalry. And this pick, this draft, is coming up roses for Alter Ego.
That was Rin 1v2 there. Willie just throwing out the shields. Helpless to see his comrade bashed down, cut down by Rin. It all comes down to this. Both teams trying to gain dominance, gain aggression, but Alter Ego in game 1 and now game number 2 has so much more damage, so much more crowd control to throw around. Team Liquid ID just cannot match up to it. By all means, Team Liquid ID are not misplaying here. They are not... It's not that they're not landing their skill... Oh, that was close. It's not that they're not landing their shots, they're making misplays mechanically. It's just a difference in damage output. And Alter Ego can force Team Liquid ID into those scenarios where they're just forced to fight. They can't kite back easily, they don't win in the all-in, which means Alter Ego just have their pick on what to do. It feels like the only real possibility for Team Liquid ID now is to use that Moscow later on. But the way things are right now, Rin is just doing so well that I don't think Aaron Shiki anytime soon is going to be able to 1v1 him.
Yeah, I feel like TLID is trying to really set up a counterplay towards the picks that are being brought upon, and Shiki is going to be fine. But yeah, back to the point. They have the box here to try to tone down the kiting potential from the Kimmy and from the Granger, and then they have the Kalia to shut down the Ling. But there's always ways for Alter Ego to get out of that, you know, that bad zone that TLID is trying to bring to them. You know, the Ling could always escape the Tempest of Blades. And now Alter Ego, this Lord uncontested. It's free for them.
Once again! Again and again, he has done it.
The Spear of Destruction. More like the Spear to save TLID in this mid-game.
Wait, that is actually massive now.
Oh
with
my
the lane
lord.
pressure, with the Lord, Team Liquid ID, they have another Bulwark to stay in the front. They can look for a fight now. Willie concealing and rolling in.
Shield Unity, looking for a play. Traction Pulse doesn't land. It seems like, holy moly.
Ridiculous.
I thought it didn't work out. I thought the Spear did not steal it. Wow, dude.
I mean, it bought them some time.
Yeah.
Now we gotta think for TLID. I mean, yes, they get a few turrets, a tier 1 down below, but what's the game plan now? They bought some time. What's the game plan with the time?
So far, no real difference just yet. They needed to use the pressure, the urgency to try and find something. But no, there's just too much risk coming in from Alter Ego. Team Liquid ID are trying to avoid these fights again. Try and find something a bit more safe. It's still gonna be dangerous though. They got the Lord, they got a couple of turrets, yet the gold lead is consistently at 4K. I feel like they needed to find something more with that. Look at this though, Hijumin.
Mobilized, really trying to walk up there. Oh, almost Iron Hook. That was a death sentence if it lands. Willie pops into Poissons. Rin comes in, revitalized on the top of the blade. Aaron Shiki able to blink away to safety. Rin, Rin! That's back to back, buddy! No retry on the Lord and trying to claim the blades when there's no need to.
What a read from around. The Tsunami Slam finishes Rin. And back to the base he goes. Alter Ego. Their aggressiveness toned down. TLID. Much more breathing space now.
Uh-oh. There's gonna be a push from Alter Ego here. Aaron already on the other side. Rin really did not have to go for that, man.
No.
Again, with the wind conditions, right? With the fact that the Heskil has damage, but has no real way of landing it consistently against a very mobile, with vulnerability tool, the Ling. There was no way for that to happen, but Rin just gave that opportunity to Team Liquid ID.
Dude, it's the muscle memory of Ling users, man. Whenever they pop the ult, they're like, I gotta get the blades. I gotta get the blades.
I gotta do it.
My
I gotta
mom's
do
telling
it.
me no, but my
My hands are itching to get the blades. But again, this goes back to Rin going rogue, going and listening to his instincts,
Yeah.
and just sometimes messing it up for his team. And again, Alter Ego, I don't think that is game-changing just yet, but at least TLID are able to crawl out of their space.
Oh, man.
Purple buff now contested.
Oh, hold up. Shadow Kill locking him down in the back as well. Revitalize already used up now. The Astral Echo lands. Rin looking for the back again. Let's give it the AOG, locking Air on Shiki in place. The SOD does land. The Tondo will lock him down for Hijime to find the kill for free. Winnie caught in the midst of it all. Arfi is godlike. TLID bought time, but Alter Ego don't care. Dreams with an iron hook to the wrong bush. Fabian will be able to recall, but the Lord should be free for 60 seconds on the retreat. No way, right? Doesn't seem like it.
Haran is coming close though, so
Yeah,
that might be a
Heskil?
possibility. He has killed now. Astral
Okay.
Echo to mid.
Tsunami Slam, Shadow Kill. At least they get something out of it. A trade, a kill on the roamer for the Lord.
It's not bad. Something on the board at least. Again, for Alter Ego, they still have to deal with the clearing potential of a Moskov and the Novaria. By all means, they're probably planning on using Dreams to force an engage when the Lord is pushing and end the game that way. But oh boy, I think Aaron Shiki now has to be a lot more careful. It's very clear that Alter Ego has their sights on him. He went for the Spear of Destruction first earlier when he got hit with the AOG, instead of immediately making distance, and the fact that he got caught with the taunt afterwards, I think sealed the fate of Team Liquid ID for that fight initially. Look at this though. Gonna be a slow push, but yeah, Skill, the only one with a gold lead on the side of Team Liquid ID. He's making it count, but is it gonna be enough though?
But the only one from TLID that can poke and burst is probably the Novaria. Sure, you can count in the Moskov with the passive poke that he has with the Moskov passive, but that's it. So how do they defend this when the Lord is coming into the base? They're marching in.
Flicker already used by Dreams. Not going to be able to find that now. The Quad Shadow did land on RP, but he won't use it. Just a zoning tool right now. Lord cleared out. Another wave in the mid lane as Rin has the double buffs. Fabian does not. That's a 4-man Astral Echo. Oh, Witty. Oh man, kited so easily. A shot. Huge. Oh, half HP.
That's the damage potential, man. And the fact that Alter Ego were forced to back away immediately once the Astral Echo is in the picture, you know they're really respecting the potential for Team Liquid ID to go for a surprising engage there. But if Alter Ego moves up without an iron hook, that's kind of dangerous. We saw how aggressive Team Liquid ID are immediately after that, but oh, look at this Witty!
Traction pulls. Tsunami Slam though locks Nino down. The AOG not gonna be ready. Fabian will be able to get the kill, and it's gonna be a 1-for-1 XP for Rome. 4-man Astral Echo. Oh, Dark Shadow! Oh! I thought with the wish. Oh, SOD! Oh my goodness, Hijime! I thought that landed. Oh.
How the turntables from us being concerned about Team Liquid ID getting hit with all the skill shots, the iron hooks, the death sonatas. Now it's Alter Ego. Man, the damage from your Heskil is so insane right now. Look at that build, dude. The Lightning Truncheon, the new Lightning Truncheon is so good right now. Aaron Shiki with the Wind of Nature available too. Team Liquid ID, slowly but surely here, they are showing Alter Ego that we still have some bite left.
Yeah, the Wishing Lantern as well up. Purple buff, stolen by Dreams. They might go for a play now, TLID.
Hold up, Hijime caught in the bad spot. Has it with a nature in the back though. It's gonna be him. Dreams isolated. Witty still caught in the midst of it all. Gets iron hooked and will be a kill for Arfi. Legendary 9-0 and 2.
TLID, they went for a Hail Mary play, but Witty has to bite the bullet again. The Sky Piercer from Arfi is just too good to just execute Witty. Possibly the tankiest member that TLID has, but that is also their main source of engagement. Aran hasn't been the one to just flicker and get a Tsunami Slam. It's always behind a Witty setup. So that's the question now. How does TLID want to deal with this Lord?
No way! It could have been Aaron 1, yes, kill 1, but this time Rin said, nah, no, I'm retributioning this neutral objective.
Oh, dude, steal it once, shame on you. Steal it twice, shame on me. Finally, we can get it right on the English desk here. Oh boy,
Aye.
it's back to a waiting game for Alter Ego. They need.
Ow!
Oh!
Ow!
What is that damage, my guy?
This is a wild thought. Is it about time for, Yaskiel to purchase a spicy Sky Piercer?
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't think so. I think more
Nah, I'm
damage
kidding.
would
Yeah.
be more beneficial for him.
The scale better. Can they clear though with Dreams waiting in the wing to try and get something?
Oh! Aran jumps in. Oh, gets Iron Hook. The shot into the back line there.
Dead.
Aran already caught in the bloody hunt. Will be taken down. Fabian jumps in for the shadow kill. Will be able to find.
Miss.
No, it's an AOG to escape.
Oh, Rin.
Fabian almost got the kill on Rin. Will be able to escape. And Aaron Shiki, with that time, was able to clear out the Lord. Another wave in the mid lane should be able to take the base turret down, and they will. Hijuman, RP on it with a siege. Fabian gonna be caught and they mobilize. Has a quad shadow away. Winnie's still tanking it up with the point. Star Shatter, just barely out of range. The Stallions, they are behind, but they are not going down that easily.
They have so much clear with the Moskov and the Novaria. They gotta be careful though. If you notice, I don't know if it's because of Fabian, because of Witty, because of these prodding maneuvers from Team Liquid ID, but Alter Ego, they are grouping up a lot, and if you group up too much against this team, it's gonna be dangerous. The spread damage from the Star Shatter, the SOD, as well as Aran with the potential to knock up everyone, they better be careful, but they have 80 stacks on that Sky Piercer for RP. 900 stacks, Mirko, on the passive.
80 stacks, baby. That's all you need. Like,
Sweet spot.
the 912 stacks is like, all right, whatever. It's Granger, you farm up really good. But the 80 stacks, bro, in a pro game, after the nerfs,
Yeah. 10
Indeed.
and 0. And what a pick here for Alter Ego. You can really see that that safe playstyle, that consistency, really matches Alter Ego right now. Because everyone is going so aggressive, RFA doesn't have to do anything too crazy. If he went too crazy here, it would look bad. Instead, it's going to look like an unnecessary risk. So he's just staying in the back, doing damage, playing cleanup, and it really is working. But can Alter Ego find a decisive moment to go for an end here with 28 seconds to go, with Team Liquid ID forced to stay inside the base? Yeheskiel just prodding for information. Everyone's approaching full build now. It's going to come down to one moment. Yep. Back to
Last
Pulse.
base defense coming in. Witty might be too far, but now that Astral Echo dissuades Alter Ego from going even further. And 10 seconds to the Lord. Rin has prio on that. And what a way to kick off today. This game has been so nail-biting for both teams. The Lord on their eyes. This might be free for Alter Ego unless the LID want to go for some sort of play.
unless they go an SOD Star Shatter. Maybe that out-damages
A
Red Tree.
steal?
Right? If the Star Shatter alone doesn't Star Shatter SOD, Lord is going to be... Oh, it's done. It's gone. It's gone. Rin has taken an Astral Echo. The SOD does land. Oh, takes it in the midst of it all. Able to escape again. They're also alone. The Wind of Nature. Shadow Cow in the back. Fabian!
Nino!
Found Hijume! Nino all alone. Isolated. Tsunami Slam and the Bloody Hunt will cancel it. RP gets the kill back. He is legendary. But without Hijume, and with a man advantage, I think TLID have done enough.
It is. And they're biting back. They defend for their lives. The Lord marching into the mid lane though. 30 seconds without Nino, 25 for Hijume. How does Alter Ego traverse in the situation now?
No front line, only damage. If they use the Lord as another hero, it might just work, but they don't have enough crowd control to deter Fabian.
Are they going
and
in?
Aaron,
Hey,
conceal.
3v4, two-man Astral Echo. SOD does land, but they're gonna go on the Lord first. Base turret will be taken out. Rin jumps into the midst of it all. Fabian with the quad shadow again. Now pops in the shadow kill only to the mini waves, and he pops in the quad shadow up top. Rin gets out with the pinch poise.
Yes, kill.
Oh, base turret's down. Yes, kill. Okay, he doesn't get the kill.
They have defended. They have defended, man. Is it geekable? Team Liquid ID.
Liquidable.
That play though, Aaron jumping in. I was about to say, they need some surprise maneuver here.
Yeah.
And they really went for it. Instead of going for a steal, Aaron appearing right next to everyone as they're trying to back out. It kind of shattered the game plan of Alter Ego, and they split focus, dude. Some of them are trying to back away. Nino jumped in forward, and they were able to get a man advantage from it. It's back to the waiting game, but I think now we're equal when it comes to damage output. Alter Ego, They can play this macro style. They have a mobile Ling, but a late game Moskov now I think can really 1v1 the Ling quite handily. And there's also that global SOD that's been on point this game as well. See Hijime going for the Ice Queen's wand here. It's always about the kiting, about the distance management. That extra bit of slow might be enough to kind of throw off the calculations of Team Liquid ID. But they still have no control, man. At any moment here, Dreams can appear with an Iron Hook, and that could be fatal. Both teams just can't make too many risky maneuvers knowing what's at stake.
Yeah. And Alter Ego hasn't even been going for the pickoffs. Like you said, Attraction Pulse, X Iron Hook plays. We haven't seen much of that in the late game. And now let's take a breather.
Whoa! Wait, no! Oh my god,
What?
the traction pulse cancelled the Iron Hook! That is crazy! I think that's the first time I've seen that interaction.
Negative synergy there from Alter Ego. But it becomes a savior for Iran as of now. 20-minute mark. We're close to 25. The Lord again respawns. Alter Ego, they have dibs close by. But Witty might look for a play again. The Shield Unity just trying to look and open up the side of that Lord pit. But Alter Ego, they want to dance for long here.
Oh, that's a massive Astral Echo. Oh, Moskov in the bottom lane. The SOD, it's so off.
Iron is out.
This should be free. Fabian jumps in, pops in the shadow kill. Rin wins out the retreat battle. Now in the back, team plenty hot. Lars of immortality though. With the nature already bought out. Moskov lock in here. Hijime very low. He's gonna Aaron Chiki against everybody, but with the nature is there for RP. Aaron immobilized and taken down by RP, who has the triple.
Maniac.
That is a maniac. 23 minutes in. Only the ghost of Jakarta left. And he ain't too scary of a ghost. With Rin just walking on him, he gets the shot. Dreams loses immortality. Rin loses immortality. You can have our immortalities. We'll take the match win.
Alter Ego against all odds. They put on hold TLID's tickets to the Velodrome, to the playoffs. TLID, they still have to fight again. 2-0. What a performance from Arfi. What a performance from Alter Ego.
2-0. The underdogs have done it again. What is up with season 15, man? Team Liquid ID, they went for a very respectable outplay moment yet again, but they cannot keep getting away with it, man. It worked once. The second time, Alter Ego immediately punished them for it. What a statement, dude. They are here to stay.
Wow. Arfi, the stage nerves, it doesn't get to him. He's there playing like he's a seasoned veteran. The Maniac. It's the icing on top. And Alter Ego, their playoffs dreams is alive. Meanwhile, for TLID, celebrations put on hold. Aren't yet able to punch their tickets to playoffs. But this was Aaron Shiki missing the SOD, and he's late to the fight, so they don't have enough damage output to close the fight. And that's the crystal gone, but of course up on stage it is Alter Ego with Bude, Clara, Mongstar.
Alter Ego semakin terbaik. Semakin menjadi baik dong.
Alhamdulillah udah jadi lebih baik dari sebelumnya.
Oh, belum terbaik.
Belum dong.
Masih baik aja.
Masih baik aja.
Tapi kalian bisa balas dendam. Dari leg pertama kalah 2-1, kalian membalaskannya lebih sadis 2-0 hari ini, Nino.
Apa ya Bude ya? Mungkin karena kerja keras kita aja sih di latihan sih Bude.
Kerja keras di latihan.
Iya.
Lalu apa yang mungkin kamu baca dari mungkin kekalahan kalian di leg pertama melawan TLID?
Nggak ada sih, nggak ada review juga. Cuman kayak kita ngelihat ke depannya aja, nggak usah lihat ke belakang.
Nah, kalau katanya nggak ada review, tapi hari ini kita ngelihat Aran tidak memakai Polpheus-nya. Lawan landingmu. Apakah itu memang dari requestanmu? Bang, saya nggak mau lawan ini.
Iya, soalnya Popeye dia jago banget. Takut, jadi mending di-pick aja.
Dan dipakai oleh
Iya, dipakai.
Nino. Game kedua di ban. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu kuncian kemenangan kalian juga?
Enggak sih, kayaknya teman-teman aku lagi pada jago sih hari ini.
Weh, kena angin apa nih?
Angin apaan? Kena angin apaan pernah jago? Nggak tahu katanya.
Oke, tapi hari ini begitu baiknya dari Alter Ego sampai pada apa? Pada heboh-heboh bener di sini Alter Champ sekarang makin bahagia. Tiket masih terbuka ada 5 berarti. Kalian menggagalkan tim Liquid ID untuk mendapatkan tiket mereka ke babak playoff.
Nggak tahu sih
Ada
Bude.
motivasi khusus kah kalian
Motivasi
match ini?
khusus mungkin kayak seru aja sih Bude. Kayak season ini rebut-rebutan tiket playoffnya tuh nggak jauh banget, deketan gitu. Jadi kayak sama-sama panik lah harusnya lah.
Kalian panik gak?
Dibilang panik enggak sih, enjoy aja sih.
Enjoy aja.
Iya.
Jadi masih terbuka 5-5-nya, tapi selain perebutan tiket kita juga melihat ada perebutan role di sini ya. Sudah nyampe di sini, Harvey kamu membuktikan dirimu. Hari ini bisa dibilang kita lihat Harvey dengan permainannya yang begitu memukau. Dapat main ya di MPL? Wow, itu nggak mudah Harvey. Tapi gimana sih kamu hari ini, performamu hari ini lagi on top banget kayaknya.
Masih belum Bude.
Hai, masih belum?
Masih belum. Masih proses.
Masih proses. Waduh, jadi semakin ngeri dong lawan-lawan Arvi. Tapi Arvi, ini kan bisa dibilang match keduamu. Dan kamu udah tadi berapa? 2 digit kill, 0 death. Kenapa bisa terjadi seperti itu tuh?
Di cover sama teman-teman aku Bude.
Di cover. Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini perlawanan dengan Aaron, tadi di belakang sudah ngobrol-ngobrol. Dan sekarang akhirnya kamu bertemu langsung dengan Aaron di Line of Dawn. Bagaimana sih perlawananmu hari ini bersama dengan Aaron? Gambarkan kalau bisa. Ada apa? Kantongnya? Di tangan kiri ada apa itu Arvi?
Gak ada.
Oh gak ada. Lah itu
Enggak,
Alter
itu
Champ.
emang
Dikerjain sama Alter Champ. Gimana tadi?
Apa tadi Bude? Sorry.
Melawan Aaron di lane. Seperti apa sih pertemuan kalian di MPL ini?
Jago banget dia Bude.
Dia jago banget. Kamu?
Sama-sama jago lah sama dia.
Sama-sama jago. Tapi kita ngelihat kalau kamu ngepres banget dari Aaron. Apakah kamu sudah tahu betul pola permainan Aaron seperti apa? Gerak-gerik dia.
Lumayan tahu sih Bude, soalnya kan udah temen lama sama dia.
Jadi gaya permainannya dia dulu dan sekarang masih sama atau bagaimana?
Udah beda, udah jauh lebih jago yang sekarang dibanding yang dulu.
Tapi gimana caramu untuk udah bisa saling membaca dong? Berarti Aaron juga tahu gak gameplaymu, kamu tahu gerak-geriknya dia juga, sama-sama saling tahu. Tapi bagaimana caranya kamu tuh owning di lane, memegang laningnya?
Mungkin dari hero powernya sih Bude, menang aku hero-heronya dari hero.
Dari hero-nya. Jadi kamu memaksimalkan dari hero-nya.
Iya.
Dan kan Bude denger di MDL satu sama kan?
Iya, satu sama.
Dan kali ini kamu membuatnya menjadi 2-1. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih ke Aaron langsung?
Semangat Ron buat next match, semoga main lagi.
Oh, semoga main lagi. Mengharapkan untuk ini ya, untuk terus bisa naik dan semangat. Sama-sama match point-nya sama-sama 8 sekarang kalian. Dan kita langsung bahas aja, ke sebelahmu itu rambutnya apa sih? Arvi kamu tahu gak sih? Ini, sini. Rine,
ya.
hari ini rambutnya berwarna sekali.
Berwarna merah.
Berwarna merah.
Ya.
Ada artinya nggak nih rambut hari ini?
Nggak ada sih, ikut-ikutan Naruto aja.
Oke, Rine nonton Naruto?
Nonton.
Paling suka siapa?
Tsunade.
Oke.
Kan cowok Bude. Iya bener.
Cowok
bener.
sayang
Sama cewek.
Benar. Kan dia juga salah satu sosok yang ya, oke. Tapi ini rambutnya tulisan apa? Tahu nggak?
Oh kalau ini lambang cinta.
Oke, cinta akan apa?
Cinta akan apa? Kakak cinta akan alter ego Bude.
Cinta akan alter ego. Tapi memang ini kamu sendiri yang ingin menggambar seperti banyak.
Iya.
Iya, dari atas, depan, belakang, kanan, kiri.
Kemauan sendiri.
Kemauan sendiri. Tapi hari ini kemenanganmu 2-0 membalaskan dendam di leg yang pertama. Kemauan Rine juga nggak?
Kurang puas sih Bude, tapi kemauan saya. Tapi kurang puas soalnya
Kenapa?
Kyo-nya nggak main.
Loh, kamu malah nungguin Kyo?
Soalnya Kyo kata teman, kan Kyo bilang kan katanya teman aku belum layak main MPL.
Heeh.
Nah diturunin dia sekarang Demdel.
Waduh. Jadi untuk menjawab teman ya.
Lupa, lanjut.
Apa?
Oke. Jadi ini kamu sebenarnya kepengen ngasih balasan terhadap kata-kata dia di leg kedua gitu ya?
Iya, cuman dia nggak main.
Jadi kamu mengharapkan malah bertemu Kyo sebenarnya? Kalau pertemuanmu sama Favian kali kedua gimana?
Seru sih, lucu, gembul.
Lucu gemoy. Oh, lihat tuh udah. Iya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari leg 1, leg kedua, ini kamu yang lagi kuat banget? Atau memang ada yang berbeda nih dari Favian dan juga tim Liquid ID?
Karena ini sih Bude, Arfi jago banget ya.
Arfi jago banget. Tapi tugasmu untuk melawan TL ID ada gak sih kayak tugas khusus? Udah lihat kayaknya kok kamu nyecer Favian terus ya?
Oh itu mah, apa namanya No? Itu mah emang ini, mainnya begitu Bude.
Emang gitu? Ya udah emang mainnya gitu dan kamu melakukan tugasmu?
Iya.
Cuman Bude, satu hal yang harus Bude tahu ya. Waktu dia bangun tidur, dia bilang, gue bangun tidur buat interview sama Bude katanya. Sumpah nggak bohong, ini nggak bohong. PD dia bagus banget waktu bangun tidur.
Berarti siap untuk menang dong?
Iya.
Ya udah pasti menang soalnya.
Kok bisa? Kok bisa tahu dong? Coba Bude penasaran ya?
Soalnya kan tadi malam kan makan set. Terus kan balik. Aku mau tidur duluan ya. Soalnya udah pasti menang besok bangun tidur langsung interview gitu.
Beneran. Dia ngomong kayak gitu.
Bentar, kalau misalnya lagi kalah, ada feeling kalah atau gimana?
Enggak sih.
Berarti memang hari ini tuh udah feelingnya kuat banget menang dan sesuai?
Sesuai.
Wow, percaya diri yang luar biasa Rine. Jadi kekalahan di leg pertama, kamu jadikan pelajaran dan kamu bisa membuat hasil yang berbeda. Nah, kemenangan hari ini coba dong, sampaikan sesuatu. Akhirnya menang nih.
Yeay, akhirnya menang.
Yeay, akhirnya menang. Leg 1 kalah, leg 2 menang. Tapi oke, kita beralih ke Dreams yang langsung menggunakan Franco-nya di game yang kedua.
Ya udah.
Sosok Franco di tangan Dreams. Itu banyak yang bilang, wah Dreams itu top Franco di Indonesia. Dan bahkan bisa jajaran internasional juga dibilang gitu. Dreams, kamu menggunakan Franco di game kedua. Memang kamu mau menutup game ini jadi 2-0 atau gimana?
Enggak sih Bude, lagi kangen aja main Franco soalnya.
Oh, merindu Franco. Nggak ada maksud khusus?
Nggak ada.
Kepengen ngelok siapa atau hal apa?
Nggak ada sih Bude, lagi kangen aja udah.
Oke, kangen aja. Tapi Bude penasaran, kamu menggunakan hero signaturemu seorang Franco. Namun hari ini kamu juga melawan hero yang sangat unik di MPL. Udah berapa lama terakhir kita ngelihat Baxia? Apa responmu ketika ada Baxia muncul?
Lumayan kaget sih Bude, karena jarang lawan juga kan. Ya udah kita adaptasi aja cepet ya.
Adaptasi cepat. Gimana tuh caramu untuk menghadapi Baxia?
Ya kan dari yang season sebelumnya kan udah pernah lawan kan Baxia. Ya udah kayak diingetin lagi aja. Lawannya gimana, caranya gimana udah.
Siapa yang paling kesusahan atau shock ketika ada Baxia?
Ijume kayaknya.
Oh Ijume. Ijume yang paling serem. Ijume, kamu melihat Baxia, apa yang kamu pikirkan langsung?
Nggak tahu sih Bude, mungkin aku ini kali make Kimi jadi nggak terlalu ngedemek ke Bakianya.
Oke, dan kalau ngelihat hari ini lawanmu adalah JSKL, di mana dia adalah satu sosok KDA nomor 1 di mid lane.
Ya.
Dia punya death yang paling minim di antara mid laner lain. Namun gimana sih Hijume untuk melawan atau meredam impact dari JSKL di match ini?
Mungkin lebih connect aja sih Bude. Kita belajar kan dari leg 1 kita mainnya ya berantakan banget lah, itu match adu blunder kan. Ya mungkin di leg 2 ini kayak kita lebih rapi aja biar dia juga nggak inilah.
Kalau leg 1 adu blunder, leg kedua adu apa tadi?
Adu pinter Bude.
Wis. Berarti di sini kalian membuktikan bahwa kepintaran kalian di leg kedua sudah meningkat.
Iya di match ini.
Di match ini. Tapi kan minggu ini nggak cuma ini aja ya, kalian udah berhasil balas dendam. Lalu next matchnya Ini bakal jadi menarik karena minggu ini kalian main 2 kali. Kayaknya ini akan meranjak naik ke lawan RRQ ya? Lawan RRQ. Nino, nomor 1 di atas. Di saat grafik tim lain naik turun,
Iya.
RRQ
Dia
selalu
lurus
stay
ya?
di atas, lurus.
Mungkin keren banget sih mereka, konsisten banget, kayak ngeklop banget. Jadi mungkin bukan lawan yang gampang banget, lawan dia susah lah. Ya lawan-lawan aja sih Bude, sama-sama makan nasi, kecuali dia gak makan nasi.
Aran ya mungkin ya.
Oke.
Itu Nino takut Bude sama Aran. Aran soalnya nggak makan nasi.
Oh iya, bener juga.
Emang iya?
Kamu takut sama Aran?
Iya, kalau gak makan nasi mah takut.
Enggak.
Soalnya gak tahu.
Oh, harus dikasih tahu dulu. Tapi hari ini, oke, balas dendam kali ini Nino mau sampaikan sesuatu gak sih?
Nggak ada sih, semangat aja, tetap jadi pria panas mereka.
Kan kamu yang punya jungler berdarah panas.
Nggak apa-apa, mereka kan panas banget kan. Nggak apa-apa, tetap jadi pria panas aja seru. Makin berwarna MPL.
Oke, walaupun kalian yang dibakar-bakar?
Nggak apa-apa, merasa kebakar juga soalnya.
Oh, bakaran itu menjadi salah satu motivasi kalian?
Iya, tentu.
Gimana tuh dijadiin motivasi kalian? Kalian selalu habis pulang, habis ada ucapan-ucapan kalian berpelukan satu sama lain guys?
Biasanya ada bisikan-bisikan aja sih, kayak lu tuh dulu diomongin gini, ya itu pengen jadi pembuktian kan. Cuman ya kita buktiin aja, udah itu aja.
Menjadi pemicu, menjadi yang lebih baik. Dan kalau ngelihat hari ini, Rine punya feeling bagus. Bangun langsung, wah aku bangun untuk di interview Bude, berarti tandanya menang. Kalau besok feelingnya apa nih Rine?
Kasih tahu, balik lagi feeling.
Besok.
Mau nge-gym dulu sih biasanya.
Baru keluar. Oke, besok kasih tahu ya.
Ya,
Oke,
besok ya.
jadi jawaban, kira-kira besok bakal menang gak nih untuk Alter Ego melawan tim RRQ yang nomor 1 Rine?
Insya Allah menang.
Insya Allah menang. Baik, semuanya diusahakan. Hari ini udah puas 2-0. Besok kita akan nantikan bagaimana kelanjutannya. Dan Arvi, hari ini penutupan dari kamu, kemenangan. Kamu membalaskan dendam leg pertama dengan KDA yang membludak seperti itu. Silakan, ada kata-kata kemenangan hari ini.
Gokil.
Gokil.
Oke Bude.
Hoki juga Bude. Satu lagi. Buat yang lagi restream kalian nih, yang dari tadi teriak-teriak juga Bude dengar kayaknya. Bapak CEO Anda.
Kodelwin. Makasih Kodelwin.
Wuhuu. Makasih. Alter Sam.
Makasih Alter Jam.
Oke, teman-teman Alter Ego.
Makasih Alter Ego.
Terima kasih Arvi, dan mari sambut kemenangan balas dendam yang begitu memukau dari tim Alter Ego. Balas dendam sudah dilancarkan oleh tim Alter Ego, bahkan lebih sadis. Dan sekarang saatnya kita lebih happy bersama karena Bude akan langsung memberikan GoPay Coins bersama dengan GoPay hadiah GG. Kalian bisa ngedapetin GoPay Coins secara cuma-cuma, secara gratis. Hanya tinggal nge-scan aja, Bude akan kasih tahu kalian caranya. Inilah dia cara mendapatkan GoPay Coins secara gratis. Dan untuk mendapatkannya gampang banget, kalian tinggal download atau unduh aplikasi GoPay di smartphone kalian, di Samsung kalian. Dan jangan lupa setelah download kalian buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR code. Setelah nge-scan nanti klik buka hadiah. Ketika kalian sudah klik, otomatis GoPay Coins akan masuk ke GoPay kalian. Jadi yang di putih-putih itu udah pada siap-siap, wah sudah tinggi-tinggi sekali itu. Kita langsung saja munculkan, inilah dia QR code untuk GoPay hadiah GG. Yeay, woi. Congrats. Woohoo. Asik. semuanya udah yang dapat. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Banyak banget. Setiap harinya dari minggu 1, 2, 3 sampai minggu ke-8 ini ada gope hadiah GG. Jadi buat kalian yang kesini, yang ke MPL Arena, pokoknya jangan sampai lengah karena bisa random di match manapun. Dan itulah dia gope hadiah GG. Tapi yang GG adalah lebih benar-benar bikin kita kaget. Real Alter Ego di mana mereka bisa membalaskan dendam bahkan dengan 2-0. Apa yang terjadi dengan Alter Ego? Kenapa mereka terlihat begitu solid? Langsung aja game kedua ada apa? Caster?
That's a 2-0 for Alter Ego and Team Liquid ID. They are frozen in time because they can't yet advance and mark and lock and ensure and assure their place in the playoffs.
This gets really tough now. So before this, EVOS needed Alter Ego, BTR, and Onyx to all lose their games. Alter Ego just won their match.
Yeah. So this gets tough for the other teams competing then in MPL ID Season 15 because this win, was it expected to happen, Arashi?
I mean,
Rin seems
evidently,
to think it was a done deal.
right. I
From
mean, again,
yesterday.
the talent predictions suggest that it was equal 3-3 though, but man, Alter Ego, they just got it done in dominant fashion, dude.
Obviously, the MVP, the player of the match, it is RV.
Ridiculous.
15 kills.
Benzema!
Hey!
Bro, he went rapid boots. With all the slows thrown around, he had rapid boots, bro. He wants to
rapid
shake
with
off. He's trying to run. He was running Forrest Gump style. And dude, the whole time, we were talking about this during when we were off camera, but what a stark contrast. Aaron Shiki is forced to do everything for himself and enable the team as well. Arfi, by all means, it wasn't an easy game. He wasn't like not doing anything by all means, but it was such a simpler game for him. Everyone was setting up for him and he was just staying in the back doing damage. That Lord steal though, that was ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
And here, Aaron Shiki, after that play, he got hit with the AOG. He didn't immediately respect the potential to get caught, gets taunted, gets bursted down. The damage from RFA definitely is insane, dude. With 80 stacks, that's definitely a massive problem. But in contrast, look at this. Even when Fabian goes for a kill, it's on Hijime, right? Look at RFA. Look at him. Keep your eyes on him. He is not in any danger whatsoever. Even there, finally, it took Aaron Shiki to dive in the back line. The gold laner diving behind your lines for you to be in danger. So if you're in Team Liquid, that's a whole different problem, right? Look at this here again. Another big fight, decisive fight. Look at RP. Just doing the damage, man. Just shutting everyone down.
Yeah, plays it super safe. He was basically untouchable. And just dealing damage in the back.
And there was no need for him to do anything else.
Yeah, that's true. 80 stacks in the Sky Piercer, obviously. Witty was just eaten up from the inside, the box. Yeah, again, we talked about this. Who frontlines then from Alter Ego for Team Liquid ID, right? Because the box, yeah, all it was doing was just rolling around, looking for engages, yes, opening up the map. But again, the peel for Team Liquid ID isn't really there.
Yeah, definitely, man. We're still getting rolled over by Alter Ego. And if you look at the itemization, again, the boots are still there for RP, and I feel like that's because he understands, right? This game isn't about him doing more damage. There's Hijime to help him with that. It's not about him providing utility and whatnot. It's about him not getting caught. It's about him running away from the limited amount of playmaking tools for Team Liquid ID. And especially with the Baxia being one of the main engaged tools of Team Liquid, the boots just make sense, bro. It's all about that endurance. It's about that marathon.
Yeah, adapting on the fly, obviously. Commendable for RFE because he is now the main gold laner for Alter Ego Esports behind Heiz's demotion to MDL, but obviously for TLID, they have to fix a lot of things now because you made a point on that interview when we were talking. The fact that today it feels like TLID on their draft, it hasn't been a good day.
Right. I think I have to agree with that statement, man. I did make it in the first place. But, yeah, it really feels like they really could have planned better, or at least have a better adaptation for their drafts. They seem to be kind of pivoting to it, like, randomly. Like, it wasn't really planned out. It's like a split second. It's an improvisation. And in MPL level, improv is great, but too much improv can just get you lost, man.
But of course, let's tune in and get insights on what happened in those team fights in this edition of Mic Check.
Gue ada 2 item nih.
Langsung start sih, kita berlima boy.
Boleh.
Itu telat, itu nanti.
Lihat botak.
Ayo start ayo tak.
Mau Hilda dulu.
Gak usah tak.
Jangan.
Start, ayo.
Pegang. Gobokin.
No, siap-siap ya. Kill ke Haya.
Bantu lihat gua, boy.
Iya, iya.
Gulti.
Gue dipegang Hilda, guys. Nice ya.
Tiga.
Sini, Wak. Aman, Wak, ada gua.
Nice, Wak.
Lagi, Wak. Udah, Wak.
Nice, Wak.
Atas.
Ada Haya, fokus. Ada Haya.
Tempel gue ya.
Hayanya di mid,
Haya di mid, boy.
Moskovnya bakal mainin bawah terus tuh.
Ya, boleh. Boleh tarik terus sih. Gua ini clear mid.
Gak ada roda.
Dia mau maju.
Orangin aja.
Ayo, majuin.
Gak ada tombak.
Haya,
Sabar.
Ke kanan kaburnya.
Aku kita, Haya. Haya dulu, boy.
Mati ada gue.
Lihat Moskov.
Lihat Moskov kena.
Mainnya gua.
Sipik gua.
Respect.
Sabar. Enak aja.
Nino berisik banget.
What was that? Sabar.
Dude, he's memeing himself at this point. I love
All
it,
the way
Nino.
to the win, dude. It's like,
Oh my lord,
We-
Nino.
Yo, we talked about it. 15 seconds into the mic check, we're like, hey, these are clean comps.
what the hell?
They're so clean with it.
Never mind.
And then,
Sabar.
Seven komana, mainnya komana,
No.
which basically means...
Initially, focus.
Yeah, focus.
Hiya's here.
And Arfi, by the way, good confidence from this guy.
Yeah.
Because he was asking for his maniac and even his savage when Yeskel was miles away from him. And then Nino was like, and just go for the end. And then Hijima was like, Nino, shut up.
And you know what's crazy?
What?
The guy who has the only savage this season is Highs.
Yeah.
So he would have been second. Another alter ego goal later.
Coincidence?
I think not.
You think not?
15 kills already. Man's already doing dude. That's crazy. 15
Wait, he was
kills.
really number 1.
Yeah.
In the stats.
in average kills, yeah?
It just went higher, no? With 15 and 0. Yes. Oh, dude.
Arfi.
His KDA is through the roof right now.
The new KDA machine.
The Kada machine.
Kada.
Call him Haji.
Wow.
I mean,
Obviously,
the contest is gonna be different in Indonesia.
Call him Arfi.
Arfi. ARFY.
As you were saying, my friend.
Nah, I'm just trying to say that Arfi, I think cemented his position already as the front man of the gold lane in Alter Ego because they don't have any other options as well. Like I said, Highs is down in MDL, so Gonnie's GOAT is gone. Arfi should probably find someone else who would think that he's the GOAT. Is that gonna be you? Arashi's GOAT? Arfi, Arashi? Pretty close.
I mean, my goat's in the gold lane. It's gotta be Toy, man.
But of course,
Bro,
Skylar.
bro. Come on. What is this guy?
Tyler.
Come on, guys.
But now, time for a loser's interview. Back on stage with TLID.
Thank you casters. Di sini Eterna backstage di backrooms bersama Facehugger. Halo, gimana tadi? 2-0 loh.
Tidak sesuai ekspektasi aja.
Tidak sesuai ekspektasi. Leg 1, 2-1, kalian menang. Hari ini unfortunately harus ditumbangkan 2-0. What happened?
Mungkin balik lagi sih, kita banyak yang nggak disiplin di in-game sama beberapa preparation kita yang mungkin nggak keluar aja sih.
Preparation yang nggak keluar.
Ya.
Maksudnya apa tuh? Apa dari segi draft atau dari implementation ke dalam game atau eksekusi?
Sebenarnya dari eksekusinya sih.
Oh, dari eksekusinya. Oke, tapi sebenarnya harusnya udah siap nih lawan Alter Ego.
Harusnya udah siap.
Harusnya udah siap. Kalau misalkan dari drafts, banyak banget nih yang mempertanyakan. Kenapa ada Baxia? Plannya tuh apa kemarin?
Sebenarnya Baxia salah satu hero yang bagus buat lawan Kimi lah. Dan dia salah satu roamer yang mobilitasnya tinggi juga. Jadi kayak kita lihat potensi di hero itu aja sih.
Oke, jadi Baxia untuk melawan Kiminya ya.
Ya.
Harusnya apa? Nahan badan?
Bisa jalan badan, bisa sebenarnya bukan buat Kiminya juga, buat overall juga bagus itu hero.
Oh, oke. Jadi udah according to plan ya. Udah mempersiapkan bahwa Alter Ego bawa Kimi, kita udah mempersiapkan Baxia. Tapi ternyata nggak works. What happened?
Balik lagi ke eksekusi sih.
Eksekusi. Eksekusi yang kurang tajam, boleh di-spill dikit nggak? Kira-kira harusnya apa yang terjadi?
Mungkin beberapa case kita banyak kesulitan di objektif. Jadi kayak dari tadi kita ngasih terus, jadi kayak banyak mistake di mana harusnya kita dapat opportunity sebelum objektifnya spawn.
Berarti ini objektif early game.
Bisa early, mid sama late game juga sama. Jadi kayak kita harus dapat something lah sebelum spawn. Karena mereka kalau dilihat dari hero mereka lebih kuat untuk kontrol di objektifnya.
Oke. Seputar tentang drafts lagi, kita juga penasaran. Link dipakai 2 kali. Di game 1, bukan Link, Hayabusa dipakai 2 kali melawan Link. Di game 1 terlihat kalau misalkan Pavilion tuh kepegang banget nih. Tapi di game kedua ternyata Hayabusa tetap dipakai melawan Link. Apa tuh game plan-nya? Sebenarnya Hayabusa sama Link tuh match up-nya yang menang siapa sih?
Sebenarnya match up-an menang-menang tergantung kondisi dari tim fight-nya aja sih. Itu hero semua dua-duanya 50-50.
Oh, 50-50. Jadi alasan dipakai lagi ke game kedua karena mau memperbaiki execution.
Yeah.
Oke. Itu aja, oke. Terus kita melihat RV main di gold lane. Itu adalah salah satu variable yang berubah ya dari leg 1. Jadi awalnya Kyo yang main, terus sekarang Aaron, terus dari segi alter ego-nya juga menurunkan gold lane yang berbeda. Menurut Coach Facehugger sendiri, ngeliat RV permainannya tadi gimana sih?
Untuk rookie yang baru naik sih dia udah lumayan no pressure lah mainnya. Jadi kayak dari pengeluaran saya juga udah bagus, positioning juga udah bagus. Jadi kayak good lah.
Udah good.
Untuk rookie yang baru naik.
Kaget nggak ngeliat performa dia?
Enggak, disebut kaget juga banyak sih yang kayak gitu. Cuma lebih disiplinnya, kayak nutup puzzle alter ego mungkin.
Nutup puzzle alter ego, oke, menarik. Terus sekarang TL ID next match-nya akan melawan Geek. Gimana nih mempersiapkan match antara Geek?
Yang udah pasti kita bakal bebenah dulu dari match hari ini dan baru kita mempersiapkan untuk lawan Geek. Meskipun sebenarnya udah siap juga, tapi lebih mematangkan lagi aja.
Mematangkan lagi. Kira-kira nanti Facehugger pulang ke GH bakal ngomong apa sih ke anak-anak?
Evaluasi dulu aja sih yang penting.
Evaluasi.
Iya,
Soalnya kan setahu aku cuman butuh 1 match win lagi kan untuk TLID bisa masuk ke playoffs?
Harusnya sih 1 match lagi karena dilihat dari yang sebelumnya RRQ waktu dapat 9 match mereka langsung secure playoff.
Pressure nggak mengetahui hal itu?
Enggak sih.
Aman ya?
Namanya liga dijalanin aja.
Berarti aman ya Coach ya?
Aman.
Lawan Geek juga aman nih?
Insya Allah aman.
Insya Allah aman. Oke, good luck kalau gitu Coach. Thank you so much atas waktunya. Kita akan lempar kembali kepada casters untuk break it down lagi. Thank you guys.
And that is Coach Facehugger.
So, can they beat Geek Fam? He answered with inshallah.
Inshallah.
Now,
What does that
realize-
mean, bro?
What does that mean? Is that an 80%? Because producer Zipperman told me when someone says inshallah, it means 80% yes, 20% I don't know.
I don't know. I'd say it's 100%. Because you know,
if God
inshallah,
wills it.
if God willing, and you
But
know.
what if God doesn't then?
So it's 100% contingent on God willing it.
But
Yeah.
usually when you ask someone, hey,
Wait, so that's
Miracle,
50-50?
la-
Either he does or he doesn't.
no, usually when
That's true.
when I ask people to hang out, you know, hey Miracle, let's hang out, and you say inshallah, that's
And I
basically
don't show
20%.
up.
That's 20%. But you know what's
Okay.
100%? Go pay. Because from watching MPL, playing with friends, to ranking up, everything is #Pasti GG with GoPay Games. You can get a free weekly diamond pass or a WDP at GoPay Games. Simply purchase a WDP at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale, which is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Don't forget as well to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream. So you're going to get your eyes peeled on the live streams to get a bonus of up to 5 diamonds exclusively for first-time top-ups.
Go check it out right now, guys, because again, WDP is super cheap, and especially with the Naruto collab happening now, you guys are going to have to stack up on diamonds. You can still get it to this day, and you can get it the cheap way, you know, by waiting for those free rolls and then using the WDP, stacking
Premium
it up.
supply.
My friend got 2 skins just with like, I think around 1K diamonds.
That's lucky then.
Yeah.
1K?
Because he's been waiting for the weekly premium supplies and he's been using the WDPs to get free rolls, free rolls. And now he has 2. I spent a lot.
He got lucky, dude. Was he in an accident recently? Like,
No.
there's something counterbalance that luck. That's crazy. 1,000? Yeah, I don't know. I spent like 20,000, dude.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's yeah.
Okay.
That's
So then you gotta get yourself geared up for WDP. But aside
Yes,
from
sir.
that, you can also join the MPL GG party by voting for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 15 match at gopay.co.id/games and win guaranteed rewards. For your first vote, you'll definitely get up to 59 diamonds and 1 token. The token can be used to spin for prizes in the gift arena, in which it is close by to the MPL ID arena entrance. And what can I win from those spins, Arashi?
You can win. Oh, you can win so many things. I
Sure,
think
spin
so
man
far,
yourself.
right? So far, I mean, there have been 2 electric motorcycle winners. There have been 5 smartphone winners as well, and many more, dude. Like that's the ones who have won, so it's guaranteed, right? If you think it's a gimmick, it's proven.
Yeah. And of course, how to vote? That's simple. How do we do it?
Well, go to gopay.co.id/games, open the GoPay app if you guys don't want to type that in. Select the top-up game icon. Here, you can do it now.
I'll do it here.
Click
I forgot
the
I have
trophy
Samsung.
icon at the top right. Realize.
Okay.
Click vote now to get a token.
Okay.
Pick your winning team and then enter the final match score.
This one.
And then, after that, you get up to 59 free diamonds, 1 free token to use in the spin arena. And then, you just get those gifts, man. You get whatever you get in the gift arena, you keep, all right? You can also get more tokens by topping up game credits starting from just 10,000 IDR. Your token will be available right away for spinning.
Yes, sir.
What did you get? Did you roll yet?
I got the...
You got GoPay coins?
No. I got Sasuke.
Sasuke!
Wow. But Sasuke,
I realize is lagging.
I'm
right
lagging.
now.
My brain's
And-
not braining.
Dude, imagine lagging in 2025, Arashi.
Like, what country do you live in, bro?
Yeah, we got Indie Home all around.
Yeah.
Realize, you gotta realize, Indie Home can make your life 1,000 times better. 100 Mbps with only 375,000 IDR.
Wow.
Packet G21, baby. Go ahead, check out tcell.id/national or download the app, My Telkomsel.
My Telkomsel. Ease of access. Go get it now because you don't want to lag. And after everything is sorted out, you get your diamonds, you have your lag-free internet. You're gonna get yourself some coffee, and that is, of course, Good Day,
Good
because
Day,
Good Day
baby.
is ready to drink 3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino,
Ruby cookie.
tiramisu bliss, avocado delight, and the
Avocado
newest
delight.
addition, groovy cookies.
Check it out.
Groovy
Are you a groovy
cookies.
person? Are you a fantastic person? Are you more of an avocado?
Avocado,
Tell us.
or
in
are
the
you
comment section.
groovy with it?
Wait, why is it avocado not delightful person?
No, because avocado is better. Or maybe you could be Sucro person, because we have Sucro Man coming up very soon here on the right. Sucro Man on the right, Gasla.
Gasla.
Dang.
I don't want to talk about it again. We have this conversation time and time again, but yeah. Sucro.
Gasla.
Shout out to his mom, dude.
Original barbecue
Stop it.
tribo. There's a lot of flavors for you guys to go for. I personally like the original.
I told you, I'm pretty niche when it comes to the sucro.
Okay.
Mine is the
Barbecue.
oven coated.
Oven. Whoa.
Oven roasted, my bad.
Oven coated.
Sucro.
There's,
Interesting.
there's ovens around the nut, dude. That's crazy.
I'm just electrocuted. But yeah, Sucro also releases these niche flavors.
Ah.
One day, my girlfriend brought home a carton full of Sucro.
Ooh.
A box full of Sucro, and there was like the roasted peanut, the roasted Sucro as well, and then they had those, they call it kribo?
Yeah.
You know? It's
Kribo?
like the, how do I say it? It's like the
How do you
curly
say it?
nuts and all that.
Curly nut.
Yeah, it's
It's
hard
like
to
the hair,
describe.
Kribo, the hairstyle.
Yeah.
Oh. So that's why they named it Kribo. All right. Well, I want to try that. They should, you should maybe bring it here or
I will.
Sucro talent room, please. I wish we could just teleport it like a jutsu or something,
Wow. No, I'll go invisible and just steal all the Sucro.
Whoa, whoa. How are you going to do that?
My bad, that's a crime. Don't do it, don't steal.
Don't steal,
Don't
brothers.
steal, but of course, we have the collaboration. Naruto X MPL ID and X MLBB as well, because the skins are out. Obviously, you have the Sasuke skin, the
Sasuke.
Kakashi skin, Naruto skin,
Naruto.
and the
Sakura.
Sakura. I forgot
Yeah.
the weakest character.
Okay, Sakura's skin is pretty good,
It is.
but yeah. But get new items for free.
It is.
Gotta Veil.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten
I
it,
haven't
no.
seen a single guy
Play it.
play it.
Yeah, me
in
too.
ranked. Or maybe it's just not yet feasible for you to unlock. I mean, you gotta do a set of tasks as well, so it's all free if you want to get it for the Gara skin.
Check it out.
All you have to do is just log in. It's officially live already since 2nd of May as well, and your ninja journey begins here.
Look at this. I'm logged in.
Not
I'm
at
gonna
all.
do the mission. Gonna do the mission right now.
Mission.
Claim. My daily claim. There you go.
Wow. Yeah.
I got my daily claim. Have you gotten your daily claim?
I have.
Yeah. Remember to do the missions also. The Naruto one, Sasuke one, the Tsunade one as well. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. Just imagine doing missions in MPL ID or in MLBB. But of course, we're gonna go for a break because after this we have Bigatron against Dewa. Stay tuned in MPL ID Season 15.
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Kope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games max andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash, makin-makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
とは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games max andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
俺に任せてもらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。じゃあなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku bareng. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Sampailah kita di match penutupan di hari yang pertama di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Di mana match kali ini adalah match yang dinantikan karena bisa jadi dua hal terjadi. Memperbesar atau memperkecil. Di mana Bigetron akan bertemu dengan tim Dewa United. Jika Bigetron menang, tentunya ini akan membesar mereka chance untuk mendapatkan tiket playoff dan juga perebutan tiket upper bracket. Ditambah pula kali ini memperbesar juga untuk mereka terus bersaing mendapatkan poin-poin kemenangan yang begitu ketat di klasemen sementara dari tim Dewa United. Mereka harus bisa memenangkan match ini. Jika mau, chance mereka masuk playoff masih bisa lebih besar. Kalau kalah, semakin sempit pula, semakin kecil chance mereka untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Jadi ini hanya antara memperbesar atau memperkecil chance masuk ke babak playoff. Dan memang berjuang di zona merah di minggu yang ke-8 tentu ini akan menjadi sebuah hal yang besar dan berat untuk tim Dewa United. Mereka harus benar-benar berjuang sekuat tenaga dan memberikan gebrakan baru karena mereka benar-benar tertinggal dari segi match win. Dan kemenangan demi kemenangan harus mereka dapatkan. Mendapatkan kemenangan pun tidak cukup. Mereka harus menantikan dari tim-tim papan tengah untuk tergelincir. Dan tentu saja Dewa United tidak berdiam diri. Mereka telah mendatangkan dua player anyar yang telah berperform sangat baik di MDL. Kali ini telah naik di MPL. Dua nama baru, Kazu dan juga Spencer. Mereka akan menggebrak dan mereka akan debut di panggung ini. Akankah mereka langsung dimainkan atau hanya transfer semata? Sementara dari tim Bigetron, mereka juga punya peluang yang sangat besar untuk terus meranjak di babak playoff. Dimana kita melihat ada dua formasi yang telah dilancarkan. Ada Light dan juga ada Finn. Siapa yang akan dimainkan? Kita masih bertanya, formasi apa? Formasi terkuat seperti apa yang dimiliki oleh Bigetron? Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertarungan antara Bigetron dan juga Dewa United, Budi juga mau mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, Official Coffee Partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini Sports serta Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome bersama dengan advertiser, Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan hari ini, setelah kita melihat adanya match 2-0, ada pembalasan dendam di match yang pertama. Match kedua, akankah ada pembalasan dendam atau ada pembuktian? Pembuktian dari Dewa United karena mereka yang memenangkan match di pertemuan mereka di leg yang pertama. 2-1 kemenangan yang begitu baik untuk Dewa United atas tim Bigetron. Namun itu di leg pertama, bisakah mereka mengulang kemenangan mereka atau malah di sini Bigetron yang akan membalas? Langsung saja kita saksikan bersama. Inilah dia Bigetron dan juga Dewa United.
The gods who are currently ungodly coming up against the red robots ready to eye their spot on towards the playoffs. Our menu for the next match is Bigetron against Dewa United. Still with me, Realize, Mirko, and Arashi Hoshiman. Obviously now, we are preparing ourselves for what could be the most important match for Dewa. Because they are currently drowned down bottom in the standings in the regular season. They desperately need a win, if better, a 2-0 win to further, up their chances going to the playoffs.
And also to stop Bigetron from making it to the playoffs, because right now with Alter Ego getting a win, it is going to be very hard for Alter Ego to not make playoffs. Now it's on BTR or Onyx. If they lose their matches, then there will be a chance for Evos, for Dewa to still make it to the playoffs. But that requires a lot of things to go their way.
Yeah, and also a lot of luck, don't you think?
Well, luck is skill, Realize. So, it is what it is. But here's the audience topic voting for now, though. How can Bigetron avenge their first leg defeat to Dewa? And it's so crazy to think about stuff like this, The first leg and the second leg, it's like, dang, Dewa beat Bigetron?
2 legs, obviously. A, maximize Bigetron's pocket heroes. B, Aman win the laning phase. Or C, assign Luke a zoning hero. Obviously, I'm pretty sure what they're gonna answer. It's B. Because Iman has been the best player for Bigetron so far. But you, as a trooper, who do you think is the best player for Bigetron aside from Iman?
Moreno. Moreno.
That was a
I think,
quick answer.
If it's not Eman, it's Moreno. This is the pillar as well of BTR, the guy who's always playing consistently even when others aren't. Anaval has been still very shaky. The roam department, we're still finding ways to like look through who's the better roamer. Is it Jahyo, Light, or is it Fiend?
Fiend.
And Luke's just been hit or miss. Like when he's been good, he's been best XP. When he's been bad, it's like, why is he 0-9?
Only God knows, man. But last chance here for Dewa. Win now or watch the others decide. Let's go through this here. If Dewa loses and Onyx, Altrigo, and Bigatron each win once more, Dewa is officially out. That's a lot of ifs.
A lot of ifs and a lot of burden as well for Dewa to make it happen, because in the first few weeks of the regular season, they looked solid. I mean, with maybe stepping up as this rookie gold laner that has been making waves in the Land of Dawn, it feels like everything since then has just gone south for them. I mean, Rez was instated to the roster, again becoming the XP laner in place of Cerezo. But they also have promoted 2 players from MDL. It's Itoshi Kesu and Spencer in the mid and roam area respectively. So now for Dewa, it feels like everything is shaky. But for you, Arashi, in your perspective, what has been the problem that Dewa United has been stumbling upon the past few weeks?
Dewa? This is the problem here. It really feels like their problems aren't exactly like clear cut. It just seems like sometimes when the going gets tough, they just don't perform. Which is the weird thing, right? It's harder to diagnose because it's not like, oh, one person just isn't doing so hot. It's like sometimes the whole team just kind of slumps over, you know? Like, as I remember, there was a whole streak where Octa, the guy we were criticizing, we said that Octa ain't doing so hot. His positioning sometimes is a bit too over-aggressive. He doesn't know when to go in and out. And then he was carrying the whole team solo for a while. Is that Octa stepping up? Is it everyone going down? I feel like we don't have a clear answer just yet.
Yep, a lot of questions has to be answered, but the answer of the audience, they go for maximize Bigatron's Pocket Hero. Now, speaking of the Pocket Hero, what kind of heroes are we talking about for Bigatron?
Well, we're talking about the Pocket Heroes like the Masha in XP. We're talking about, I'd say, Eman on like 1-1, Beatrix. Yep. Anavel on farming heroes like the Joy, the Haya, or Lancelot even. Those are the pocket picks that we have seen from them. Another very obvious one is Light when he gets Cho, right? If they don't get these particular picks, it just feels like they're not the same. They're not... Luke is not Luke. He's like... He's just Ook. He lost the L, or maybe he has the L. It's Luke Ook without an E.
L Ook.
Light just becomes Ait. He's Ait. He's not Light. And then Eman just becomes a man. He's not a special man anymore.
Well, yeah, Bigatron, their reliance on these heroes, it feels like it kind of opens up conversations on them, again, having to be dependent on these type of setups. But now, talking about the watch list, it's Spencer and Itoshi Kesu, obviously these players coming in from MDL. Quote though from Coach Jack Lee, there are players who always try to learn from their mistakes and continuously work to improve themselves. Obviously, the expectations are they can perform well in the MPL stage and also connect with the MPL players in Dewa. The conversation becomes, it's week 8. 2 more weeks practically for Dewa to contend themselves in towards the playoffs contention. Will there be problems, again, in chemistry issues that has arose in some teams that have been changing rosters in the late weeks coming to MPL ID?
Well, I gotta be honest with you. The immediate question for me is more on like, okay, is this the secret weapon? Is this the change that is gonna save them from the jaws of the red zone? Or is this just them resigning themselves to their fate and just already planning for the next season, right? I think that's immediately the question everyone's asking. Which one is it gonna be? And today we're gonna see a bit of it. But before that, let's take a look at some of the moments here for these new players. Itoshi Kesu, I haven't seen too much from the guy by all means. He's doing great here. He's aggressive and all that. But again, it's a whole different league. We can't really use this as a proper benchmark.
Yeah, but the question is, you talked about aggressiveness. That is also inherent in Mueza. Mueza has been the aggressive player as the roamer. Yeah. He has been very, very aggressive in his playstyle and setting up for his team as well when he gets his hands on the Cho and other playmaking heroes. It feels like he is unstoppable. So what could be the problem with Mueza then? Is it just because they want a fresh new start with new players, or it's just Mueza declining in performance?
Well, that's an interesting one because I think me and Mirko, we've been very vocal about how we kind of view Mueza's intelligence kind of highly. He seems to understand deeper concepts than just surface level stuff in the Land of Dawn, and he's relatively flexible. I mean, he's always been aggressive, but at the same time, he has that Mathilda, as an instance, a more defensive hero available in his hero pool as well. I really don't see him being a big problem, but what do I know, right? We have no idea how it works within the team itself.
Yeah, it's all internal, obviously. But of course, first now, we have an interview with Eterna backstage.
Thank you casters. Di sini Eterna di Backrooms bersama Spencer dan juga Kesu. Welcome to MPL ID.
Thank you, Kak.
Gimana kabarnya?
Alhamdulillah,
Baik.
luar biasa.
Luar biasa dan baik. Kenapa nggak luar biasa juga?
Karena lebih baik aja sih.
Karena baik aja, nggak luar biasa ya. Jadi ini kelihatannya kayak ada reuni dikit ya dari Alpha 8 ya. Tiba-tiba ada Kesu kesini. Tadi kita di match pembukaan melihat ada peraduan antara Aaron, Shiki dan juga Arfi. Kamu ngeliatnya gimana sih tadi?
Sangat seru sih.
Seru?
Pertarungan Iron sama Arvi.
Terus kamu pas ngeliatnya gimana tuh?
Ya mungkin keinget dulu aja sih setim sama mereka.
Oh, nostalgia ya?
Nostalgia aja sih.
Kalau kamu ngeliatnya gimana Spencer?
Ya
Mereka
seru
jago
pertarungan dua god lane jago.
Jago? Siapa yang lebih jago?
Ya dua-duanya jago sih.
Dua-duanya jago ya? Gak mau nge-spill siapa yang lebih jago ya? Oke.
Sama-sama jago.
Jadi tiba-tiba kalian datang di week-week akhir Dewa nih. Kita udah masuk ke week 8, tinggal ada 1 week lagi. Kira-kira itu pressure nggak sih buat kalian?
Saya jawab lah ya. Tuh, kalau pressure sih nggak ada ya. Nggak ada pressure sama sekali. Ya main aja.
Main aja, nggak ada pressure. Kalau dari Kesu?
Nggak ada. Karena udah kenal juga sih sama Nempel. Jadi aman sih.
Oh gitu. Tapi maksudnya pas kalian diangkat nih ke MPL, omongannya gimana sih? Kayak ada ekspektasi nggak sih dari Dewa Unitednya sendiri buat kalian gitu?
Lu dari?
Kalau ekspektasi sih pasti ada. Cuman ya balik lagi ke kitanya aja. Kita try the best aja.
Try the best. Kesu juga sama. Try the best aja ya. No pressure, try the best. Tapi dengan adanya datang kalian, kira-kira akan ada perubahan gak sih untuk Dewa? Kan setahu aku sekarang mereka di peringkat 8 ya.
Semoga dengan naiknya kami dua bisa membawa keajaiban buat Dewa United.
Nice.
Amin.
Sama ya? Sama. Keajaiban buat Dewa nih untuk bisa keluar dari red zone.
Ya.
Iya. Terus kalian masuk ke week 8, susah gak sih build chemistry sama anak-anak yang lain?
Kalau chemistry sih nggak susah-susah banget ya, soalnya udah lama juga kan di Dewa. Kebetulan kami satu GH.
Oh.
Ya, jadi sering ketemu aja, sering ngobrol juga.
Nongkrong
Ya,
gitu.
bener.
Main bareng pernah?
Sering.
Scrim bareng?
Belum dong.
Oh belum pernah scrim
Scrimnya
bareng.
beda karena kan kami dulunya di MPL.
Tapi kan ngobrol-ngobrol di luar game terus masuk in game kan ada perbedaan gak sih? Coba mungkin dari Kesu,
Nggak ada sih. Sama aja.
build chemistry-nya berarti gampang, easy?
Gampang. Easy.
Easy, oke.
Karena udah satu galen. Sering
Karena
ngobrol lah
satu
sama
galen.
Nempel.
Oh.
Sering bertukar cerita.
Cerita apa tuh?
Seputar ML lah.
Oh seputar ML. Terus aku mau tanya juga nih, kan kalian akan dimainin gak sih di match hari ini? Main?
Ya.
Main.
Sama-sama main nih?
Iya.
Wih good luck. Deg-degan gak?
Enggak sih, biasa aja.
Biasa aja ya? Sama kayak tadi ya, no pressure ya?
No pressure.
Mungkin ada ucapan atau message yang mau disampaikan kepada BTR?
Ya gak ada sih, gak ada.
Gak ada?
Ya gak ada.
Even good luck gak ada?
Main dulu aja.
Main dulu aja. Kalau dari Kesu?
Kasih game yang seru aja gitu.
Kasih game yang seru aja. Ya udah kalau gitu, welcome dan good luck sekali lagi buat kalian berdua.
Thank you.
Dan kita akan lempar kembali kepada casters, silakan.
That's Spencer and IK. Itachi Ketsu. Itoshi, my bad. Itoshi Ketsu.
Itachi Kesu, who's that?
Itachi. I mean,
Who the heck is that?
On the Naruto theme, so, you know, might as well. But obviously these two rookies in an interview, they said that, you know, it is also a reunion because obviously,
Alpha 8 reunion.
Alpha 8 reunion. Aaron Shiki is there, Arfi as well, that we have seen previously before this match played out into in the favor of Arfi, obviously. But yeah, now speaking of the rookies again, obviously determination is there for them to prove what they have. But do you think they'll, crack under pressure? Because that's something that it has to happen. But for Arfi, it was looking like he had and owned the stage.
I think that's definitely the lesser common result. Usually when these players come up, there's definitely some kind of nerves, some kind of adjustment period. Because every single time there's been like a promotion there, even for Team Liquid when it happened, right? When the rookies came up, we were like, okay, there's gonna be some kind of performance dip.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen. So I'm curious to see like, what's that about? And it's almost like I wanna ask some of the MDL, people involved in the MDL, what's going on there? Like, is there a secret here somehow? Did something change that allows them to just be so much more mentally sound? It's kind of crazy.
Or the reason why they were promoted is because maybe Octa and Mueza respectively are underperforming. I mean, there has been criticisms on Octa on how he hasn't been very proactive. He's more of the sit back, follow what order that has been given by the shot caller. I mean, if you take a look at Moreno, on the contrary, this guy is the one making plays, is the one that is proactive. So do you think with Spencer now on the fray, Moreno will probably have some difficulties in the mid lane?
The thing is, I don't know how Spencer and Itoshi Kesu plays with the team right now. Because again, if we're talking about Deo United, it's very Mueza-centric. He makes the calls, the rest of the team just follows through. When Ray's there, I guess Ray also has a say, but when Vans is there, it's clearly just Mueza making calls and everybody following. I think it might be too late to be changing these many pieces on the board, right? Like, Spencer, you're changing the dual mid. In Alter Ego's case, the trio mid stayed the same. The four dudes stayed the same. It was just the gold lane that they needed to be a little bit more consistent. And so, I can see now the logic as to why Arfi worked. But this is a different case entirely. I wonder if it's even going to be Ray or even Rez. Like, what if Chorizo plays today because of this? What if Vans and Chorizo play together with Spencer and Mr. Kesu? Because there's just too many changes, I feel, if they do want to do that. And then it leaves maybe kind of like, guys, like Arashi mentioned, when you change so many parts, maybe being the only guy that hasn't been changed, he's used to the aggression of Mueza. You take that away, now he's used to the aggression, but he can't be aggressive, and he's like, oh, I
might overextend.
But overthinking, communication issues, synergy issues, chemistry issues, all piling up.
Okay, and that is it for the pre-match. Now, though, let's welcome onto the stage the players. It's Chorizo in place of Raz and Ray. On the jungle as well, Spencer, Itoshi Kesu, and maybe with a triple E.
Dude, not just Chorizo, Ray as well. It's a full overhaul. Mirko, you were questioning. Changing only the gold lane can work. They changed everything but the gold lane.
That's ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, will Dewa United be able to perform on their last stand? One last chance for Dewa United.
The gods together, again proving that gods do bleed. But will that bleeding come to an end? Now this time, they have the rookies. Count three maybe, if you want to put maybe in the equation. Look at them again, still very awkward as well on stage. But hey, first time for everything.
You saw three members start walking before the other two did. Is that a sign that there's gonna be some miscommunications here? Let's take a look at their opposition right now.
The Red Robots chiming in. Luke, Annabelle, Moreno. It's Light and Eman. Light in place of Finn.
Jahyo.
Will he be the one to bring the light and speed? Because Bigatron, they need this win as much as Dewa does. Last week we said, hey, top three. But this time, they're down.
Tragic consequences if they lose here today.
Ooh.
But they're looking as confident as ever. The red-headed, red-haired robots. Bigatron Esports.
Off the bat, man, you have to wonder, how many times have they been re-dyeing their hair? It's looking as solid as ever. And we remember the first couple of days when they showed up with the red hair, it faded quite quickly.
Yeah.
If they're showing up with such a magnificent shade of red, there's definitely a lot of effort going on behind the scenes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, Mirko's hair is also fading away right now, but
the hair.
obviously,
the whole hair,
the brains, behind the operations. And now, Tazi is again instated as head coach. And we talked about it. Previously as well, right? E2 Max was supposed to be on stage as well, but now it's Tazi leading the charge.
Tazi, that's definitely, you know, not as common, right? A bit less expected there. Because it's a new addition. Moving up so fast. Whoa, look at the respect though.
The culture, the Indonesian culture.
Is that the reason?
That's what they need, man.
Tazi has a hold on them.
figure.
All right, BTR, one thing they can work on is certainly discipline, and I think Tazi brings that to the team. Meanwhile, though, Bombi's back. Watt's no longer up there on stage. Is this some kind of like a RQ problem we saw before? Zaya has his lineup, Ren has his lineup. It's
duality.
Bombi versus Watt with their lineups. Because when Watt played, or when Watt was on stage, it was with Vans. It was with Octa and Mueza.
That duality, though, that could just cause conflicts, but we don't know what's happening in the internal of Dewa United now. The battle of the XP lane generals.
by the way. I was about to say, might as well take away all the labels and just put XP Gitron, by the way.
And Cerezo, though, for Dewa. What do you think is the difference that Cerezo brings compared to Rez in Dewa?
First of all, he brings muscle. That's for sure.
Obviously.
He's called Mr. Muscle.
Bang Otot.
Exactly. But second of all, I think he brings a bit more of a utility perspective with aggression, which sounds a bit weird. But Rez, he goes very team heavy, but he doesn't really do a lot of things independently. Cerezo, if I recall correctly, he was active during the split push meta, where you still play for the team overall, macro-wise, but you have to hold your own in a 1v1 generally against a lane opponent. So he brings a bit of a middle ground between the two extremes you find in the EXP lane today. I can see where he can be slotted in and he can actually make a big difference. And maybe the flexibility is why they want him here when they've changed literally 4 members from the roster.
And again, we saw earlier this Spencer, whatever you want to call him. And now, of course, Dewa's initiator, Itoshi Kesu. So confirmed, no Mueza on the lineup. We'll draw conclusions, obviously, and comparisons on how Itoshi Kesu plays. In contrast to Mueza, because we know Mueza, again, we talked about it, aggressive setups, always looking for a play, always looking for a pick-off. Now for Itoshi Kesu, again, aggressiveness is something that is warranted, but when you have, nervousness, that can just screw up the entire plan. But Dewa, they have first pick selection on the draft later on.
So BTR have decided to go red.
Yeah.
I think against unknown adversaries like this, right? You wanna have that final say, that final pick to really round it out. With Bigajun's draft being pretty good so far, right? After their resurgence, after their comeback from a bit of a slump there, it seems like their drafting has been pretty okay, pretty solid. So banking on being able to outsmart Dewa United with that final pick, I feel like it's not a bad strategy, not a bad approach at all.
Yep. And obviously, Bigatron on the second pick, I do agree. I concur that when you don't know what you're facing, I mean, again, the draft could be very different. Playstyles do vary, and with, a variety of playstyles, the drafts as well might just be changed and adjusted to the likings of the players, and for Dewa, it's not a different case. We saw Itoshi Kesu in the clip that he played the Khalid, so this might just herald aggressive picks again, maybe the Khalid, the Cho, and other aggressive rovers that might be on the table for Itoshi Kesu.
See, Bigajun is a team that does well punishing mistakes though. So I think if Dewa wants to be aggressive, that's great. That's all fine and dandy. The meta kind of supports that as well right now. But they gotta be careful because again, Bigatron are really good at finding those moments where you done goofed and make you pay for it.
Now I can't wait for another duel in hand that we have. Annabelle against Ray. This guy, obviously on your screen now, Cerezo, he has been benched for the entirety of the second half of the season for Dewa United, but now he's back again, ready to prove his worth against his ex-team. Ex-BTR, by the way, like you said. So, again, up against Luke. For Luke, it feels like he has been hot and cold. You know, back then, last season, a few seasons ago, in Geek even, Luke has been seen as the pillar a very, very strong pillar for the teams he's been playing on. On the initiations, on the engage heroes as well. And he could carry from XP. But so far in Bigatron, it feels like he has been a little shaky.
He has. He's always kind of been that crazy player who does well in big games, but in smaller games disappears for some reason. So I think we need that big game Luke today to show up, because if they don't, it's going to be real tough for BTR here. Masha though, wow.
A quick pocket ban for Dewa. Specialized towards Bigatron. Obviously, we're in the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Now, a Harith ban as well, a staple pick for Aman. But for Bigatron, it's all about respecting Ray with a Fanny.
Definitely a lot of respect to those assassins. And for Dewa, I wonder what the idea is here. With a roster that's so new, I feel like their approach has to be to try and get something more so to kind of deny the opponents, right? Because, you know, there's not a lot of info here for us. I don't know how much info Bigatron has on, you know, who's playing today, but we didn't even know who was playing from the whole roster anyhow. So I feel like Bigatron wants to be a bit more safe, right? Banning a lot of the prio heroes, the go-to heroes, just in case. And Dewa, with all the respect here, the final pick onto Cho. It really is funny though how Bigatron, they can be in and out, they can be hot and cold, yes or no sometimes as well, up and down, you know?
Yeah, obviously. You know, there's always a change that happens. But now Kalea taken out as well for Bigatron. Again, a pick that is very strong, again. And in the hands of Hitoshi Kesu, again with the aggressive playstyle like we talked about, it could be a very strong pick to deny engages coming in from Bigatron. Now, Bigatron last ban.
Okay. What are we thinking about here in the last ban? Will it be the Kimi ban?
Joy?
Kimmy, yeah,
Kimmy or Joy.
Hayabusa,
The Joy could be traded with the Hayabusa, I feel, right now.
Yeah,
so
Kimmy
they will
ban.
ban that Kimi. Okay, out of respect. Now, first pick. Is it going to be the Joy, or do they prioritize something else?
Yeah, flexibility denied, because that's what the Kimi gives you. If you're uncertain on what you want to play, Kimi could be a very good choice. Flexible in the mid or gold lane. Now for Dewa, it makes sense if they want to first pick an assassin here for Ray, but again, it's traded out. If you pick Joy here, they're going to take Hayabusa. If you go Hayabusa, they might go Joy.
With the Hermit not in the picture, there's not, and the Kimi also, there's not a lot of magic damage available from the gold lane. So maybe in this situation, the Joy actually has a bit more value, technically. Not to mention, more mobility in the right hands, right? If you're good at timing those hops, targeting for the marks as well, the Joy can be a lot more difficult to catch. But they will go for the Tsushin, a hero that hasn't really been prio picked so much in the current season.
And even if it was, it hasn't seen a lot of impact, like we said, and we saw earlier in the hands of Kill in that game against Ultra Ego, Team Liquid ID previously.
Especially with the Yve.
Yeah.
Available still.
The Yve as well is available for Bigatron. If they want to take it in the first phase, but the chip, a light special, aside from the Cho, is available and up for grabs. Now for Bigatron, do they want to pick the Yve here? I don't...
I think Haya or Joy
Haya,
first.
I think Haya, Joy first, and then you can go for the Yve in the third pick.
With the chip, they can go Granger, to be fair.
Oh!
Okay, that I did not expect. They're expecting now they want to go for the Joy. But again, remember, BTR, they always go Granger when it's left open. The fact that they didn't means that Dewa can just snatch it away from them. And then they can just go for, like, Hayabusa. They don't need to go for Joy anymore.
Maybe it has been great with the Granger a few times than not, so that could be an option. But the Fredrin kind of dissuades Dewa from taking the Joy.
Is this Bigatron trying to threaten a potential flex to the EXP lanes? Well, unlikely. I think it makes more sense for them to be thinking they want a chip, and the chip has been struggling to really find the catches at the right moment.
Yeah.
Instead of going with an assassin jungler, why not go with another fighter that can lock someone down?
They still go for the Joy.
But yeah, Joy into the Fredrin. Yikes, dude.
The Granger pick I like. Great deny, and very good against the Fredrin. Maybe against the chip, it literally comes down to skill. It comes down to how you're able to purify or flicker out. Joy, though, against Fredrin, now that one is a bit rough. So for BTR, do they go for a marksman now, or do they just go for like something like a Yve against the Juicin? You gotta remember, though, if they go Yve, do you really want to be taking portal shortcuts
with a Eve? Exactly. That being said though, it means that they want something with wave clear. Oh wow, okay, so the Eve isn't that big of a problem. They might still go for it depending on how the rest of the picks come through for Dewa. But by all means, again, in theory, even with the Eve is open, they'll be looking at someone else. Someone with good wave clear, but also good short range brawling. I feel like the Valentina kind of fits that bill sort of. And Moreno is good at it. And it's also a good, I was going to say deny pick when you have the chip on your side, but the Chusha's already in the picture, so that won't be a factor.
Yeah, she's taken out. Banned away as well. So for Dewa, obviously they have an angle to ban out the Eve if they really deem it important. And now,
the Chorizo bans are being taken away right now. Chorizo picks the CC. There you go. That's the Eve ban that we expected up against the Juicin. So what's next? Are we? There's no way it's gonna be Farsa for BTR, right? What would he go for?
Granger.
Yeah, I think it's more possible that a Valentina shows up for BTR.
Right. The crowd control will be so beneficial for them as well. Not to mention, it's a great pick to just deter any kind of like big AoE tools that some teams really enjoy using to try and counter that chip. Something like an AOG, something like an Implosion. Phobius ban comes through for Bigatron. They are the brawling team, and we've seen Nino, shut down brawls using that Phobius. So, pretty good option there.
Last ban for Dewa. In turn, Bigatron take out the Phobius. A strong pick is all for the XP. Dewa have been lucky to use that. But hey, look at Kimura there.
Right. A lot of familiar faces here in the crowd. I mean, earlier, Mr. David from Dewa United as well showed up there. So,
Gadun. Gadun.
That used to be his name, yes. Dude, again, if you're a rookie playing right now and big man,
boss man is
Mr.
here.
David is in the crowd,
David.
there's a lot of pressure here. I'm questioning if they're going to go for some of these risky, high mechanical picks when they have so much pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah.
What, like a Carmilla?
Carmilla.
Could be an option, by the way, right? They have Juicin, Joy, Granger, a lot of damage. Something they can capitalize on the chip. If they all take it, will be a Carmilla with a Curse of Blood. And that's why for BTR, locking in the Valentina will be, I think, a top priority here. They need to threaten something like a Carmilla pick.
Yeah, and it's a Moreno staple pick as well. Enables him to play and become the playmaker as well for Bigatron. And for Bigatron as well, they need that answer. They go for the Luoyi, so
double teleport.
Global presence for them. For both Chip and Luoyi. What do you think of this?
When we have seen like Luoyi Chip in the past, I feel like there's just too much going on, too much to do, and the whole team just loses control. It's like when you have a car with 2 steering wheels. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen it happen before, and we haven't seen it happen since, I feel. It really hasn't been picked up as much. This might be Bigatron just wanting the flexibility, so when the Chip is using his stuff, the Luoyi won't, and vice versa. In theory though, having the Luoyi present just for the fights, for the built-in sustainability and crowd control can be a good option. But this is what we're talking about. Big AoE tools to counter these big dives from Bigatron.
And you gotta understand that they don't just have 2 teleports, guys. They have 3 with the Moskov. This
could
be too many, really, for BTR. They're just stacking on to teleports. The Moskov isn't really a battle-ready hero. Remember, with the chip with the low, yes, you are going to be active, but you need active winning lanes, early heroes to help and capitalize on the fact that you are going to be present around the map. If you have someone like a Moskov, someone who's not really a threat in the early game, what, you can use Fredrin to fight? The XP needs to be a carry, needs to be a big hitter.
It is my mission to banish all.
What? Fredrin XP?
Oh,
Annabelle Lancelot.
I said it was possible. I don't think Mirko's happy about it.
Oh boy. The Annabelle special. Clock it in. The audience topic voting was there. Bigatron with the pocket heroes. There you go.
That's more cheese than pocket friend, I think.
Bro, it's Luke. We're talking about this aggressive style. Doing well on the Masha, and now he's on the Fredrin.
Oh my god, 2 picks that are signature. At least we can talk about that. Terizla for Chorizo, that was his signature back in BTR, back when the Terizla's meta. And Luke Fredrin, he was the first guy when it was released to play the XP for GeekFam.
Yep. And now, the land of Dawn awaits. Will the red robots make the gods bleed once more? The gods has to be godly, and the playoffs is their next destination. Dewa United against Bigatron Esports, game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United versus BTR. Dewa in deep waters right now. They gotta swim out of that. BTR standing, well, right now they are afloat, but Dewa could sink their ship with a win here.
So immediately the focus goes to the level 4. For both teams, massive ultimates available. More combat ultimates for Dewa. More utility for the side of Bigatron. As Moreno already getting harassed there with Attrition. On the low Yi, you have access to good amounts of damage, but in the early game, with a Gatot, against a Gatot Sushin, I feel like you gotta take it a bit slow. Especially with the chip not really bringing a lot of combat prowess to the equation.
And of course, for the emblems, anything in particular, Arashi?
Well, Inspire for both Moreno and Light. So they just want to get those teleports in as fast as possible.
Oh, Shikesu, very aggressive. Annabelle still will be able to secure the green, or their camp. Luke trying to go for the chain CC onto Cerezo. Gets whacked by the hammer 3 times.
The Vitalize burned for Itoshikesu, so that's going to be put in mind for Bigatron. And now again, back to the point. Luke, aggressive player, put in a Fredrin. So how is he going to function up top in this XP lane and in the fights later on?
Yep. I guess he's going to be diving in aggressively, or he just has to actually just go and crowd control the obvious members like the Joy, like maybe on the Granger as well. Because in a sense, the Fredrin is not a super high mechanical hero.
Yeah.
Essentially. Look at that laning by Amando, trying to find ways to actually get favorable trades. And Moreno, with that, with that wave clear and damage potential, actually able to kind of force out Dewa United's hand. Look at this though, already a rotation from Bigatron. They have the level advantage for now. Light attempted to get level 4 from the top wave, I believe. Going for a brawl here at the first hurdle. They have the fighters try and win this. But remember, combat ultimate for Dewa can swing the tides in favor for them.
And for now, a momentary lull. They put it to rest. And no priority on the turtle whatsoever. But Light is here, Toshikesu as well. So back to the lanes they go. At least for early. The only members from Bigatron that can carry is probably Moreno with the damage from the Lui. The rest of them will just be there to tank and to frontline, especially for Luke and Light.
Yep.
Luke, again, for the as the Fredrin will help secure these objectives because Lancelot himself, if we talk about the matchup against the Joy in the objective, in the neutral objectives, the Joy is going to always have prio. Is how fast and quickly she can swivel around, so... diversion play.
To the bottom lane is going to be the Bush, Annabelle. Looking for the steal on the camp. Will be able to... No, it's Ray who actually got it now. Pull back with the reaction. They have lost the trade. This was a wasted rotation, it seems.
They try to use the initial gank because they know the shortcut is available. So this is how Bigatron are going to be trying to pressure 2 lanes, 2 areas at the same time. But look at the turtle, man.
We saw a steal earlier today on the Lord. Eman seems to want that in his achievement list as well today, but he won't be able to find it. Retribution. Didn't even retry, by the way.
SOD part 2, like how we saw earlier. Hands of out on Chicky. But yeah, back to your point, Arashi, that global presence, right? I mean, you have 2 ways to pressure the map in the Land of Dawn currently, with the shortcut and the diversion from Luo Yi. But now, of course, talent predictions with the new application Go Pay. It's only Pa Pulung and Lim Kochel.
It's Lim as well.
I mean, them both going against the tide.
All right. I want to raise a point about... Oh, well, of course, it's... there's no question who Mirko is voting for. That's a point you have to make.
Goat. You want to curse them?
Hey. I mean, today I did curse Liquid, so looking at the drafts, maybe I did.
Well, on that note then, the EXP lane, I feel that Fredrin isn't really doing that horribly. Remember, there was a buff to his piercing strike. It actually does a bit more right now. Against the Terizla, in a long drawn-out trade, I think the Fredrin can still do pretty okay. And all things considered, oh, hang on a second.
Yeah.
A lot of damage.
Oh,
going
trying
in.
to go for the dive on Eman. Man, you can see that prowess on the Granger, maybe. Great pick for him.
But yeah, back to the point. Luke, on the Fredrin, on longer trades, he can actually come out on top against the Terizla. So the lane really isn't as bad. With the Concussive Blast, he has quite the significant lane clear advantage though. And you're seeing that it's been used by Bigatron, but look at Annabelle.
Annabelle caught a bad spot, will be able to go for the Phantom Execution. That's the flicker in! First blood to Chorizo! Diversion back into the mid lane, it seems. Tewa United with a lead.
The Lancelot is down. And how does this become then? I mean, the late game. How does the Lancelot function then if he can't really have a good early game?
He has to function independently, I feel like. For Bigatron, it seems like this is a strat built completely on the teleport presence. You can teleport 2 places, you can gank the bottom lane and still make it to the turtle fight. But again, if the jungler is behind here, there's not a lot of tools available to try and help him out.
Yep. And again, the problem is the damage, right? The Lancelot needs his items. Again, like Mirko said, the Moskov isn't battle ready if it is the early game, so it's only Moreno with the burst damage shortcut.
They're still going to try. Shortcut coming down. Iman already taking it as well. Retribution! Spencer in the midst of it all. Luke going to be caught in a bad spot. Prager's grab the flicker, almost taking Ray down, but he's still able to evade. Luke swung by Chorizo's hammer. The SOD does not land a turtle and another kill to Dewa United.
Oh my, Bigatron slapped in the face. Dewa, they might look for more, but it's only the tier 1 turret. And Dewa with a slight win and a 2.2 gold lead. 2.2k.
They have not been able to set up for proper ganks with that diversion and the shortcut. Now they're just forced to play the teamfight game. And we've mentioned it from the beginning, man. The AoE teamfight tools. Chorizo 2-0 and 0. This is just the kind of game that Terizla wants to have.
I have a question though. If they have 2 global presence ultimates to use to fight and to play for a pickoff, but wait a minute, Annabelle is gonna be fine. So, 2 ults globally to play the pickoff game, the skirmish game, where you can always pressure the map. But if they don't have enough damage, then what does this ultimate really do?
It allows Bigatron to funnel kills faster to
Exactly.
Dewa
I was about
United.
to say that,
That's
bro.
basically what it is, man. They should be really playing around like Chorizo, around Moreno and trying to find catches. But look at this. Because they have no pressure in the lanes, they cannot force Dewa United to show themselves. Dewa are just able to clear the waves on. Oh, hang on, Chorizo.
Dude, Moreno recalled there, so it's only Luke and Light, and they don't have pressure to kill Chorizo. Man.
Oh boy.
I think at this point, no teleport is better than having a teleport. They're teleporting to the wrong places.
Again, you have to remember, you can rotate with or without teleports when you have lane prio, when you have pressure around the map. Bigatron have nothing. And to make things worse, they've allowed Annabelle to kind of play solo, which means that the moment Annabelle gets seen, they are confident. They just have to send everything at Annabelle. And they've already paid the price once. There could be more to come here before the game evens out. For now, Bigatron are just stuck on the back foot, waiting, looking for something. And it's a waiting game. With nothing really for them, they should be trying to go and push somewhere else and just leave the Lord knowing that they were going to be able to get it.
Yeah, the lack of damage has been biting Bigatron from the inside. Diversion play to the back line is there as well.
Annabelle takes it, will jump into the back as well. Now with the Phantom Execution, they're all going to be chained in. Annabelle steals it away. The SOD does land a good big praise grab as Iman actually takes in the SOD. But he's caught against so many. Spencer with the flicker up now. Iman thrown back down to the ground. Moreno and Luke dealing damage to Itachi Kesu. But he's taking so much, and he can take all that damage with no hassle, no problem. 3 for the Lord.
Again, Bigatron still without a kill. Luke!
Double taunt, and it's not going to make for anything for BTR. Chorizo swinging the hammer. Moreno will fall. Regen, does it save him? No, it does not. Chorizo is on a killing spree.
The revenge strike, the classic play. Chorizo 3-0 and 4. Comfort over meta, that seems to be the case. Bigatron have nothing to say here. They were able to get that Lord, fortunately. Annabelle has been able to maintain the same EXP as Ray. But at what cost? They got the Lord, and they paid the price for it dearly. With a 5k gold lead, the fight's seem to be going further and further in favor of Dewa as Bigatron are scrambling to try and find something. But Eman doesn't even have the Marksman Trinity just yet. They have to try and find a way to stall this game even longer, man. If there's any use of the teleport right now in this game, it's not for ganks. It's to just go for rotations, go for wave clearing with some kind of safety.
Dewa looks very alive with this new lineup they have, but it feels like Bigatron, like Arashi said, 2 steering wheels, now they have 3 with the SOD as well, so their choices are infinite, but again...
Wait a minute. Oh,
they get a tier 2?
Down bottom. It's a free push from Bigatron. Light and Eman on standby. It's a split push with chip strategy, and Dewa did not respond. We've been talking about how their team fight is super good. It's been going well. But this might be a show of under-experience there. They allowed Bigatron to get full value out of nowhere. It's almost a 1k gold swing just based on the pushes.
I still am personally not a fan of this draft, but one thing that it has is side control, and Dewa does not have that side control. With the Joy as well, up against a Moskov and a Chip in the side lane, there's really no side control that you can put down. You put the Joy on the side, he's dead. So that's what BTR have to play with right now. They have to play with their own thoughts. Like, they gotta outthink Dewa United. They gotta out-macro Dewa United, because in the team fights, it's gonna be hard right now with a 4,000 gold lead. If they do make it to the late game, then sure, Eman will be battle ready. Then the shortcuts, then the diversions, and then the pickoffs that they'll be looking for around the map will show. But again, those are some very specific conditions, friends.
With 13 seconds to go right here with the... Fortunately, the lane that was pushed for Dewa is the lane on the bottom, so they can actually still focus on this properly. Good pressure here on the far side away from the Lord from Dewa. Gonna buy them time. All they have to do right now is leverage their gold advantage, try and rush down the Lord and force Bigatron to make a move in order to just eliminate that split push potential. But no, they're not going for it yet.
Flicker? Moreno.
Yeah, Moreno burned his flicker, and the Lord now being danced upon. They're blitzing it. And Annabelle is zoned out with the Lantern Flare as well. This is a free Lord for Dewa.
Yep, there ain't no way they're going to contest for this one. The SOD doesn't land, but they get a tier 2 up top. Light with the conceal to escape. Oh, the Lord actually spawns in instantly. Will Dewa have enough time to actually manage the waves?
I don't think they can manage the waves all that well, it really seems like. The mid lane isn't really pushed up just yet. Purple secured still by Annabelle. It's going to be a two-wave push, but Ray is going to be stuck on the top side. 5v5 with the Lord, technically. Let's see what Dewa can get.
Well, Eman is doing a good job right now with the Spear of Misery, but the Lord will charge into the base turret. Base turret number 1 will be taken down in the mid lane by Maybe as he sieges it down. Bottom lane, Annabelle there, Lugo the taunt. Ceriza's getting pierced through the Lord. Yeah. And BTR defend again.
And now, let's talk about the high ground that Bigatron has. How do you think it fares against Dewa's composition on sieging?
Well, when it comes to sieging, the fact that the Granger is on the side of Dewa, I think makes it better for them. But Bigatron has more damage overall because the low Yi, right? The fact that you have a lot of burst damage, continuous damage with the rotation being placed on the ground like that. And on top of that, you have 3 stacks on your first skill. So technically, it's on a very slow cooldown, which is great when you have to clear something really, really fast. And we see earlier, Eman can actually do a lot of damage, even to Cerizo, if he has the right positioning. Cerizo himself went for the Queen's Wings and the Winter Crown. So it's not the usual standard tanky build. It's a reduction build that's trying to take advantage of the body of Smith. So they'll have to really play the fights properly here, because if they mistime things, they're good with very specific situations, with the specific combos.
Mm-hmm. And I'll circle back to that, side lane push. But before that, the game fact by the new application GoPay. This marked Fredrin's debut in the XP lane for MPL ID Season 15. A pick that was first introduced again by Luke himself.
Exactly.
So obviously he knows the ins and outs of this hero in that XP lane. But so far, it feels like he's behind Dewa.
Yeah. Like I said, Luke was the guy who actually introduced the XP.
The Pioneer.
Fredrin, the Pioneer, back when it was Season 10. Geek Fan, when the hero first released, everybody was like, oh, play it in the jungle. Luke was like, nah, I'll do my own thing. Plays it in XP and has mained it ever since. But did you see how much damage the minions did to the turret in the bottom lane? That's actually half.
More, just a little bit more than half. Wow. And Dewa are just playing it really, really safe, especially with the potential for a diversion to show up through the wall. Remember, that's a cheese strategy that can be used. I think Dewa are respecting it a little bit too much, but they're maintaining control overall on the top side. They're trying to play for that big Lord moment, which will work for them. But Eman right now has the Malefic gun ready, so more pierce, more range. Light, can he try and get something here? Ray is visible. Oh, and he walks past Light. There could be a flank angle here.
Man might look for a cross-map play up top. He's pushing the wave. So Dewa needs to respond, but now their focus is on this Lord. Light as well. Flank angle, like you said. This is uncontested. Lightman over the shortcut.
Uh-oh, goes on to Maybe. No one takes a shortcut just right now. Annabelle will go onto the Lord, likely to be kited away by Maybe, and that's the Phantom Execution to the back. Annabelle looking for the plays, will go for the puncture, and that's his final one. Ray still on the Lord. Annabelle being chased around. That's gonna be the SOD landing. Eman finds him, and actually takes the first kill. BTR finally on the board. Light gonna be very low. Eman jumps in. Itoshi Getsu. That's the Indian reaction. Moreno flickering forward, getting the splash to shut him down. What? BTR somehow get the equal trade. They lose on the Lord, and Eman's up top. Oh! What in the world is going on? Chorizo! Penalty zone, flicker only for the Cannon, and Eman's doing a lot of damage. Kiting away, Spencer, he has to be careful. Eman! Dodging away from the hits and now making the plays! Itoshi walks up, Winter Crown, Light pops in the shutdown, and it's a shortcut to the top lane.
No way! This is an N angle. Bigatron might just finish here and now.
Great, back up right now. Light goes over the crash course. He's giving me the electrifying beats!
What?
Holy moly! What was that?
Wow! We talked about the global presence. They were down and out 7-0 in the early game. But when you have control, when you have presence globally, why go for the fights? Go for the end. Go for the side lane push. And that's what they used to perfection. 1-0 Bigatron.
They pulled off a banana split.
That was so good.
Holy.
From Bigatron. The fact that they were able also to avoid a lot of the big AoE combos, the diversions to the back. Remember, they don't want a front to back team fight against Dewa United. They want to confuse them and look at where is the positioning here. What is Chorizo doing? What is Spencer doing? Everyone spread apart by the focus. That is a play that requires experience. And Eman's 1v3 right here.
So beautiful.
The absolute cake on top, showing again that there are levels to this game.
Levels indeed. And Arashi, would you say that this is a rookie mistake? I mean, they did not become aware of that top side just disintegrating.
Oh man. You can kind of say that, man. Again, it's not the first time they've made a macro lapse in judgment. Right there though, I think the mistakes really began with the fight. That fight was weird, dude, because we talked about this before. Bigatron, they need time, right? And Dewa, with the gold advantage, has been able to deny that by rushing the Lord down. I don't know what the heck was going on in that final fight, but they took their time with it. They absolutely took their time with it.
They stole it.
I don't know, man.
I mean, in the game, we were talking about it, right? I mentioned this is going to be a very specific condition composition. I still don't like it. I didn't like it. But if they got to the late game, if they got their items, then they would be battle ready. And I guess they did. They scaled up to a point where they were battle ready.
This is a composition that really enables you to create that segue play. I mean, Annabelle with the Lancelot, obviously, hard to catch. Then you have Moskov on Eman, who again delivers the Terminator. This guy is immense. And that was, again, so good. It's easy for you to catch up because you have the shortcut, right? You have the diversion as well that equips you to back up Eman on that top side push. But again, of course, your MVP, the player of the game.
2 kills, by the way.
Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. 2 kills, 1 death, 1 assist.
Kills don't win you games, bro. Yeah. Winning games win you games. This is the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. All the way in the early game, Bigatron forced to play Dewa's game. forced into fights, had impressive moments like that where Luke was trying his best, flickered to try and get that Appraiser's Wrath onto Ray, but they tried to go for a bit too much. In this fight right here, where they had a bit more time, they made it a 50-50, and then afterwards, dude, this fight for Bigatron was already so fatal. They should have really pushed the tempo a bit more, knowing that they were playing against the clock here, against Bigatron's macro tools. They're able to get so much value, but it seems like when they reach the base there, they kind of faltered, and this fight right here was a bit too sporadic. Maybe the shortcut kind of made them panic. They don't want to be anywhere close to it. Ray was left so low, alone. Sorizo was trying to kill Annabelle. Annabelle failed to dodge the revenge strike with the Thorn Rose. Everything was just going to chaos right here. And you're seeing why some of these picks are no longer meta, dude. The fact that everything was so easily telegraphed, so easily outplayed by Eman there. All the slow, big ultimates, like the penalty zone, like the AOG, none of it is gonna hit Eman when he has time to react to it.
Yeah, he Abyss Walkered his way onto the side, flickered out to get out of the Lantern Flare zone.
4 kills.
Just went for the Spear of Misery.
The only kills they got was that fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Before that, they were getting railed. Oh my lord.
That's basically it. I mean, by all means, there's not a lot of kills for Dewa as well. It's only 9 kills. It's Bigatron Esports trying to get kills in the confusing moments. Dewa United trying to collect some of those kills back during the neutral objectives. That's the whole game, dude. It's basically neutral objective. Dewa split push Bigatron. And it's just a matter of who can actually push their advantage even more. And this game, especially with that sequence on the top side, there's Bigatron.
I think this game has to be the closest that Dewa can topple down Bigatron. I mean, they had that early game lead so far. Obviously, game 2, all will be reset. So, yeah, this, again, mental becomes a problem again later on, right? Will Dewa be able to reset from this? Because these are, you know, some of them are new players as well. Bigatron, I'm still left wondering as to how they were able to escape that ditch.
Again, it's just experience more than anything. They acknowledge that they can't stick together. They cannot allow Dewa United to just do the proper front to back. Their composition is literally built for it. 2 tanky frontliners that can do AoE damage, Gatot and the Terizla, right? So teamfight is already troublesome in its own right. And then there's a Sushin on top of that. And then they have a Granger that wants that front to back. So what they do is, hey, we got teleports, but now we can't really do a split push because the lore's on the table. Why don't we send people to the back? And that's exactly what they did. With the shortcut in the back, with the diversion, and even initially to just confuse Dewa United even more. They have no idea where everyone is. You see, maybe immediately try and run, and he ran sideways, not knowing where is the safe zone. So Rizzo got pulled away from his team, and just like that, no formation. And when there is no formation, if you look at the heroes as well, Fredrin, relatively independent. Lancelot, relatively independent. Lo Yi and the Moskov, same deal. So this is just Bigatron's experience allowing them to move the fight and its conditions away from Dewa's win condition.
Wow.
And Dewa just cannot respawn in time.
Their presence of mind as well. The minions obviously
It's here, bro. It's here.
It's all here. How do you feel?
Hey. Hey.
You weren't a fan of the draft, right?
A win's a win.
It is.
A win's a win. We did mention like the win cons for that comp. It did happen, but
it's too specific though.
I think it's just because they got him on, bro. I mean, I'm all in for like, yeah, your player is really good. Abuse that, right? Like, hey, we got him on. Why not use him on to his utmost potential?
And it's all here.
Oh my
here
god.
And
bro.
here. Because
here,
it's head and shoulders. You have to move
It's
on
here
to head
because
and
I just
shoulders
trust,
to
man.
wipe
Just
out
trust, bro.
100% of wet dandruff.
Blind faith.
Plus, it gives you itchiness protection.
Show the product, bro. Show the product.
Zilong, my favorite.
We didn't actually get to wipe out that game, guys.
Yeah. We should. Because usually it's the head and shoulders wipeout in that game. And you can also get the new limited edition Head and Shoulders X Mobile Legends Bang Bang right now.
You wanna use it, Reliance?
I don't think so.
No?
I had Head and Shoulders before I went here.
Okay, so you already washed your hair with Head and Shoulders.
It's just feel like, have you guys used the Head and Shoulders mint before? The cool menthol?
Yep.
Yeah.
It smells better to me now.
It is.
I think it's always smelled good.
Maturing is realizing that mint smells better.
Yeah, I mean, let me try.
By the way,
It smells pretty
good.
Let me try it. Let me try it.
I swear, it smells better than I remember.
Oh, I mean, no, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this smell.
What's
It's great.
the English word for karamas?
Karamas is
Washing hair, basically,
okay.
right?
Hair wash.
Yes.
No, I'm just asking.
Well, I thought you had like a joke. I thought you had a joke.
No,
planned.
I don't.
Well, what's CITB? CITB, ladies and gentlemen, hair cam by Head and Shoulders.
Oh, look at that arrow. So these are Mia mains, basically. In the
Right on
building.
the lemon flavor, bro.
Yeah.
The one that Chevin is not a
Chefin
fan
loves
of.
the lemon flavor. He just doesn't like lemon.
Yeah. He
Exactly.
loves lemon flavor.
Shout outs to Chefin again.
And lemon.
'cause He's tired of this joke.
Doubly
And
check.
it'll never end, Chefin.
It's a running-
We will
it's a
never
running joke.
stop talking about this joke.
Yeah.
I mean, the receipts are there, bro. It's still
All over the internet.
Digital footprint.
You made Lemon post a story about it, so
Wow.
you had that influence.
Lemon knows Chevin exists.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He doesn't even know I exist. Really?
And you're a kingdom.
I don't. I assume not.
Does he follow you?
I don't think so.
Does Lemon follow you?
Yeah, he does.
Whoa!
Oh, a little bit of
Unfair.
flex, you know.
Dang,
Yeah,
boy.
it is. Obviously, a
That's
legend of
crazy.
the game. But Chefin's still waiting for that follow. So Lemon, if you're watching, you gotta follow Chefin.
No. It's okay, Lemon. We
I
respect
don't know
your
about that.
decision, you know. Just use Head and Shoulders, Lemon.
Yep. And if your hair is sorted out, obviously you need good helmet. If you're riding around the city, and strategy and speed are the key to this. Focus and protection is also everything. You can get it in RSV helmets. They have exclusive collaborations with the MPL ID teams. You have the Onyx one, you have the Evos one, which I think is the best looking out of the bunch. And you also have other teams. If you're rooting for a specific team, you can get them now at RSV helmets.
Check it out right now, guys. You gotta stay protected while you're riding, all right? Be
Safety.
careful out there.
Safety is #1 priority.
Yeah.
You know that guy?
Welcome to my laboratory where safety is number one priority.
Welcome to my laboratory where safety is #1 priority.
Take it from Crazy Russian Hacker
Crazy
here.
Russian hacker. I miss that guy.
Yeah.
He has a bit of a
Stay
lisp
protected.
too. He doesn't say priority. He just priority.
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 Safety's #1 priority.
Are you trying to dismiss the fact he can't speak English properly like you do?
No, just you know what's interesting is that he transitioned from a science channel to a military
DIY.
food review channel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually-
he just started reviewing weird things online, which is
That's true.
a sign that adaptability is key, bro. And that's the lesson here that Dewa has to understand. In the fights, in the drafting phase, in game number 2,
And
it's
now,
key.
for Dewa, I think it'd flex those battle emotes out there. Are you saying that the game was a snooze fest?
No, this. The emote.
Emote! Log in now, open the shop, and buy your favorite team's battle emote. I think for Dewa, it's very fitting because because they have the new rookies.
You were
currently.
saying?
Yeah, like this. So they have new
Poo,
rookies,
Poo.
and they're up against the elders in Bigatron. So
Yeah, the
Poo,
oldies,
the
the
old,
grandpas.
the grandpas, the elderly.
There's one on this desk, elderly.
Who could you possibly be talking
This
about?
guy,
Yeah.
the senior citizen,
He's 72, ladies and gentlemen.
72.
72.
Yeah, I just keep dyeing my hair black.
I'm 15.
Huh?
Benzema.
Benzema! What
Wow.
the heck
What was that?
What are we expecting in game 2 though? Like, is it at this point? If you're Dewa, what do you ban? You're like, wait, I think we did what we needed to. I don't think we want to ban Lancelot or Fredrin, but maybe the chip, maybe the chip,
I
maybe
think
the Lo
chip.
Yi.
Yeah. Again,
They were probably so confused, dude. Like, imagine being a rookie in from MDL, right? You
Yeah.
join and you're like, okay, we're gonna play some MLBB. You
Let's
go
go.
against BTR and you're winning early game. You're thinking, hey, this is gonna be a smooth debut. And then you see these picks and you're like, it looks like it's gonna be a smooth debut. And then you play the game and then you're like, how the hell did they win?
It was going so good
Absolute
until
cinema.
it wasn't. Honestly, I feel like when you're a newer team, the more straightforward problems are much more preferable. So maybe they can let go of the Cho and ban something else.
Yeah,
Because,
the chip or pick it up.
Well,
Or
again,
maybe they don't want to pick it up.
yeah. Because if they pick
Don't
it up,
ban Masha.
or Cho.
Ban Masha? Why Masha in the first phase?
that's true.
No, my point is that if they're, let's not use the Cho as an example, or the Masha,
Uh-huh.
right? It's straightforward. In the fights, this guy is annoying, this guy is out of control. We can send someone to deal with it. We can kind of, have someone on bodyguard duty or pick someone that can kite well, yada, yada, yada.
Yada, yada, yada.
That's a bit easier to process compared to like, we were dawdling around for 10 seconds too long, so we lost a base tower, and then the positioning, and then the lane control, and all of these deeper mechanics of the game is what Bigatron were using to win game number 1. I feel like that kind of puts the ball in Bigatron's field, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like you want to make the game a bit straightforward. If to do that, you require giving Bigatron some picks, I feel like that's a bit more preferable still.
But again, this composition is too specific for Bigatron, so again, that raises the questions. Dewa, what do they prioritize in the bans later on, right? What do they want to take out? Are you going to target ban Iman? Are you going to target ban Anaval? Are you going to target ban Luke again? Like, there's a lot of questions you have to answer. And back to my point previously, that game number 1, I feel like that is the closest that Dewa could get to winning or taking a game off of Bigatron. Game 2, everything's going to reset. Worse for them, they have to get mentally resetted as well because they just got remontada.
Yeah. And
that was literally a remontada.
That was.
Again, that reset ability comes from experience as well, and Dewa doesn't have a lot of it. So Rizzo, I think, still has somewhat an experience, Ray as well, but that's about it, right? Everyone else relatively new to the scene. And might I raise the point that if they don't want to go for some of these bans, can they at least pick something away from Bigatron instead of just banning it outright? Because they went for the Chushin first pick. And we're seeing a bit of why it's no longer as crazy as Cryo. And let's not forget, okay, they were picking it into a potential Yves pick. Not ideal. I think they really could have gone for something else there. And then, if they didn't go for the Tsushin, I feel like they could have gone for a composition that can do a bit better against Bigatron in game number 1.
Yeah.
They could have got the Valir, dude, and just made the Fredrin a non-factor.
Alright, so Dewa have taken second pick. Is that the answer? Stop the last pick Lancelot from happening?
Time to drop the
I mean, it's okay. They're banning out very different heroes now, and it's gonna be Hayabusa that gets banned out. So I believe BTR want to go for the Kalea, yeah?
Team is banning.
Yeah, Kalea. Could be a possibility to be picked up by Bigatron. Staff first pick now, but Hayabusa and Fanny taken out of the fray. A Ray staple as well, a Ray special. Respected fully. So 3 assassins out. Suyo still left open. We haven't seen a Suyo game today, right?
No, we haven't.
Yeah. So that could be a possibility, but I feel like you don't really want to first pick a Suyo when there's a Kalea.
Back then you can, but now it's just a different situation altogether. Yeah. I feel like there's so much more prio now in actual unpredictability. Because again, if you saw how the junglers who were at least showing up, right, that at least had moments in today's matches, it's the Hayabusas, it's the Joys, it's these heroes that can go in and out, can threaten to go in without fully committing, without being forced to fully commit. Now the Suyo, the Lancelots, are a bit more like that. They're a bit more all in. You saw how Annabelle earlier, whenever he's trying to go for a steal, it's just Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose Puncture immediately, right? And right now, teams are doing a lot better, just baiting out a lot of these mobility tools and then initiating the fight, getting that pickoff.
All in one. Now it leaves Bigatron to first pick the Kalea. And again, Dewa, they're still paranoid of that mashup pick. They're banning it in the first phase. So the Kalea goes through for Bigatron.
I feel like there's this, there could be the idea that Sorizo is the one with more experience, and EXP lane right now can dictate how the rotations happen.
Yeah.
It feels like they're trying to make sure that Sorizo at least can get a winning lane. That might be the idea why this Masha consistently gets banned out. But again, the Masha isn't a surefire win. Now it's a very item-based hero. They really could use something like ganks to really shut it down, by all means. But they were doubling down with the Chushin, first of all. But they have this Harith now. Maybe he's gonna have a chance to try and hard carry this.
At least they have that strong pick in the Harith. And Bigatron 2 picks to go. I mean, the Granger is still up and available if you want to take it. And like you said, Bigatron they're accustomed to the Granger. It's a strong pick for Amana as well, so that is a possibility. Their chip as well is available. It's unbanned. Dewa, that paranoia over Masha gives Bigatron a chance to pick up the chip.
Even over the Kimi, dude. Oh boy.
So what do they go for now? BT.
Beatrix!
I had a feeling the Beatrix was coming because of the Kalea pick. This is what they always like to do, and it's also pretty solid against the Harith as a way to just, clear the wave, farm faster, go for weapon mastery as Eman likes. And now for Dewa, what's it gonna be? What will they use? I think the Granger is still the safe option. Oh, they already went Harith, so they need to, I think at this point, pick up a jungler, right? Pick up a jungler and then try to ban out Annabelle's heroes.
Suyo is still available, by the way.
Exactly.
And they will pick up the Suyo.
Sasuke
against Sakura?
Yeah. Kinda...
In the show, that'll be very one-sided.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well,
unfair.
What else with that though? Facing the threat of a chip, again, usually big card control becomes the idea. There won't be a Moskov available, but now for Dewa, do they wanna... They don't have to worry about the low Yi coming through. It's gonna be just one teleport. So technically, if Dewa wants to double down on the teamfight strat, it's very possible. And now this Yi ban is a bit more value for Dewa United here. So maybe they go with something with AoE crowd control, and they go for something that can't be bursted down too fast. Because Kalea and Beatrix, the moment they can't really get someone down immediately with Advantage Rage, I feel like their danger and their control immediately shrinks down.
What about an Aurora for Bigatron? Is that viable?
Ooh. I think for Moreno, looking at this kind of composition, an Ovaria would be a solid choice. Go for the poke, they don't really have range Dewa United. They can get really punished by that long range of Navaria. And not to mention, it's also a combo we really like to see from BTR. Beatrix, Navaria.
Oh. With Renner's Apathy as well, just waiting in the wings. So yeah, a lot of set plays and minigames that Bigatron are preparing in their arsenal. Meanwhile for Dewa.
In their bottle?
I get what you mean. In their second place?
Uh-oh.
Alright, Gani, that's for you. Dewa. One last ban. What could they possibly take out? I mean, a jungler still is available to ban, but the Farsa, again, Far Burst, a lot of range as well in the Farsa that could supplement this Beatrix X Kalea combo.
Well, again, if they're just concerned about the pickup potential and the burst potential, the Navaria can still be an absolutely solid option. Although there's more setup to the Navaria doing the burst damage with a Star Shatter compared to a Farsa, for instance. My question immediately, it's more on the fact that Dewa, I don't know if they have the right tools for the job. What could they possibly pick here that can't really get fully bursted down? I think in theory, it's something that has no issue going with a Vengeance. Because even with the tankiest of members, man, again, Bennett's Rage with a Tsunami Slam, you're gonna get bursted down super fast. So either have a lot of reduction or have a lot of sustain.
Now, Tigreal taken out. Yep, Dewa still yet without a roam. I mean, what else could they possibly take? The GK still up for grabs.
Yeah.
If they want to take it.
Probably GK again.
Yeah, and you could jump to the Beatrix in the backline, and Beatrix, you could really have to run the flicker by then.
Okay, there you go. They go for the Gatakacha. I guess for the XP, the Phobius is up for grabs, but do you really want to go Phobius against a Kalea Beatrix, right? You're not one to bring Purify.
Yeah.
If you get Tsunami Slammed and Bennett's Rage, there's not much saving you, friend.
Is there a tanky boy that has a built-in Purify?
Uranus.
Of some sorts?
Well, not a Purify. He doesn't have a Purify, but he can bring Purify.
Ah, that's true.
No, because I'm... Actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe the Uranus ain't awful if you go Purify. Yeah, well, if you go Purify, because you have so much sustain, you can actually at least buy a lot more time.
Yeah.
If they do fall behind on that pick, though, it's gonna be really brutal, by all means.
Yeah.
They need an early game for that.
Could be an option, though.
Sicilian!
Wow,
So Poke? And Baxia! The second Baxia of the day!
But this time it's in the jungle.
Annabelle Baxia?
Annabelle Baxia!
You know, there was a time back then where when Bigatron's jungle was Super Ken, he did mention that when he gets that Baxia, it's a done deal, bro.
It's a done deal.
It's a
I
done
agree,
deal.
100%. He ended up losing in the
Yeah.
third
But against
bracket finals.
against the sustain of a Garot Kacha, you know, with the passives, potential revitalize, Crimson Beacon, and the high-risk dashes,
Yeah.
right? A lot of shielding here to be
That's
negated
true.
by the Baksha. Not bad. And if we predicted correctly, and something like the Uranus with a lot of regen comes through, the Baksha will guarantee that whoever Bigatron jumps on gets bursted down. They have a good mix of physical and magical burst now with the Bat Impact as well.
That's why they banned the CC, I guess.
Edith.
Edith will come out for Dewa United for the XP lane, and it'll be a roam Garot Kacha again. This one's much more of like a, I understand it now, kind of draft, you know? Like, the previous one had too many things. This one is very
direct.
Very direct. We want to play front to back. We want to go for pick off with the Kalea and then smack you with the Beatrix.
I'm not sure with the Edith though. It's good counter engage by all means.
Against the Baksha. Like you can Earth Shatter Flicker and then stop the Baksha from going for retry.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm not sure how that would how things would happen in a fight by all means. We'll have to wait and see though. With the AOG, there's a chance that Dewa can counter Bigatron, punish them when they try to follow through the shortcut. We'll have to see though. Macro gaming definitely is going to be utilized by Bigatron here.
We'll see it in game as Dewa. One loss is what it takes for them to be dependent on the other teams deciding their fate. For Bigatron, it's soaring even further. Game 2 of Bigatron Esports against Dewa United.
Let's see how this one plays out, boys. The pickoff style of Bigatron against Dewa's teamfight heavy style we've seen again and again. With maybe in the golden on the Harith.
Whoa! Spencer took the Baksha Annabelle, no purple buff. Spencer with a steal on the Jusin.
Wow.
How did that happen?
What?
What happened there?
I guess Annabelle just retreat early, first of all, and he did not respect the chance for Spencer to just come in there.
Against spam?
Oh, he's gonna spam out these lifts, bro.
Oh no. And what does this mean for Annabelle? Is he gonna get crept behind?
Uh-oh. I mean, you're already kind of behind Shield Unity. That's a lot of damage on Ray. He's actually out-damaging Ray! What? Short! Oh my goodness! What? That was a crash course from Light 2 as he flickered it forward. Now, man's the one... Okay, like, he's still behind in gold, Annabelle, but wow! That damage!
I guess Ray must have forgot. Baksha in the early game, dude, that first skill resets when he hits a hero, so you're at deceptively high damage, especially level 1, level 2. And even though he lost the first buff, the Baksha clears really, really fast, dude. This is one of the things that made that Baksha so meta back then. Look at how fast he's clearing, and he's gonna rotate even faster still. As Luke on the Kalea now, can't really do much, has to play it safe. The ganks from Bigatron are gonna be really, really quick, man. Dewa will have some damage, but they gotta be careful.
Hold up, though. Annabelle very slow to level 4. It's already Dewa United starting it.
Spencer?
And you can see Spencer doing the same thing he did early on, but this time Annabelle will be able to claim it. Shield Unity over. It's going to be Ray who secures it. Spencer with the Crimson Beacon. Annabelle just rolling on the Baksha. Down below, almost a solo kill. Light, maybe. We'll take the checkpoint. We'll go for the crash course on maybe. He does have to purify. Last.
What?
Shot from him. Wait, it ends up being pretty value. Wow, they're taking these crazy gambles. They're gambling on him on skill.
The sniper catches up. Oh, AOG.
Uh-oh. Iman caught in the tough spot right there. Itoshi, Iman with a sidestep. Then he gets away.
Woo. That is unfortunate, man. AOG, passive all used up, and he can't get it. Oh, hang on a second.
Tsunami Slam, a lockdown under the turret, forcing Sorizo to flicker out.
Bigatron styling on Dewa right now. And there's no pressure. Bigatron are actually clearing so much faster with the Bandit in the bottom lane, with the Bat Impacts, and with the Kalea getting assistance to try and stave off Sorizo. Bigatron, they have a lot of potential to just roam around and get advantages here. They are just forced to play the clear under turret game.
Indeed. And now for Bigatron, it's all about maintaining control in the early game because while they have Prio on the objectives, the Suyo as well with the Soul Sever. Take a look at Ray, Hunter Strike ready. And for Iman, the skill means a lot to him because now he can snowball. Did he get that gold crab?
Yeah, he did.
I believe he does, yeah. And now mid-fight, ensuring soon. Look at the damage though from Spencer as well. Just being disruptive with the Lantern Flare. And this is what's gonna really rile up Bigatron in those skirmishes later on, because one single lift is what it takes to be bursted down, especially when you have Maybe and Ray with the Suyo and Harris respectively, so they have to watch on that. As for Iman, it's all about snowballing again, maintaining that lead and that farm efficiency. Oh, look at that damage again.
Dude, see Halberd first item for Iman. That's why up against the Harith, the guy who usually, you know, tries to sustain out of these trades, it's gonna be very good. Sanguine Claws landing, so Rizzo caught in the bad spot. It's gonna be Luke with a Tsunami Slam. The Bandit's Rage is right there to burst! Too much for them to handle. The Quilla lands on 3, but it's giving the Mirror's Passion as well. Annabelle taking a lot of damage. It's the Luke man getting knocked up. Maybe. Right there with Ray to pick up the kill. Iman picked up. Oh, he's gonna be on the damage on Spencer. Still though, neutral objective win. Light has shortcut, jumps into the back, will be able to pop into shortcut, and everybody comes in! Maybe confident Sanguine Claws in the bat, impact takes him down! Ray running away, BTR, all 5 are back here.
Call the ambulance, but not for Light, because he has backup, hitchhiking right again. And it felt like he was looking for a desperation play, but that kill was towards Maybe, so it's a valuable trade, I'd say.
I think it's still better for Bigatron because they really want to have a lot more pressure like this when the neutral objective isn't really available.
Oh, Rizzo onward, and the flicker. Iman chain CC for the taunt too. Primal Rat comes in as Maybe just takes the kill secure.
A bit too disrespectful there by Iman, staying there in the open.
Overextension.
But again, nothing really available for Dewa to capitalize on. I feel like when they have a moment like this, they shouldn't really be trying to go into the jungle and try and get something. But the fact that Bigatron's composition is so good at punishing funnels, right? With the Baxia, able to actually negate a whole area away from Dewa. With the Sanguine Claws potentially setting up for a massive combo with Luke as well. Then we're gonna find it difficult to fight in narrow spaces. They want to go for a proper fight. Look at this. Whoa!
All in. Sorizo, you picked them out off, and we took it personally. 5 members to take XBTR, man.
My, that is personal.
Oh, man.
With Sorizo. And they get that gank again. The shortcut will always be that lifesaver for Bigatron. So now for Dewa, how do they deal with the shortcut?
Well, the short answer is you really can't do much for now. In these early stages of the game, even the tankiest guy can't really withstand damage from 5 members. So usually it's someone, you have to try and play a character, a hero, with a lot of movement to just kite away from the 5 members, but that's Radit overkill.
Yes, sir.
My man Radit. Overkill with the MPL ID Extremer by Good Day. Hope he's having fun. And I believe he'll be rooting for Dewa United here because pretty close with these guys.
Shoutouts to, hey, he's finally gonna react to it. I wonder if he notices. He's still talking, analyzing. Shoutouts to him, Radit, overkill. Hey, finally notices it.
That was so delayed.
BTR though.
Classic Radit.
Trying to go for the turtle, but it's gonna be Dewa United who has it. Retribution on point as usual. The shortcut comes in. Luke tries to go for a pickup, and Ray is able to escape. Just like that, Annabelle walks up with a Poissons. Good disengage from Dewa. A win. Perfect. Turtle.
Yeah, this time they're much more safe, much more clean on their peel and disengage. So Bigatron, they get no trade whatsoever. Dewa, that is a net win, and yeah, a slight goal advantage as well this time around for them.
Very value for them, and that's a fight where they've shown that they do have what it takes to kite back away from the members of Bigatron. That was a proper engage that Dewa walked away from without using any battle spells. So even if Bigatron later on will be using some kind of flicker, some kind of playmaking tool to ensure a fight does break out, with the Purifies, Dewa can get away no problem. But look at the rotations, man. That Baxia, again, making things quite difficult. Dewa can't really have a lot of time to really push that advantage, to push the waves as much. And now it's back to the waiting game where technically it really favors Bigatron. There's no knowledge here, no information from Dewa on where Bigatron are setting up to try and go for that next big pickoff. But fortunately for them, Itoshi Kesu already has the Anticuraz, but look at this. Whoa.
They baited it out. Luke tries to go in for the pick. Goes in for Tsunami Slam, and Minutes Rage comes in. Sorizo caught, but it's going to be the AOG to lock them down in the back line. And Man will be targeted down by Itoshi Kesu as he sustains all the way, but Sanguine Claws is right there, and Annabelle's taking up a storm.
Maybe.
He gets soul severed. That's one. As the Mind Force already used up, and Luke will disengage. PTR looking for the clear in the mid lane as Maybe looks for the siege. Sanguine Claws landing in the back line. Comes with the shortcut and the crash course! He already uses Purify and he gets gunned down! Spencer, no Purify used earlier as well! Tsunami Slam and the Sanguine Claws. Ray Chain CC Moreno gets a double!
A complete lapse of judgment from Dewa, from Maybe as well. And that Purify used, it was the death of him, the demise was imminent.
And to make this better, man, that was set up completely by Bigatron. One more potentially, but no, there's no reason to. The Lord will be taken by Bigatron, but they're doing an amazing job just feinting their attempts here. They keep going towards Dewa, forcing some of the battle spells, forcing some of the big utility tools, and once it's down, they can just re-engage with the shortcut. The shortcut isn't the main ganking tool, it's the main re-ganking tool. Let's take a look at it again here. Maybe after using the Purify to get out of a Sanguine Claws, he should have gotten out of there immediately. Yep. They are not respecting Bigatron and how easily Bigatron can show up behind them.
Ray was really, I thought like Luke didn't have a flicker, nor did he have skill 2 up. How did Ray get pulled? He just walked into range.
Because Luke was recalling and
Wow.
Ray took it personal.
Oh man.
Ray walked up in fighter form with the Susanoo O and started basic attacking Luke.
Oh, no.
That is what happened, and then he got slammed.
That's a problem. And again, that is a good point you brought up, because the shortcut is indeed a re-ganking tool. Because once Dewa are out of their spells, out of resources, no spells, they're all dead, and this is Bigatron going to mid.
Okay, no Purify's baited out. That's going to pick up. Oh, and all in over to Luke. He gets picked up in advantage range. And the time we claws. Chorizo barely gets away with the Primal Wrath. The mid lane cleared up already. Lord still up top. They have a Holy Defense. Oh, my Lord. Chorizo barely getting out of there. Ray still trying to hold on to the Lord, but they will charge. Holy Defense popped up top. Tier 2 in the mid lane falling. Another Sanguine Claws, a bad impact, and the shot from Iman's Nibiru.
The Sicilian is getting annoying. Dewa in from the inside. And again, Bigatron, the pressure is way too big from them. You know, Dewa, they need to restabilize things, but how do they win this out?
I think they should have destabilized things. They've taken away Luke, the main engage tool, already. Oh man, dangerous runners aptly there. But again, Dewa had the man advantage. They had all the AoE tools, and they knew exactly where Bigatron was. There was no surprise there. There was not going to be any shortcut plays. I think they should have done something. Because standing below your turrets against a Beatrix and Sicilian, you're just waiting to get picked off.
And that was maybe with the 11-minute Holy Crystal. That's pretty late for Harith, but he was still finding the impact on the team fight, at least. But most of the times, again, underestimating the power of that shortcut regang coming in. So, yeah, for Dewa, once you get a pick off and you don't see light, it's done. You gotta get out. The safer, the better. For Bigatron, it's all about just wearing out a war of attrition, basically. When Dewa are out of spells and out of resources, that's where light will come in, chiming in, and Bigatron will most surely get the wins in those skirmishes.
Oh my Lord, bad impact, bad piece already. Spencer taking a half. He pops the regen, he still stays at half. He's gonna have to walk back.
That's the thing with Bigatron right now. Again, it's not the shortcut. The shortcut isn't what is allowing them to pick Dewa off. It's a Sanguine Claws. It's the Shield Unity. It's a Tsunami Slam. And then the shortcut comes through. So Dewa, I really felt that without the Lord in position, without Bigatron able to set up for some kind of big flank, they should be the ones making the move earlier. But again, they did not go for it. Now Bigatron has all the setup in the world. They're not even splitting over to try and push the top side. They know that they have what it takes, they have the advantage to really win it out here.
And now, Lord, next on the menu for both teams. Dewa, they have the capacity to contest this, but Luke might look for a play.
That is Rage as well. Chorizo going to be able to find Earth Shatter, but it's going to be too much damage for Itoshi Kesu to deal with. Front line down already. Annabelle going to be engaged on. Good onward. And then Earth Shatter, but now he's giving the slam down into the back line. Annabelle still able to survive. Light looks for a re-engage. Pops in the shortcut. That damage is ridiculous. A stun. Moreno gets a bad impact. And some outbreakers forward to get the mega kill. Spencer just barely out of range for Iman to go for the hit. Luke jumps in. Tsunami slam. Dies before he can get it.
Again, that little misplay wouldn't be so costly for Bigatron, but at least it's better for you to just wipe out the mistakes. Still, Lord in their hands and in their favor, Dewa, all they can do now is just defend.
looks like they have to try and make a Hail Mary play right here. By all means, they don't have much to lose. If they would try and fight when the Lord is in the picture, then Bigatron can just go for a proper long-range poke fest. And if they will lose anyhow, you know, they're not gonna scale any better technically in the late game. I guess maybe can catch up in damage and try and hard carry the game, but you saw what happened to him there. Even in a 1v1 when he is out of the danger zone of a lot of spells, and Man just switches over to the Nibiru and guns him down anyway.
And now another round of siege coming in. Annabelle is just trying to jump up, but the Lord is still stalled up top. It's gonna arrive soon. So now it's all about Bigatron just focusing on the siege. The minions reset though, so no siege for now. And mid down bottom as well.
The timers as well. 16 seconds for Spencer's Purify, maybe. Gonna be coming up in a bit. Mid lane, gonna be pressured. Luke in the back again, going for Tsunami Slam. That's Rage. Oh, and the bad impact. Toshikazu deleted. Annabelle buys immortality in time. And that will be Annabelle surviving again. Zaman Forge coming down. His life pops to the shortcut one more time. Sanguine Claw to lock them down. Luke will shoot them in the back as Eman just snipes them. It is all over. BTR take the clean sweep against Dewa United.
The gods again bleeding. Ungodly in the eyes of the red robots. 2-0 for Bigatron and Dewa. Their chances of a playoff look slimmer and slimmer by the minute.
That was a tough one, dude. Dewa, they had moments there, but Bigatron are just way too experienced. And even in the mechanics, even in the micro department where technically Bigatron doesn't have a massive lead compared to Dewa, they are still able to absolutely deliver. The individual outplays was still there to display for Bigatron. Unfortunately for Dewa, the change hasn't allowed them to find any success just yet.
Wow. Still, it feels like the front line of Dewa weren't frontlining. The tanks just felt squishy. The eyes of the Bat Impact, and the eyes of the Renners, plus maybe the Bennis Rage as well. When the Tsunami Slam came in, like Luke wasn't nitpicking his targets. He went for the closest one, Itoshi Kesu, who was supposed to tank, wasn't even tanking for Dewa. So it's all done and dusted. It's hard for you to continue fighting when your frontline is just eaten up like that.
Oh man, they really could have done anything here, right here, man. The Lord wasn't even really leveraged by Bigatron. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And now for Bigatron, it's them up top, flying high. Winners interview on stage with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Dan Bigatron, mereka memulai minggu ini dengan 2-0 membalas dendam pula dari hasil leg yang pertama. Leg pertama kalian kalah 2-1 dan sekarang kalian balas dendam 2-0. Moreno akhirnya nih
Apa?
balas dendam lagi.
Iya, kita balas dendam sama mantan-mantan yang udah ninggalin kita. Di leg 2 ini.
Betul, leg pertama kamu kalah sama mantan dan sekarang kamu balas ke mantan.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Dan kemenangan hari ini, Bude penasaran dengan 2-0 hari ini apakah memang performa Bigatron yang lagi naik atau Dewa mungkin yang terlihat goyang?
Kebalik sih, gimana ya? Satu, Dewa kuat, kita juga mungkin nggak kuat sih, tapi kita bisa manfaatin yang jadi kelemahannya Dewa gitu. Di game 1 tadi kan kita comeback kan, kita manfaatin apa yang jadi kelemahan mereka gitu.
Game 1, itu kalian ada momen gak sih dimana, waduh kalah nih game 1?
Nggak ada sih, kita tetap fokus aja nikmatin gamenya kan, kita scaling juga kan, kita main hero-hero late game, jadi kayak kita nikmatin, nggak apa-apa kalau early, kayak late gamenya bisa menang.
Tapi chaos gak sih keadaan game yang pertama?
Dibilang chaos enggak juga sih Bre, kayak kita tetap main tenang aja. Tetap cari power spike kita, tetap cari gimana cara kita bisa menangin gamenya gitu.
Tapi kita ngeliat mungkin bisa dijelasin langsung dari yang bersangkutan. Eman, the first game, it was really close for Bigatron to lose the first game. Caranya gimana menang?
Main-main aja sih gua.
Main-main aja, but the decision from the last battle?
Si Moreno minta TP di base kayak udah mau end tapi mereka mau defend kan. Terus mereka mau ngejar gua, ya udah gua ini aja.
Gas aja?
Ya gas aja.
Dan in what calculation, apa kayak what is your thoughts at that time?
Mau bunuh semuanya.
Habisin aja.
Iya.
Gas aja.
Iya, gas aja.
Gas aja. Tapi kemenangan pertama kita ngeliat bahwa selesai dengan cukup dramatis. And then after the first game, it was really close and it was really crazy for you. And everyone is talking about you.
Makasih sih kayaknya. Ya udah.
Makasih aja.
Iya, makasih aja.
Makasih aja. But you play really well in every game, in every match. How do you manage to keep cool? Always calculate things right.
Hoki doang, Bude.
Oke doang Bude. Tapi banyak banget ini cahaya kita yang memberi cahaya kepada Bigetron supaya merah lagi, makin panas. Light again, you come back. The battle against Dewa United in this match. What do you think is the strong point from Bigetron against Dewa? What's the winning condition that you make?
We have Eman.
Eman. Okay, you have Eman. And then what else? How you guys read Dewa United? Because they changed the player. 3 players. New player compared last week. So how do you guys manage to compete with new players?
Since every chance I get to play, I do my best. Last night I reviewed the game of Kesu sama Spencer di MDL.
Okay, so jadi kalau dari Light sendiri dari Cahaya dia benar-benar review gamenya, bahkan game-game mereka di MDL dia mempelajari. And what did you found about the new players?
They have both connection to they want to maximize the heroes they got. We can see in game 1 and game 2 they want to praise us because they get the strong hero they want and yeah they know to maximize it.
Jadi mereka adalah player yang bisa memaksimalkan dari hero powernya dan permainan mereka juga terlihat solid dari MDL ke MPL. But how do you manage to break their game?
Just play with our win condition, that's all.
Simple, pokoknya winning conditionnya apa? Lakuin aja dan mereka berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan. So compared to first half season and then now on the second half, what do you think about Dewa United and you guys about Bigetron?
Just keep improving, I think. And also today they're still strong in leg 2.
Jadi walaupun mereka berhasil mengalahkan dengan 2-0 tapi Light berpikir bahwa Dewa masih kuat dan kalau untuk Bigetron masih lagi improving setiap matchnya. Tapi hal yang menarik pastinya dari Look kamu melawan Sorizo.
Yeah.
Yang lama duduk di bench, tiba-tiba muncul hari ini untuk melawan Bigetron. Nyangka gak sih?
Kayak khusus buat aku sih dia Bude.
Waduh, ada apa dengan Sorizo dan juga Luke? Tanda tanya.
Nggak tahu, soalnya dari kemarin bukan dia yang main kan. Terus pas lawan kita dia lagi yang main. Mungkin dia counter aku Bude.
Wih, kali berasa ke counter nggak tadi?
Enggak sih.
Lalu bagaimana? Kamu menghadapi Sorizo yang lama nggak ketemu. Apakah Sorizo yang sekarang kayaknya kembali setelah bertapa atau apa? Ada perubahan dari Sorizo yang kamu gak nyangka? Atau dari dirimu gimana sih?
Masih sama sih. Tadi respect aja ke Cici dia. Kan jago banget Cici ya.
Dan kamu seneng nggak? Maksudnya kayak mendapatkan lawan yang Sorizo nih.
Wih seneng banget Bude. Idol itu. Idola saya Sorizo.
Oke, yang dulu nempatin posisimu ya di Bigetron.
Iya.
Sang mantan Bigetron. Sekarang menang, kamu berhasil balas dendam kepada Sorizo. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan kepada Sorizo?
Guru, semangat guru.
Semangat guru. Itu dari, kita lihat dari Luke. Hari ini menarik banget. Bukan hanya yang menarik kita ngeliat dari para player yang rambutnya makin menyala, namun juga kalau Annabelle sendiri memakai Baxia di jungle, kapan kita lihat hal itu? Lama banget loh.
Apa?
Baxia jungler. Tadi Baxia roam, sekarang Baxia jungler. Kamu memakai Baxia jungler itu dari mana? Apakah khusus untuk Dewa? Atau memang lagi mencoba strategi baru?
Pick Baxia buat enakin ini sih Moreno sama Eman, jadi ya gitu.
Jadi memang sudah pernah dan ingin memang dilakukan, bukan mendadak?
Nggak mendadak sih, udah dari minggu lalu cuman nggak berani main dari minggu lalu.
Dan sekarang berani?
Ya,
Kenapa tuh?
mindset.
Mindset, wow. Annabelle mindset adalah
Jungler tank.
jungler tank, oke, strong. Apapun pokoknya dimainin aja. Annabelle kan terkenal memang dari assassinnya. Tapi sekarang tank pun gas aja.
Ya, selama bisa buat menang bakal kupik semua hero.
Bakal di-pick semua hero. Annabelle mindset. Selama bisa menang semuanya di-pick. Tapi kalau ngelihat di panggung kita juga melihat ada perbedaan. Di mana Coach Tazi yang hari ini naik. Jadi kayaknya di samping Theonael itu ada Coach Tazi atau itu Max. Jadi kita bisa ngelihat ini tuh sesuai apa sih? Sesuai lawannya kah? Atau sesuai dari apanya kah? Dari coaching staff?
Apa?
Dari coaching staff yang naik di atas panggung terlihat ada bisa ganti-ganti. Theonael bersama itu Max. Tadi Theonael bersama Coach Tazi. Apa sih yang membedakan mungkin?
Yang membedakan buff buat ini Coach Theonael.
Oh jadi tergantung ini partnernya Theonael tergantung apa nih?
Sebenarnya kita naikin Coach Tazi itu sebenarnya mama kita Bude.
Oh.
Kalau kita aneh-aneh dia geplak di belakang.
Waduh. Jadi memang kalian cuma butuh kebelakan ini?
Iya, Hilda itu. Masya Bude.
Iroh
Kalau
dong.
macam-macam kena ulti sama dia.
Oke. Jadi hari ini 2-0 gak bakal diapa-apain ya?
Harusnya enggak, cuma yang bab biru kedapet mungkin dikit lah itu, skill 1 Bude.
Gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa melihat adanya variasi di tim Bigetron, gak hanya dari romnya, dari coachingnya juga. Itu mempengaruhi gak sih sama mungkin permainan kalian atau ada hal tergantung lawan atau apa?
Enggak sih, sama aja sih Bude, mau Cahyo atau Vin yang main sama-sama aja sih.
Semuanya sama, Bigetron juga sekarang lagi benar-benar berjuang. Belum ada yang aman, belum ada yang bisa ngedapetin tiket. Tiket kedua masih terbuka. 5 tiket masih bisa diperebutkan. Namun untuk kalian nextnya, akan melawan siapa? Oh,
Onyx.
Onyx menjadi lawan kalian esok hari melawan Onyx. Kayaknya sekarang lagi bener-bener kejar-kejaran banget dari segi poin. Gimana kalian melihat Onyx yang sekarang akan menjadi lawan kalian?
Kuat lah Onyx.
Onyx kuat, Bigetron?
Kuat juga.
Kalau kuat lawan kuat?
Lemah.
Loh, itu dikali
Jadinya
ya?
seru-seru matchnya.
Jadi seru. Apa yang harus kita ekspektasi untuk esok hari ini?
Moreno versus Suns.
Moreno versus Suns. Moreno sampaikan sesuatu.
Good luck, have fun. Suns.
Kalau Suns good luck dan have fun berarti dia menang dong. Dia ngedapetin keberuntungan, dia happy.
Ya udah jangan good luck, jangan have fun. Suns.
Loh, jadi jangan ya, jangan. Tapi kamu gentar gak sih ngelihat Suns dan juga Onyx yang sekarang mulai meranjak naik?
Biasa aja sih. Kayak emang semua tim sekarang semuanya kuat-kuat juga. Jadi ya apa ya, lumayan sama rata semua. Jadi biasa aja.
Biasa aja?
Iya.
Oke, mengharapkan kemenangan untuk besok?
Iya.
Akan menjadi tantangan besar nggak untuk Bigetron?
Tantangan besar, semuanya tantangan besar sih, semua tim. Jadi kayak ya udah, jalanin aja.
Jalanin aja. Dan sekarang kemenangan ini, pembalasan dendam ini ada yang mau disampaikan?
Si Eman mau menyampaikan sesuatu.
Eman, say something for this win.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Itulah dia pembalasan dendam, kemenangan, dan disambut dengan alhamdulillah. Inilah dia kemenangan dari tim Bigatron.
Alhamdulillah, I will smash your... No, I'm kidding.
Tomorrow night, that was the famous words of Khabib Nurmagomedov
That was-
before he actually smashed Conor McGregor for the lightweight title. And that's what Eman said to end the interview. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, praise to God. Obviously, he's now culturized as an Indonesian.
He is Indonesian now. We claim him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Eman is ours now. But of course, in a crucial moment, what can you pick off out of this, Arashi?
I think again, it's the fact that when the fights are just a bit more straightforward, Dewa can still actually put up some resistance. But the moment it becomes a back and forth like this, the moment your purifiers are burnt out by Sanguine Claws in its, alone, with only a Sanguine Claws or a Shield Unity, then there's none left for the actual shortcut engage. Because even with the shortcut engage, we saw maybe survive for a while, but not long enough, and he gets taken out eventually. Right, so it needed to be a coordinated team effort to really win against this composition of Bigatron. And unfortunately, experience is on Bigatron's side.
Yep, and of course, the MVP player of the match, it is Eman, the Red Raider. Of course.
Hey, man.
You can't expect less from this guy. Bar that overextension down bottom, I think that death was his fault. That he when the one where he got ganked by Itoshi-Kesu, but aside from that, this guy is Mr. Consistent.
Not to mention he did outplay a gank later on in the bottom lane, I believe. We can see it maybe later. But again, the re-engages with a shortcut. That's the big point here. Every single time there's any kind of engage, as you can see, there's a lot of moments where it's just the chip with a shortcut. It's always the chip with a shortcut and then a tsunami slam. It's always a chip after the initial catch potential. So that is what has allowed Bigatron to win there. Because you can see here, if it's an equal fight, Dewa can still kind of fight back. But look at that. Maybe uses the Purify for the Sanguine Claws, can't get out.
Oh my.
And yeah, I don't know about that, Ray. It's kind of personal, I guess. And by the way, another point of factor here, after talking about this this great kiting attempt from maybe, didn't work out unfortunately. But I really feel like Itoshi-Kesu could have maybe like committed a bit more. A lot of times here he gets jumped on, but I don't know if he doesn't get. He tried to dash out with the taunt there instead of just casting the AOG. And I feel like at that point maybe either just immediately Avatar of the Guardian and maybe get a chance to get out, still do damage and AoE card control for your team, or use it before the fight even gets started. I feel like they were just so confused that they were not really willing to try and start anything. We were mentioning earlier that there was a time where Dewa United were 5 men against 4, waiting for the Lord, and instead of bringing the fight to Bigatron, when one of their big tools, the Kalea, wasn't in the picture, they just did not dare do anything, and they just took pot shots and almost lost another member. And in fact, I think they did.
Yeah. I also got to give props, by the way, to Eman. Usually we see this build, it's normal, BOD, Melfic Gun, Sea Halberd in the opposite order. So Sea Halberd, Melfic Gun, BOD. But instead of the usual, I think usually builds now it's Haas Claws or DHS. He knew that he was just snowballing. He knew he had that burst, so he went for 100 Strike. And that led to him being able to chase further. More movement speed after getting the 4-hit proc, and then just freaking chasing everybody.
To be honest, I kind of miss the breed of Sky Piercer Peter.
Dude.
That was like last season.
That was him in the early parts of the season.
And Chidera as well.
Yeah, his build was Sea Halberd, Melfic Gun, Sky Piercer. And he went for Killing Spree, pull yourself together, and Thrill, I think. Wow. It was a really crazy emblem choice of his. He still had, well, now he's just Assassin Emblem, it's not Killing Spree.
No. He definitely has a lot of thoughts going on there in his decisions in and out of the game as well. Because I mean, I don't know about your ranked games, but what have you seen of Beatrix, first of all? And when have you seen a Beatrix just still running the Wesker?
Yeah.
Because he was actually cycling through all of the weapons of the Beatrix, and you don't see that as often, right? Usually now it's just the Bennett and the Renner for the most part. But he had moments with Nibiru, he has moments with the Wesker as well. And those you have to pre-plan. So he kind of has an idea on how he wants the fight to go, how he thinks the fight's gonna go, and he has the right tool for the job almost every single time.
Yeah, this composition is also labeled Detour because they kept going back and ganking, re-ganking when, again, the main line was just trying to tire out Dewa without their spells, without their resources. When Light comes in with the shortcut, you're done. You don't have any escape, you don't have anything to fight back. So yeah, Bigatron 2-0, and now Dewa, they cling their hopes on towards the other teams. If tomorrow Onyx gets a 2-0, Bigatron gets a 2-0, and the other team gets a 2-0 as well, that's basically Dewa done out of the playoffs for the third time, I think. 3 seasons in a row.
You're right. But for Evos, remember, we have to talk about their winning their playoff conditions.
Yeah.
Alter Ego lose all their matches. They just won earlier today. BTR lose all their matches. They just won earlier today. So I think for those two teams, close the book for now. Evos are going to have to hope that BTR beats Onyx tomorrow. That will be their best chance. Why? Because Evos will also face Onyx on Sunday.
What a match.
Because if Onyx win tomorrow, all of them will be standing at 8 match points, even Liquid. And that will make it very, very hard. Even if Evos win all their matches, I think it'll be head-to-head. It'll be a tiebreaker head-to-head. Head-to-head with BTR, they are tied 2-1, so there's a possible tiebreaker there. Alter Ego, that's a big no-no. Alter Ego beat them both times, 2-0 both times. Onyx, they have a chance. Because Evos beat Onyx 2-0 in the first leg. So there's a head-to-head tiebreaker possibility for Onyx and BTR.
The League Ops and MPL ID are stressed out right now.
No, they're happy. They're happy for an exciting season.
Yep.
Oh, maybe they're sad because there's more work.
Could there be a potential tiebreaker as well, dude?
Yeah, exactly. If those conditions happen, if they get tied in points, and tied in game points, and tied in head-to-head, we're going to have a tiebreaker.
So, obviously, calm yourselves down, because it's still a long way to go. Even
First time it'll ever happen, by the way. It's never happened before.
Wow.
If it does happen later. Yeah.
It's just a spectacle for the viewers, obviously. More action, more drama as well, because MPL ID hasn't been any closer than this, because everyone can just beat anyone at this point. Even we had Dewa counted in that game number 1, if not for that Eman split push.
1v3.
And that 1v3 as well. And that global composition that they had, so yeah, it's crazy.
It's great to see, again, the teams just developing, finding good moments there. For Dewa themselves, also, you know, finding some success there in game number 1. Definitely a nice look, but let's hear from the losers.
Loser review.
Terima kasih para casters. Di sini ada Eterna bersama Coach Kurt dari Dewa United. Hi Coach.
Hello.
How are we feeling?
Sad.
Sad.
Because for this match.
Ya, dia bilang dia sedih karena match-nya kalah ya. What happened? May we know?
I think in game 1, almost win for Dewa. But mais jago. So for Jago.
Jadi
losing Moscow.
Oh, oke. Jadi dia bilang kalau misalkan di game 1 itu hampir nyaris menang, tapi karena Emannya super jago, jadi turn around gitu ya untuk BTR. Were you guys shocked? Was that the only reason why that happened? Was it an outplay?
Yeah, it's outplay.
Outplay.
Highlights also. For outplay.
Oke, dia bilang benar-benar outplay. Mereka juga kaget dengan performance Eman. Jadi itu alasan kekalahan di game yang pertama. But what happened in game number 2? Were you guys shocked with the drafts? Because suddenly Baxia Jungle came out of nowhere. That's not something that we see too often.
We shocked from they pick first pick Kalaya, then they pick also the chip. Because we pick chip on third.
So were you not expecting the Kalia first pick?
We expect,
but not the chip.
But the chip.
Oh, jadi mereka kaget justru dengan pick dari Chip dan Kalea, bukan shock karena Baxia. So the Baxia didn't surprise you guys at all? Like, were you Was that something that showed up in
Yeah,
scrims?
we have plan for utility heroes like utility heroes of Annabelle. We have plan.
Oke, jadi mereka sudah merangkaikan plan untuk mengalahkan utility hero dari NFL termasuk Baxia.
Yeah.
Okay. So now Dewa are in a precarious position. They're, I think, 8th place right now, I believe. 8th, right? So with this loss, and if Onyx wins their match tomorrow, it would be a little bit more difficult for Dewa to climb back up. Are you guys still positive that you guys can make it to the playoffs?
Still hoping for playoffs. We do more, and I trust my players from the MDL.
Okay, so that's the reason why you brought in 2 new players.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a plan for next season, but you believe that they could be the reason why Dewa can come back?
Maybe. We have hope from last 3 matches.
Jadi kata Coach Kurt, kalau misalkan mereka masih positif banget kalau misalkan Dewa bisa masuk ke playoff walaupun dengan kekalahan 2-0 tadi melawan BTR. Dan itu juga salah satu alasan kenapa mereka menaikkan 2 player baru dari MDL.
Yeah.
So with a lot of good hopes surrounding these 2 new players, what do you think went wrong today?
I think from wrong for today is adjusting from draft only.
So purely drafts?
Adjusting only.
Adjusting drafts?
Yeah, draft.
Oh, okay.
The draft.
Oh, just drafts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Draft.
So execution, calls, chemistry is already okay despite having 2 new players?
Yeah, it's okay. Because I think this BTR since SPS. So we have 1 week to practice, but the MDL players and rookie can show up their gameplay also against BTR.
Jadi kalau misalkan dari Coach Kurt, dia mengatakan kalau misalkan permasalahan di hari ini melawan BTR itu cuman karena draft saja. Karena menurut Coach Kurt, dari segi execution, dari chemistry-nya juga udah bagus walaupun ada 2 player baru yang dinaikkan dari MDL. I think that's it, Coach. Do you have any other things you might want to say to the audience? Maybe to Anak Dewa fan base?
For the Anak Dewa, still supporting us, and we try in the last 3 matches of this MPL season.
Tolong tetap support untuk anak-anak Dewa di luar sana karena mereka masih berusaha keras untuk 3 match ke depannya di season ini. Alright, thank you so much, Coach. Good luck for the next few matches.
Thank you.
Dan kita akan melempar kembali kepada casters, silahkan.
As Coach Kurt still asking for support from the Anak Dewas.
Yep,
or
from you guys.
Yeah, the fans of Dewa United basically. So I caught eye of the Dewa fans over here. They were taunting the Bigatron fans over on the Indonesian desk side. And when that Aman outplay happened, it was as silent as a library, bro.
Like they immediately teleport into the library. Like,
yeah.
Aman said in the interview, he just did it. He saw 3 guys try to fight him, so he just fought.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that for him, I guess. Oh my God!
oh my. Guess who's back?
No way.
Back again.
Bigatron, they secure top 2. They're number 2 on the standings now. Onyx dropped to 6.
Geekfam was a drop down to 4th.
Whoa.
Alter Ego at 3rd.
Oh
deep
my
drop.
goodness.
Yo!
Ladies and gentlemen, the race for upper brackets will get even crazier.
This is crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah, Onyx down there, but they need to pick themselves up. A win tomorrow might just skyrocket them on towards, I think, only 5th, because that game win still behind Geekfam as well. So yeah, best case scenario for Onyx is 5th tomorrow. EVOS in the red zone with Dewa. Navi basically counted out already. So yeah, for Arkehoshi, it seems like they're just chilling right now.
Yeah.
Playoff tickets in their hands.
Good for them. And again, they've already went through most of their tough matches, right? By all means. So a lot of people are just very confident in their chances. But hey, who knows what's going to happen, right? Anything can happen. It's something we've been saying, but now it's more real than ever in the standings. Oh boy, man, tomorrow is going to be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, you need 9 wins to secure yourself a playoff spot. So for Bigatron, Alter Ego, Geekfam, and Team Liquid, all they need is just 1 win to get that playoff ticket.
Yep. Who's going to get it tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 points
is the clear
Best team in the world, by the way. We're gonna do it.
the best place to be right now. 9 points, but tomorrow,
Wait a second, maybe.
Geek, TLID.
So we'll have one team to the playoffs for sure
Alter
tomorrow.
Ego, RRQ,
No, we can have
and
two.
Bigatron and
We
Onyx.
can have all three, but there's one for sure. Geek TL.
Yeah, Geek TL.
Geek TL.
'Cause
One of them,
both
whoever
eight.
wins that matchup, will have playoffs in their sights. They'll contend for playoffs. It's confirmed. But for
Bigatron-
Alter Ego, they gotta beat RRQ. For BTR, they gotta beat Onyx.
Yeah, and Onyx has to beat Bigatron as well if they still want to be in the race. But hey, Bigatron against Onyx. Oh my god, what a sight to see. Can't wait to humble
realize.
Can't
Brother
wait
man,
to
brother
have
man.
the last laugh.
You bring your Onyx jersey tomorrow. I'll bring my BTR jersey tomorrow, bro.
I'll be watching in the stands tomorrow.
Exactly. Bring your Onyx jersey. We'll take a picture after I beat you.
I'll do that. After I beat you.
No chance.
No chance.
But I think Alter Ego, I don't know about that. Oh.
They have a chance though against RRQ if they perform the way they performed today.
Yep.
Even if there were hiccups in the last stretch of that game number 2 against the LID. But, well, we've been speculating that RRQ are trying a few things to make them more comfortable in the
Which is
playoffs.
pretty fair, but I mean, no bias. I feel like the drafting phase won't go that easily for Alter Ego. Because again, we did mention that they got away with a lot of things in the drafting phase against Team Liquid ID. Against RRQ, even when they're trying stuff, I feel like some things, some fundamentals in the drafts will not be neglected by KSQ. So if you're an Alter Ego fan, good luck. You better hope that your team gets it right in the drafting phase even before the line of dawn is even in the conversation.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to enjoy and join in the fun to feel the electrifying atmosphere in the MPL arena, the MPL ID Season 15 tickets are now available. You can buy them through the GoPay app or the official MPL ID website. And you can get free, ching, ching, bling, bling, free diamonds.
What
was that?
Diamonds.
Ching,
That's
ching,
the
bling, bling,
ching,
ka-ching.
ching value right there.
Yeah.
Like, ching value.
Ching, ching, bling, bling,
bling.
Also, if you guys want to watch this team win the season, go ahead and check out Playoff Ticket Batch 1 because it's open, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, exactly. I
can't wait.
Right.
But you're not in yet.
We are tomorrow.
That's true.
Basically confirmed.
And even if they are, and I can't wait for them to choke again in the playoffs in the same place in Velodrome.
Hey, I wasn't the guy who got knocked out by Geek Fam Day 1 last season.
Why am I catching straight?
Realize. What?
But it's not in Bandung.
It's not you, brother.
I thought you were talking about the previous
It's
season.
Onyx.
I was talking about the previous season, remember?
That's true.
Similar situation.
Velodrome. Yeah. By the way, Velodrome is the place, the venue where Onyx got their 4P. So
You know what? That is true. That is true.
Wait, so
it holds a historic value.
Yeah, but Lightning won't strike the same place twice.
Exactly.
It will strike the same place 5 times. 5P.
For
Well,
PTR, I agree, friend.
In the same venue?
I agree, friend. Don't
They're
worry.
gonna win 5 times in the same venue?
It's getting heated here, all right? It's
Yeah.
getting real tense.
Yeah.
Real
Chill out,
spicy.
bro. Chill out.
I
love
can't
it.
wait for the playoffs. I wish we can already skip to the playoffs and see who's there because we still don't know. Aside from RRQ,
Yeah.
BTR, Geek Fam or TL, one of them will qualify tomorrow. But we still don't know technically who's coming up next, who's going to qualify, who's going to go upper brackets. I think RRQ are confirmed, but the rest, I don't know.
Yeah, TL was supposed to qualify today, but they did not. And Alter Ego, they were able to get their win. But of course, it's me, Realize.
Hi.
Arashi. Miracle.
I'm Arashi.
You're
yes.
Arashi.
Hello.
Miracle.
Red hair.
It has
RRQ.
It has been a great
Best team in the
honor
world, Big
to
Shark.
accompany you today, but it is enough for now. We'll join in the action tomorrow, so MPL ID Season 15. We own this. Go Onyx. Go Onyx.
Jump beyond.
Dan hari pertama di minggu yang ke-8, banyak pengharapan masih terus melambung. Namun banyak juga kita melihat zona merah yang semakin memerah dan juga tim-tim yang semakin bersaing, saling berjuang dan saling beradu. Tapi kita melihat 20-20 menandakan bahwa tim tim-tim semakin menunjukkan jati diri mereka. Dan banyak juga perjuangan-perjuangan yang harus masih diperjuangkan. Dan kita juga akan masih melihat bagaimana pertarungan dari 7 tim untuk memperebutkan 5 slot babak playoff. Masih terbuka bagi tim-tim yang akan berjuang. Dan tentu saja hari pertama memang ditutup dengan 2-0-2-0. Namun esok hari terlihat akan semakin memanas. Karena tim-tim yang bertanding pun harus mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan hari yang kedua di hari Sabtu banyak sekali 3 match akan berlangsung. Kalian benar-benar harus berkumpul dan menjadi saksi siapa yang akan mendapatkan tiket playoff. Nyaris saja hari ini ada 1 tiket yang bisa didapatkan, namun itu pun belum berhasil. Jadi di sini Bude hanya bisa mengingatkan, berkumpullah untuk esok hari. Sebelum kita berpisah, izinkan Bude memberitahu bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day, dan juga partner ini Sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hokpen. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Semua yang telah mendukung acara hari ini, dari para super fans dan juga supporter, semuanya masih terus bersemangat, begitu pula dengan tim-tim yang akan beradu. So, hari ini sampai jumpa dan sampai bertemu lagi di hari yang kedua, di minggu yang ke-8 MPL Indonesia Season 15, we own this.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa